In a world where a man can get debates scheduled with incredibly prominent political science and sociological figures despite having less than 100,000 subs, one man rises to the top, the cream of the YouTube streaming crop. It is none other than Irish Laddie. Hey guys, what's up? I am the cream. It's true. It's true. How's everyone doing? Hello, Lexi. Hello, Lumi. Happy to have you here with me. Has everyone been well? I am so sorry. And this is sincere, I'm not being ironic. I am so sorry for the lack of politics streams. Last week I had a bunch of midday prior obligations that kept me busy during when I normally do this, so I wasn't able to do politics streams. I just played Resident Evil 7, which has been fun for me and for my audience because I am a huge pussy. So I just, I play like a little baby coward, But that's okay. We're back on track. I ain't got nothing to do for a real long time, folks. Real long time. Happy to have all of you here. Now, obviously, I'm sure you all figured out, perhaps maybe from the title of the stream, I'm going to be debating. Oh yeah, you do, Lumi. It's good. It's good ass content, and I'd love to have you there. I'm going to be debating Warren Farrell. Warren Farrell, for those of you who don't know, a legendarily influential. I don't think I'm overusing that either. An extremely influential anti-feminist feminist, father of the MRA movement and believer in gender equality. He's got a really interesting academic background. And while I will be approaching this as a debate, I'm interested in scoping out this guy's ideas, So not blood sports. I don't think there's going to be much blood sports, actually. He's a very intelligent person. I'm really looking forward to this conversation. Listen, it's a fair ratio, guys. For every 5 blood sports conversations we get where I scream at someone who comes on my Discord, we get 1 conversation that is in good faith with an intelligent person. That is a fair ratio, okay? That is a fair ratio. I don't want to hear any complaining. I am very good to you people, okay? Yeah, I know you all want blood. Hey, maybe we'll get blood later, Okay, maybe to satiate you afterwards, we'll find something equivalently. Yeah? Baby delivery? Baby! Waking me up every day at 6:30 in the morning. Because he wants food, even though his food time's at 10, and he knows that. Look at his little crossed peats. What a good baby. Ooh, I can tell you're mad already. Are you angry? Do you want to bite me? Or do you want to escape? Fight or flight. Fight or flight. Ah! Ah! Claws! Yep. Yeah, sure. No, you're not setting up residency here. All right. Say you love everyone. Tell them you love them. Say it. Nope. Nah. No. No. Ah, ah, ah. I gotta trim his nails. No, that's coffee. Okay, out you go. All right, he says he loves you. Beep, 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 beep. All right. You are beloved. Get out of here. Nope. Skedaddle. Yeesh. He's heavy. He's like 8 months old, but he already weighs like 12 or 13 pounds. He's not even fat. He's just a big cat. Ooh. Those shorts are ugly, aren't they? These are my oldest shorts. These are basketball shorts from like high school, These go way back. All right, I think we're good to go. Yeah, I did used to wear those on dates. Because I'm confident. Because I'm a fucking Chad. There we go. And there's plenty to do after the conversation as well. Click. I wonder if Warren will be getting on a video. I didn't ask. Oh, just earlier today, I saw that TikTok created from my Oh my God! Thank you. A TikTok created from my stream got like 76,000 likes or something. It's pretty based. Should I join with video or with? I guess I can just join with video. It's no big. Doesn't hurt me. Yeah, I gotta get at them Zoomers. I gotta fill the hole that Nick Fuentes left after he got banned.
First day I was home, he got one of the groundhogs.
So. Howdy.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
Vosh.
Hey there. I'm live streaming now, so if anyone had any coy plans on saying the N-word, it's your days are numbered, buddy. It's time's up. I say that every time I join a call. Hello.
It looks like you have a regular studio there.
Yeah, a very impromptu one with a bunch of lizards in it. But yeah, I try my best. Here, hold on. Let me get everything set up on my end. It's a pleasure to meet you, by the way.
You too. Very much so, Vosh.
All right.
And Tim, are you not appearing here visually? Or are you just a sort of a magical person that never reveals himself fully?
I don't want to offend your eyes with my ugly presence.
Oh, this is such bullshit. But I have to admit, you took off a little bit from what I was saying before. Right? So now you have to get over the fact that you are no longer, when you do something like this, you move from being a private citizen to a public figure. And so you are going to lose your excuse of keeping your last name quiet.
Yeah, I tore the Band-Aid off the moment I started my YouTube. Posted nudes on my Discord, got it all out there, you know? Now nobody has anything on me. I'm safe forever.
You're safe forever?
Mm-hmm.
You're probably the only person in the world who could say that.
as long as I stay in this job and no other.
All right. So are you good to go on your end as far as streaming and whatnot?
Yes, I am 100% good to go, and I eagerly await your introduction.
And, right.
Tim, can you give us a little bit of a sense, Vosh, before we go on air, as to how this is working? Like who can see us, and how is the technology on this working?
Go ahead, Vosh. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm live streaming on my channel. I have your video pinned right now to the top left corner of mine. You and I, both of our faces are visible, and our audio, of course. I don't have anything from Tim, video-wise, of course, because he's just a bee. So yeah, we're live presently.
Okay, great.
All right. So yeah, I'm also streaming this on my tiny itty bitty Twitch channel, which I think the largest stream I've had before is 12 people for Hearts of Iron. It was mostly people stream sniping so they could beat me.
Hey, everyone got to start somewhere.
And we've got a few people in the Discord, but I think most of the viewers live are probably Vosh's channel. But anyways, let's get right to this. So we are here today to discuss feminism. The topic today is, the question today is feminism helping or hurting women? And as I understand it, Vosh is taking the stance that it is helping women, and Warren is taking the stance that it is hurting women. Is that correct?
That's basically correct.
That is correct.
Okay. So some brief introductions. So Vosh has been, how long have you been streaming actually?
I've been streaming for about 1.5 years. Oh, I should warn you. It actually only just occurred to me because somebody messaged me. I am banned from Twitch, which means there might be some trouble if you're found having me streamed on your Twitch platform.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's like I said, the biggest I've had is 12 people, mostly just sniping my, Hearts of Iron.
Gotcha. Yeah, so, just fair informed. They're very stringent about that.
If my Twitch gets shut down, I'm not losing anything.
We'll get you a new one.
Yeah. So
at my age, I'm twitching all the time. So.
Yeah, you'll be safe. You're good.
So where was I going with this? Yeah. So Vosh. Most of you guys here already know Vosh. Um, he's a streamer. Um, I honestly, Vosh, have gotten a little bit confused, but I mean, you've best been described, or I think you described yourself as a libertarian socialist politically. Is that correct?
That would probably be the most like broad, apt, and universally applicable term you could use to describe my politics. Yeah.
Okay. I've heard communist, leftist, and so I've heard
Yeah.
all different things,
There's a
but
lot of overlap between all of them. It gets muddled.
and so most of you guys watching this, you already know Vosh. Dr. Warren Farrell may be new to most of you guys watching this. Dr. Warren Farrell has been involved in, I guess, men's and women's rights movements for, I think this is since the 70s. Is that right, Dr. Warren?
Yeah, late 60s, actually.
Okay, since the 60s. And he's received wide recognition for it. So this is going back quite a ways for you. This is probably the 60s. You got your PhD in political science at NYU, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as I was looking at before this, I missed this the last time we had you on, but you actually have 2 honorary doctorates in psychology, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So, yeah, he's got 3 PhDs, so to speak. And he's been involved in, men's and women's rights movement for a long time. If I remember right, there was a certain newspaper. I forgot the newspaper. Sorry, guys. I should have taken notes, but I'm doing this all from memory. My bad. But there was a newspaper that called him the leading male feminist, I think it was, back in the day. And the Financial Times called him one of the top 100 most influential people in the world. So
not influential, just thought leaders.
Thought leaders. Oh, okay.
Thought without influence.
Okay. Thought without influence.
But there are thought leaders who have had far less influence than you. You've gotten quite around.
Oh, thank you.
So I actually learned about Dr. Warren Farrell from his book, The Myth of Male Power. And his most recent book, I plan on getting it. I haven't gotten it yet. It is The Boy Crisis. That's correct?
That's correct, exactly.
And so, I mean, is there anything else either you guys would like to say before we get started here about who you are or about what the other that you've looked up before him here?
Yeah, I would love to take off, if I may, introducing myself.
Go ahead.
It'll be very brief. Yeah. My name's Vosh. I'm a YouTube streamer. I'm, as you described, a socialist. I have a bachelor's degree in sociology, which I was very proud with when they gave me that paper. It doesn't quite stand up to 3 PhDs, but no one's competing. And Dr. Farrell, it is actually a tremendous pleasure to be able to talk to you. I've been aware of you since long before I was ever prominent online. Some of your work was discussed in some of my classes, in fact, with varying degrees of contention. Typically, when I argue with people on my channel, I find I'm usually arguing with demagogues online, people who have big audiences and small brains. It is a tremendous pleasure to be able to speak with somebody who I consider to be worthy of good and reputable discourse, and I am very, very happy to have the opportunity to be a partner in that.
Thank you, Bosch. I really appreciate that. And I sort of trusted, Tim, that you were of the same type of caliber and thoughtfulness, and that you really enjoyed dialogue more than the debate itself. And so I really was trusting that was the case. And then as I saw you online, I felt that was validated with that. If I were to give, I guess, my background for your audience to be clear with this, in the 60s and early 70s, I was on the board of directors of the National Organization for Women in New York City and spoke all around the world on women's issues. And that was my identity as a sort of a male feminist. And then I began to see the women's movement evolve in such a way that I felt was more mixed in its feelings, especially on the issue of fathers. And so I began to represent that, knowing that as I represented the importance of fathers, that I was going to be losing my support system and losing my speaking engagements. And so I did go from 50 speaking engagements per year at universities sponsored mostly by feminist organizations down to 0. And but it was a real tough call for me to know that I was going to be basically sacrificing my career to say what I felt needed to be said to, I feel help women in the long run, and help and have feminists do things that were going to be long-term supportive to women. And so that's what has created the title for our topic today is feminism helping women or hurting women.
All right. So yeah, and before we jump right into this, I think we're just about on the cusp of that. I do want to say, of course, again, I really appreciate both you guys coming on. You two are both people we're really happy to have on. So I run a server, Blue Politics. If anyone wants to hop in, it's discord.gg/bluepolitics. And our whole thing is just about civility, having this kind of discourse. And, both you guys, I respect both you guys and your ideas. And I really look forward to this. I'm not exactly sure what to expect out of this, but I know it's going to be good. And for the most part here, I don't plan to be involved too much. I think my main job is getting you two together. And I think near the end, if there's something that's been missing that needs to be addressed in the conversation, I'll try to steer that. But really, I'm not really going to be stepping in much here. It's mostly just going to be you two having a conversation. It's not going to be a time debate. Just regular dialogue going back and forth. But I guess to start us off, Vosh, you're the position that feminism is helping women. Would you like to give, I guess, like in 5 minutes or so, your explanation of why you believe that? And then I guess, Warren, if you would take about 5 minutes or so saying why you don't believe so, and then just, go ahead and discuss.
Yes, I'd be delighted. So these are the views that I have. I don't know if you disagree with any of them, but this is the direction from which I approach this discussion. I think it's fairly undeniable that the history of civilization has been one which in large part entails the oppression of women, and that we live in an era of unprecedented liberation for said group. While that liberation has taken many different forms in many different countries, the feminist movement is as wide and as broad a plurality as one could ever imagine any liberation movement being. When I think here in the States, when I see the good that it has done, leading all the way from the women's suffrage movement, which I guess many people call the first wave, to the second wave feminist movement, which was more interested in this sort of dichotomous relationship with men, sexual revolution, and reproductive rights. And nowadays we have a more academically grounded intersectional feminism. I think that broadly speaking, these are these are valuable movements that have contributed good to our society. There are undeniably problems that have arisen as well. I do think, for example, that there are many issues that men in particular experience as a product of feminist liberation that some feminists seem uncomfortable addressing, because to do so is to implicitly suggest that it is men, not women, who are the victims, which obviously is sort of ahistorical. But altogether, I do believe that there is goodness and there is value in this movement. And if one was to disagree with that, I would be interested in knowing if that is because they have a better solution to the problems I've described, or if it is because they are disinterested in the actual goals of the feminist movement. And I apologize. Typically, when I argue with people on feminism online, I'm usually arguing with reactionaries or regressives, or even traditionalists, people who believe that women's natural biological place is to serve men and that society works best like, different parts of a clock working together, serving different roles, but ultimately coming together to a greater whole. And when I argue with those people, I tend to go very hard because their arguments tend to be very bad. Dr. Farrell, there was one thing in particular you emailed me that I thought was especially interesting. Do you mind if I repeat it here? It's not personal information.
No, if I emailed you, and didn't ask you to keep it private, go for it.
Gotcha. You said, "It's fascinating being a political liberal who feels rejected by the people I align with on most things and almost worshipped by the people I disagree with on most things." That really resonates with me, at least part of it, because despite being pretty far left, very often I find myself clashing with other people with whom I have almost unified political ideals due to differences in approach, differences in rhetoric. It's very frustrating for me. And reading that from you and learning more about you over the past, I guess, week and a half has caused me to reframe some of the previous things that I learned about you. And I'm very interested in seeing that disconnect settled.
Yeah, yeah, very much. Well, good. Let's see. I'm not sure that I'll answer that in this sort of thoughts about what I feel is hurting and helping women. But if I don't, just come back to that and we'll work with that. Um, yeah, I started, as I mentioned in my intro, I started out very much in favor of the women's movement, and I still, 100. Phyllis Schlafly used to go around calling me the biggest feminist apologist after I wrote The Myth of Male Power. She still felt I was a feminist apologist, and and because I feel that feminism has opened up options for women that were inconceivable when I went through. I'm 76, and when I went through, high school. Brilliant women in my class were still encouraged to be as teachers, or and they weren't encouraged to be, maybe you could be a Nobel Prize winning biologist, or you could be the CEO of a corporation, and to have those limits psychologically lifted on women's aspirations is something I'm 100% in favor of. I have two daughters, and my co-author of the Boy Crisis book has three, and we want our daughters to be able to have all the opportunities that are part of their personality, and B, to be marrying men that are very desirous of being turned on by their competence. And the two women I have married in my life, one in my former younger years, became the top executive under the CEO of one of the largest companies in the country, in the world. And so, and the other one is my wife for the last 26 years, is very competent, has her own public relations firm and so on. And so I've always been attracted to competent women. Where I began to deviate, and by the way, one of the really big contributions I think of the feminist movement was women in sports. There's one of the greatest contributors to character development is team sports, and we have unfortunately dropped pickup team sports recently, and that's a big mistake. And it's also very powerful for women to be able to self-start in things like gymnastics and tennis that are sort of quasi-team sports, but are mostly focused on individuals being able to self-discipline and so on. So these have been, I think, contributions of feminism, and I will argue for those contributions continuing and having been a positive part of feminism for many years. What I think has become very dangerous about feminism is that feminism has, for example, I'm working now with the White House, and I was trying to work with the Democratic candidates. When I went to Iowa, interviewed 9 of the Democratic candidates. 7 of their interviews are on my YouTube channel, and you can see, them. And and the Democrats, when I was explaining the boy crisis to them, the candidates themselves were very excited about learning more about the boy crisis. But to a campaign manager, I received no responses, and what I heard was that the campaign managers were fearful of limiting women's freedom to be able to have children by themselves and raise children without their dads. And so today we have 53% of women who have children who are under 30. 53% of women under 30 who have children without being married. Now, I'm not a big person on marriage per se, except that I found that when there was no marriage and a woman had a child, the father either was completely unknown to the children, or was known but was minimally involved, and the children were dad deprived, or alternatively, the father and mother lived together, but the father only remained involved in the children's lives for about 3 years. The marriage was, the living together situation only remained for about 3 years, and frequently what happened as a result of that is dad deprivation. And then conversely, they didn't want to alienate women who, after divorce, wish to be fully the primary parent, because they didn't, they wanted to move to a different state with a different man, and they wanted to start their life over again, and they wanted to take the children with them. And so what I found in doing the research for the boy crisis is that the boy crisis exists globally in all 56 of the largest developed nations. Boys are falling significantly behind girls. However, what shocked me was that the demographic of boys that is falling behind girls is not all boys. It is boys who are dad deprived. And so when I explained this to the Democratic candidates, as I said, the candidates got it, but the campaign managers were fearful of alienating the women who wanted to raise their children by themselves. No campaign manager said to me, gee, let's get more information on that. We certainly don't want our children to grow up in a way that is harmful to them. And nor did they say, ever in my personal experiences between marriages, which was about 21 years, every woman I went out with was, almost every woman I went out with was a single mom. And the word I heard most frequently from the single moms was the word overwhelmed. And so we have mothers who are overwhelmed by being single moms and also trying to often bring in a significant income to be able to support their children effectively. So the moms are overwhelmed. The dads are feeling without purpose and adrift and not wanted or needed. And the children are doing worse. Both girl and boy children are doing worse. In what I found out to be when I did the research for the boy crisis, more than 50 developmental areas, from depression to suicide to lack of purpose to worse grades in school. And so now when I went, I didn't even go to the White House with this message, but the White House discovered me and invited me to the White House. And they said, yes, the family has been falling apart. Fathers need to be involved. We're worried that we can't have this no child left behind if we have a parent left behind. And so they got it. And the libertarian candidate that I was interviewed by got it. He asked me, he said, if I was more of a libertarian, he'd have me be his vice president. The candidate, the White House got it, but the Democrats and feminists did not get it. And the Democrats didn't get it because they feared the wrath of feminism and the eroding of their base. And so and the women who are single moms are overwhelmed. And I don't know a single mother who doesn't want her children to do well, and they aren't getting the information as to exactly what dad parenting contributes that leads to their children, girl children as well as boy children, not doing well. And so in these more than 50 areas. And so that's just one of the ways I feel that feminism in its present form is hurting women. The other way that I'll get to when we have more of a dialogue is the victim orientation. I feel feminism has been deeply involved in honing victimhood as a fine art, calling men the oppressors and women the oppressed. And that I feel is a very, it feeds into the mentality of the male chauvinists I fought for years, who were saying you can't have women in the workplace. They complain too much. They'll just be victims. They can't get along with men, et cetera. And now we're seeing a great deal of that happen, which is the last thing I want to happen on behalf of women.
Okay. All right. We're gonna have to take these one at a time, I think. So it would be impossible for me to disagree with the descriptive claims that right now we're having some genuine troubles right now in this country. I don't know about other countries, but I'll trust you when you say that this is mirrored in other developed countries with the socialization of boys, their relative level of like academic and individual attainment, and also with fatherlessness in the home in general. I have a sociology, again, like a bachelor degree, but one of the like very first things we were taught, like hammered into us, is that one of the best predictive characteristics for poverty or for criminality is a single parent home. It's just not okay. Our society is just not oriented in such a way to allow a single person, unless that person is exorbitantly rich or talented or otherwise dedicated, to be able to raise one child. It's just very difficult. So the issue that you said was that when you were pitching these ideas to Democratic campaign managers, or when you were discussing these ideas, they didn't want to really bring them to table because they felt it could ostracize a portion of their base and essentially lose them feminist social credit points. I can understand why, because there is kind of, if you say a lack of a father figure in the homes of children is causing this like societal decay, the implicit suggestion there, even if it's not true, is that women aren't enough. When of course the broader message would be like, well, yeah, if we had a crisis of motherlessness in homes, like we'd be having the exact same issue. The issue that I take, and I guess this is where I'd like to start my inquiry, is that from the research that I've seen, there doesn't actually seem to be a decrease in the happiness or the standard of raising for children who are raised in same-sex parent households, if you're raised by two dads or two moms or anything, which suggests to me that the issue has more to do with the single parent and less to do with the specific absence of a father for boys or a mother for girls. Do you agree with that, like broadly speaking, that while we may specifically have more of an issue with fatherlessness, it's sort of a general single parent thing?
No, I think it's more, I think I would have agreed with you on that before I sort of started doing my intense research on this issue. And so let me separate out the two aspects of this.
Hmm.
We don't have good result. We don't know what the long-term outcome is of single parent, I'm sorry, of same parent households where there are two parents of the same gender. We have two groups of research, one done by people who are very much in favor of same-sex parenting, and the other one that considers it immoral and sort of anti-Christian and so on. And those two groups of research, not surprisingly for anyone who understands research as you do, is they come to very different conclusions about the outcome for children. So we need two things on that part of it. One is much more careful research that passes muster of peer review, and also longer term research where we see not only what is happening with those children in fifth, sixth grade, but what's happening with those children in their 20s and their 30s. What I have seen though is that there are so many in this era where you can turn on the TV and you see images of dads being sort of bumbling fools and so on, well-meaning sometimes, but nevertheless bumbling fools, and also boys who are hearing the future is female, and so the boy looks at the world and he sees the future is female, and the dad is a bumbling fool, and he's completely with lack of inspiration to be involved, and he doesn't discover the 10 or 11 things that men and women do differently. As a rule in parenting, sometimes obviously these roles are reversed because these are roles and they're not, they're biologically, there's biological propensity, but part of our biology is our ability to adapt. And so the roles are also very important. And so for example, boys with dads and girls with dads are far more likely to engage in roughhousing, and so and the mom's more likely to think, oh my God, my children, sooner or later there's going to be somebody's going to get hurt here, and so on. And sure enough, the mom is usually right. Somebody is hurt, and so but no one, the father doesn't know enough to explain to the mom that the roughhousing done with boundary enforcement leads to the children having more empathy. That is, the father usually stops the roughhousing when that roughhousing gets rough, and the son puts his elbow in in the daughter's eyes, or his younger brother's eyes, and the dad says, you continue that, and there'll be no more roughhousing. And mom is sort of astonished that he hasn't learned his lesson to stop the roughhousing. But what dad's mentality is that I've now told you that you're going to lose your roughhousing if you don't think of your sister's needs, if you don't think of your brother's needs, that is, if you don't have empathy for them, if you don't understand the difference between being assertive versus aggressive. And so then the next night that they roughhouse, and the dad says, you can't, you have to not do this and not do that, and teaches them those distinctions of empathy and distinctions between being assertive and aggressive, the children realize that they're going to lose what they want, the roughhousing, if they don't pay attention to what they need to do, which is to think of their brother and sister and understand the difference between being assertive versus aggressive. And so those children tend to have, the data shows, more empathy because they are required to have more empathy in order to get what they want, more of the roughhousing. And so that's just one of 9, 10, 11 different styles between different differences between dad style parenting and mom style parenting that lead to the dad making a very important contribution to the children's life that the children that do the best, I found when I did the research for the boy crisis, are ones that not only have two parents, but ones that have a checks and balance tension between the dad style of parenting and the mom style of parenting, where the children get the best of the unconditional nurturance and the protection that moms are more likely to give. And they also get the boundary enforcement that dads are more likely to give. And the boundary enforcement, what I found, that leads to the children being able to do better in school, better in activities, and therefore feel better about themselves and therefore less likely to withdraw into video game addiction or porn addiction or depression or suicidal tendencies and ultimately to mass shootings.
Okay. So the first thing that I want to respond to is your argument that we see negative social repercussions from the bumbling dad sitcom stereotype or these meaningless platitudes about how the future is female. I would completely agree with that. I think that generally speaking, I can't speak for all feminists, of course, certainly, but generally speaking, for people who have a very far left predisposition, I think most of us view this as a fairly asinine, insubstantial form of feminism. This meaningless sort of woke gesturing against society without actually attempting to rebalance any gender disparity. So I would agree, I would never defend that. And there are feminists who think that saying the future is female is revolutionary, and I disagree with those people, so I won't defend their positions. The main issue that I have with what you've said, and I've heard some of these arguments before, I guess they came from you. I guess I've heard from people who read from you, is that while I recognize, and I'm not questioning the data or the conclusions of the data that you have arrived at, what I have here, I don't know if there's a link that I can drop this, but when I say that the scholarly research seems to indicate that same-sex parentage produces the equivocal, standards of raising a children, that seems to be borne out, in the vast majority of data. I have a meta-analysis here that takes 79 studies that all seek to answer the question whether or not people are raised more, better with opposite sex parent households or with same sex parent households. And it seems like the vast majority of them indicate that there doesn't really seem to be a difference. With the exception of 4 of the 79 studies, and those 4 studies had key methodological errors that seem to suggest there were other underlying factors that may have contributed to that disparity. So what this suggests to me, if 2 men or 2 women can raise children to have the same rough level of academic achievement, financial well-being, criminality, sociological integration, this suggests to me that the necessity of having a mother and a father in the household has more to do with the importance of having A, enough parentage and enough time and attention, and B, having multiple parenting approaches that people can engage with and learn from. After all, I think that sort of biologically, humans were raised in communities back in the hunter-gatherer days. It wasn't as though 1 or 2 people had sole ownership over the parenting of young people. It was more of a broad community effort. And that suggests to me that there's an inherent benefit in having multiple people have a hand in the raising of a child that might not necessarily be intrinsically linked to their gender or their gender roles, but more broadly with the inherent advantage of a plurality of approaches towards child rearing. And what this suggests to me, because it's still bad to have a fatherless home, undeniably, the data on that is very, very clear. What this suggests to me is that if we're to address this imbalance, it might be more prescient of us to focus on elements of parenting that are not inherently associated with the gender of those who are present or absent, because that way we can make these strong prescriptive arguments. You need to have a two-parent household. You got to have people who are married, or at the very least not like a separated family, without kind of implicitly bolstering like anti-woman or anti-feminist arguments. Because if you say like, hey, you know, single women can't cut it, like they can't like raise the kids on their own or whatever, there are a lot of people rubbing their hands and going like, oh yeah, absolutely, women on their own, are you kidding me, raising children? No, they need a man. When what we're actually saying is like, no, the way our family units in society works, we just need two people. That's just a thing that we need. And I feel like if we deliver that message in that way, it gets a lot easier to make the changes we want without kind of, you know, subtly maybe reinforcing the opinions of people we disagree with.
Nicely said. First of all, I would love to see the link in there and study more deeply the, you know, the value of the two-parent family, whether even if one is not the biological dad. I think that would be very helpful. I'm really interested in seeing what the outcomes are. Second, I really appreciate the way you know, anytime we can frame something in a way that allows women to feel more included and less wrong, I'm very much in favor of that. So I will, you know, really look at that research with that in mind. I think what I have one of the things we have to be careful about that research and within the framework of being open to it is recognizing that every time that parents adopt a child or have a you know, they take on a child, they are usually they're usually they're usually very highly motivated. Adoptive parents are very highly motivated. Children that every parent that I know, when there's two males or two females raising the children, they're usually highly motivated. They're usually highly educated. They usually have enough income to be able to afford to take on this luxury. And so those are three things we'd have to sort of, and in a way, we don't have to worry about controlling for that, because right now, that's what the groups who do that are more likely to have in common. So that would not allow for a scientific study to say that fathers are less important than a second parent, but it would allow us to say that in the current atmosphere, the types of parents who are motivated enough, educated enough, and have enough income to raise the children, do, you know, the outcome for the children is pretty positive if that is the case. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of that research. So that's, I think, one thing. I think the other part that we need to get across to moms, as I was saying before, is that every mom that I, you know, dated in my 21 years of between marriages, every single mom that I dated just used the word overwhelm as the second most frequently used word after love when she was talking with me. And I don't think a single one of those moms understood what oftentimes, and my own wife would agree with this. One of those women became my future wife, and I helped to raise the children that were technically hers and former father. One was adopted, one was biological, and she, you know, was very skeptical about having, you know, she wanted the father in the children's life very much, but oftentimes the father did things that she considered not safe, and she began to be fearful of that. And so when a child, you know, when a father is much more likely on average, for example, to let a child play at a schoolyard without supervision, whereas the mom is much more likely, if she takes a young child to a schoolyard, to make sure she stays within range, talks on the cell phone, but watches the situation. Dads are much more likely to say, you know, I want that child, you know, just drop the kid off at the schoolyard, go back, maybe watch a playoffs game. And then the child dropped off by the father is more likely to get into a fight or something negative will happen. But the father never explains that from his perspective, if the child is not going to be picked up by the mother right afterwards, the father would like to have the opportunity to talk to the son about, okay, you got beaten up at the school. Was there anybody there that was bullying? Was anybody there that was beating anybody else up? Was there anybody there that was fouling other people? Was there anyone there that offered you a drink? What were the red flags that led you to getting beaten up? For the mother, more frequently, and again, this is not 100%, the mother is much more likely to say, you seem to care more about your playoff game than you did about than you did about staying with the child at the playground. But no, the father tends to feel that I don't want to overprotect my son or my daughter. I want them to have the experience that, if short of it being a truly dangerous experience, that where the son or daughter can come back to me and say, this happened to me that was negative, and I can go through with the son or daughter what that process, what led to that process, and how she or he can avoid that in the future, and not when the child gets to be 18 or 20, you go out in the world having been protected by me, and suddenly the world is filled with a lot of body language signals, vibrations, and energy that you didn't learn how to anticipate and know how to deal with. And so, but I don't blame moms on this, because moms can't hear what dads don't say, and dads don't talk about this to moms. And I don't blame dads on this, because in all the parenting magazines I've looked at and examined in the research for the boy crisis, I never saw a single article to dads explaining why, what the value of dropping that child off at the playground, and then talking to him or her about the problems that they encountered, that they can prepare for. The magazines and the literature does not talk to dads about the value of dad style parenting, and therefore and most dads don't read them anyway, and then dads don't say it to moms, and moms can't hear what dads don't say. And to me, this is one of the discussions that we have. When I did the research for the boy crisis, dad deprivation wasn't the only cause. There's about 10 causes of the boy crisis, but of the 10 causes, and when I submitted my proposal to the publisher, I submitted all 10 causes as something I was going to write about. But then the more I studied, the more I saw that the dad deprivation was by far the most important of those 10 causes.
Excuse me. Yeah, so a few things in response to that. First of all, you made the argument that it can be difficult for us to understand the true extent to which there is a similarity in the parenting effectiveness of opposite and same-sex parent households, because there are other conflating factors. For example, the wealth of the family. Adoptive families tend to be wealthier than non-adoptive families for fairly obvious reasons. There's more of a motivation to raise a child, because you can't have an oopsie adoption baby. You have to actually wait quite a long time and make some pretty deliberate choices to get that going. But my counter argument to that would be, well, it's true that these are confounding variables that would have to be accounted for before we could have a true understanding of the broader. I'm not, with the meta-analyses that I provided you, I'm not actually sure how many of them account for these data points, or if they try to sociologically sort of level out the playing field, but I would imagine that these are still relevant factors. My argument then would be, well, let's incentivize that motivation. Let's incentivize that family planning. Let's compensate for that wealth, because it seems like a lot of the factors that go into a single-parent household, and a lot of the factors that go into poor child rearing, have to do with really, really strong conflating socioeconomic factors that we do as well, I'm not a policymaker, but that policymakers have the ability to meaningfully account for. If we incentivize reproductive health and reproductive awareness, so people are a little bit more careful when it comes to popping out kids, or if we try to address the growing socioeconomic gap in our country and make it more likely that people in the lower end of the spectrum have the wherewithal, the time, the energy, the prescience to meaningfully and effectively raise children, and if we end sort of the policing and social strategies that lead to certain communities having disproportionate rates of fatherlessness, like the drug war with the black community, for example. I feel like these are really strong ways to address the root of this problem that don't touch on like gendered language. And I'm concerned about that because what you just described to me, with the playground example and the different parenting styles, as somebody grew up with a fairly feminine mom and a fairly masculine, father, these narratives make a lot of sense to me. I have this general intrinsic awareness of what fathers and mothers ought act like. But I recognize as I grow older that these are just that, narratives. These are things that have been not only brought to me, through sort of anecdotal experience, but also that are reinforced through the aforementioned schlubby dads on the sitcoms who don't care if their kids get into a scrap, but the moms are hyper attentive and don't want their kids like running off without the lunch bag packed full with an apple, that they're narratives ultimately. And the problem with, framing a sociological problem through like a narrativized sense or a lens of analysis that's narrativized is that it can become really difficult to understand what you're looking at and whether or not it's intrinsic or whether or not it's a product of the stories you're pushing onto it, that you feed into this sort of self-perpetuating cycle. Now, I am of the opinion that there are probably some intrinsic behavioral differences between males and females. I think that's fairly evident. And even if we had some perfect gender parity world with no social differences and everyone is treated the same, I still think there would probably be some differences, like statistically, between how people behave. But when we look for these stories in our sociological interactions, we make it more likely that these stories and these dichotomous relations become reified and they become more and more of a thing. And eventually, we get this idea in our heads that every woman, or at least most women, are kind of like a 1950s housewife, and every man or most men are like I don't know, like Tim Allen on Home Improvement. We get these really, really like these wide, like this huge level of sexual dimorphism that isn't really inherently represented, but is something we kind of built. So my goal would be, if I see sociological problems that have something to do like with gender, I want to address them in ways that don't reify or reinforce that gender binary or that gender sort of divide, because I think in doing so we contribute to the problems of the next generation. I do think boys are suffering right now in a lot of really unique ways. I don't think they have like an identity to ascribe to. I think they're really confused. Like, do they play like the arrogant like bad boy, or are they supposed to be super chivalrous and kind and give gifts, or are they supposed to like hands off, like don't even talk to women, they might like not want it, you don't want to be creepy. Like I think there's a lot of confusion. I really sympathize with that as somebody who was an awkward kid in high school, but I feel like that came first and foremost from a narrative and less from a social imbalance that was a product of socioeconomic conditions. That's the narrative that I care about. Like, what do we do? How do we like teach boys how to live well in our society? And if there's any intrinsic problems they're facing, like some serious policy-oriented stuff, we can tackle that too. I guess that would be my approach towards these issues. I think I agree with you, like that these problems exist. It's just a matter of the way in which we try to address them.
Yes. First of all, I have a lot of agreement with some of the things you're saying, and I feel like I do see an epigenetic transfer of male versus female qualities that have evolved throughout the millions of years that animals have become humans and so on. But the really important thing is I think, one of the things I'm working with the White House about is to suggest a father warrior program, warrior, WARR, not warrior, WOR, program, and to encourage, because boys used to have the sense of purpose. Every generation had its war, and in every generation's war, we trained our boys to be disposable in that war, we still have to this day the male only draft registration, which is by far and away the most unconstitutional law that we have, a violation of the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause to have your 18-year-old son, be drafted and not your 18-year-old daughter. If you're going to, not drafted, but draft registration. That's, you can't have equality and have that. And so those are, but our boys, I think, so the old sense of purpose was a boy would be disposable in that generation's war. The good news was he had a sense of purpose. The bad news was that his purpose was to be disposable, and he was called a hero if he died, so somebody else could live. And that was not to me about, to me, that was not about male privilege, but about male sacrifice. And I think part of what's happened is we have a number of things are happening simultaneously. One is we have a culture which since feminism has told men that you are the oppressors and women are the oppressed, as opposed, and every every women's studies, gender studies course in almost every university would agree with this sentence that I'm going to say. We live in a world in which has been dominated by a patriarchy, and the patriarchy has created rules to benefit men at the expense of women. And the flaw in that is that we did not live in a world that was dominated by a patriarchy. We lived in a world that was dominated by the need to survive. And in order to survive, neither my grandparents nor my grandmother, neither of my grandparents had rights. They had responsibilities and they had obligations. And those responsibilities and obligations forced women, no matter how brilliant they were, to think of themselves as being more feminine the more children they had, especially before birth control, and to be feminine by marrying wealthy and having children, and that would maximize their lives. And so the feminists have got that down pat. They understand that, and I would like the end to that world. But what they missed was that what was also simultaneously happening is that when a man and a woman had children, the father tended to give up doing anything he really wanted to do, like be a musician or be an artist, as in starving artist, or be an actor, because almost every actor is called waiter, and or to be an elementary school teacher, because if you had 4 or 5 children without birth control, or like my father's parents had 10 children, including him, that the father was not free to be able to do something like get whatever musical gigs he wanted, or to teach an elementary school that didn't pay enough. He was forced into becoming an administrator, or to quit education altogether and sell insurance, and not sell insurance locally, but experience what I call the father's catch-22, where he had to love the children, he had to create the love his children by being away from the love of his children. And no one asked him if he wanted to sell his insurance nationwide so he could make more money, or whether he'd rather be with his children to a greater degree. Mm-hmm. When men are asked that question, they say they would rather be with their children to a greater degree. When the Pew Research Center asked that question of men who were full-time working men, 49% of the full-time working men said they would like to give up their job in order to be able to be with their children to a greater degree. Feminists have taken the fact that when there is children, there's a tendency for men to earn more money and to get higher positions of responsibility, to earn that money to support their wives and children. And they've put that into the framework of men earn more money than women for the same work, as opposed to listening to the data that I spent 7 years gathering for a book called Why Men Earn More and What Women Can Do About It. That instead of saying, oh, it is not men who earn more money than women, it is dads who earn more money than moms, because when men become dads, they forfeit doing what they love to do in order to do what they need to do that earns more money, that the children can live off of more effectively, go to better schools, have better neighborhoods that they live in, and saying, thank you, fathers, for historically making this sacrifice so that we could have the opportunity to love and be loved at home, while you went off and sold product X, or you went off to war and risked killing and being killed away from home. And so, yes, I'm in favor of the gender. I've never called myself a women's movement, in favor of the women's movement per se, or the men's movement per se. I've always said I'm in favor of a gender liberation movement in which we liberate both sexes from the rigid roles of the past and create opportunities for both sexes to have more fluid roles in the future. And what conservatives don't get about what I'm talking about is that capitalism has created the developed countries that have created that have created opportunities and privileges for men and for women And then one of those privileges is the freedom to have more fluid gender roles. So where the fluid, so every parent should be talking with their children about observing their children, about seeing what's right and natural for them, and then modifying that to what's functional for them as well, and combining the best of both worlds. And so um, that's the world I would like to see. And I'm sad that feminism has taken the world of male sacrifice at war and turned it into male privilege and male entitlement, because it's left so many women feeling so angry toward men, as opposed to and men backing off for that. It's led to the men going their own way movement, into men um, being involuntarily celibate. These are not healthy. These are not healthy reactions, but they're reactions that are expected when somebody does not feel that their contribution to the world has been not only disregarded, but they've been turned into the devil, into the oppressor. When neither sex historically was oppressed, both sexes had roles which limited them compared to us. When I first became an author, or wanted to become an author, my dad sat me down and said, "Warren, you cannot become an author. Only about 1 in 100 authors even get a book published. And the average book only makes an author about $5,000 excuse me, per book. You can't support a wife and children on $5,000. If you can't find a publisher, you'll never find a wife. And besides, Warren, psychology is a terrible area to work in. If you work in psychology, you're training people to do what they want to do. What you have to do is train people to do not what they want to do, but what they need to do. From his perspective, having been born in 1910, gone through 2 world wars and a depression by the time he was 35, from his perspective, I engaging in psychology was misleading people into thinking that they could think about what they wanted to do. And so, but nobody ever acknowledged him for doing, or feminists never acknowledged a man like my father for doing what he needed to do, because he didn't even allow himself to think about what he wanted. He only thought about what my mom wanted and what my sister and my brothers wanted.
Yeah, all right. I wrote as much of that as I could down to respond to. I think that the majority of what you said I agreed with, and there are a few parts that I'm a little curious about. So, first of all, now, everyone's education differs, and I recognize that different people are going to have different experiences with academic feminism. But what I was taught, and I am, to my understanding, this is a fairly new framing of feminism, is that the act of assigning culpability for systemic oppression to individual actors is highly counterproductive. I was taught that, for example, it would be extremely counterproductive to label me as a man, sort of a symptom of the patriarchy, or I guess an agent of the patriarchy, in large part, I suppose, because I'm a feminist YouTuber, but also because there's a huge difference between individual responsibility and broad social responsibility. So I would not, I agree, and this I will absolutely, I guess not concede, but I will agree with you on this point, that there are strong factions within the broader feminist movement that do seem very interested in maintaining a dichotomous relationship of oppressor and victim between men and women respectively, and I find this to be an entirely counterproductive effort, in part because railing against individuals for their gender isn't really a productive way of ameliorating gender differences, and in large part because I don't think it's very fair. Just as I wouldn't blame an individual white person because their ancestors owned slaves, I don't think it would be particularly fair of me to just, carte blanche blame like a man because the genitalia or social, normalization with which he was born or assigned corresponds in some way to those of oppressors. I would completely agree with that. You claim that we don't really have a system of male privilege, just of separate obligations that lock both groups into their own roles. I would agree with this in large part. It reminds me very much of the Hegelian master-slave dialectic, where you have two people, you have the master and the slave, who both achieve self-consciousness through looking at one another and recognizing the relationship between their respective freedoms. But at the end of the day, the master remains the master and the slave remains the slave. And that's kind of how I feel about the relationship between men and women in our society. There is no denying that there are some elements of being a man that fucking suck. I would never defend that. The draft, I completely agree with you. The fact that the draft is still gender segregated is disgusting. I mean, everyone's read Death of a Salesman, right? What many people consider to be evidence of, misogynists consider it evidence of man's steadfast work ethic, and feminists consider it to be evidence of men's increased access to the upper echelons of business success. But I mean, it is what it is. It's wage slavery, and it's a social expectation to be complicit in a system of their own oppression. At least as a socialist, I would believe the expectation to work until you die to provide bread for your family to be an oppressive expectation. I completely agree with that. I still believe that on the whole, though, like, men are very, very heavily favored in, maybe privilege is too inarticulate a word for this. I think men are given far more power. I'm not sure if men are granted more happiness. And I think people mistake those sometimes. I've had arguments since I was a little boy, with angry men. And there are many, many angry men. And the argument tends to be something of the effect of, they say that men have privilege, but like, look at me, I'm unhappy. All women have to do is like be cute and cry in a hallway, and all the cute boys will run up to her and say like, hey, how you doing? And it took me a little while to realize there's some legitimacy in that concern. But there is ultimately a huge difference between the privilege to be happy and the privilege to have power. And I think that's the issue we're looking at. When I say men are privileged, I'm saying men have a massively disproportionate representation in the upper echelon of government, and the amount of violent crimes committed against women by men is massively outweighing the amount that the reverse takes place. And when like incel or MGTOW types say women are privileged, what they're saying is women have an easier time being happy in social situations. So I feel like our definitions kind of miss each other, but both of them are very, very important. Very much so. Men commit suicide at a hugely disproportionate rate, particularly white men, for no doubt a wide variety of reasons. But that increased rate of suicidality is evident. It is an illness. It is evidence of something wrong. It's not just some intrinsic characteristic of men to off themselves. And I think as long as that statistical difference exists, we have to recognize the fact that there are legitimate grievances men ought have with the way gender roles pan out today. And any feminist movement that doesn't take that into account is a feminist movement that is not only not going to be able to reach most men because they seem tone deaf to their concerns, but is also, I don't think, particularly interested in ameliorating gender differences, only in bolstering women. And I do have an issue with that. So I think I would agree with most. I think I would agree with most of your prescriptions here. And I'm glad that you said I'm not like for a women's or a men's movement. I'm for a movement of gender liberation, because it reminds me a little bit of how I speak. I do a lot of arguments on this channel. I almost never refer to myself as a feminist, even though I consider myself one, and I share the positions with a broad academic mainstream third wave feminism. I don't say it because a lot of people associate feminism with this dichotomous exclusionary bullshit that I don't want to be a part of. I prefer to go, hey, I'm just in favor of gender liberation. I'm in favor of gender abolitionism. I just want people to live happy lives free of social expectation. That's what I care about. And that you care about it too, I think ultimately means we're fighting for the same basic changes in society. If I may, there's something I want to ask you. Maybe we could shift the topic slightly. I want to go back to that thing that you emailed me. You emailed me, it feels, I'm sorry, I'm paraphrasing it.
The campaign managers, and that's sort of like a symbol of, and almost all the, many people, when they hear me talk at all about the types of things I've been talking about for the past hour, about, that men have issues and boys have issues, and that we have to be, that affirmative action is still, that boys are going, only about 40% of college graduates now are male, and yet the scholarships in colleges are for females to a much greater degree than for males, except where you encourage boys to hurt themselves, like in football. And so that when that I can't. And then another example would be that I know when I was on the board of NOW in New York City, Columbia University and many universities were competing to have me teach at their university, like Brooklyn College and Rutgers, even before I had my PhD and even before I wrote my first book. Whereas now I've written, a great many books on men and gender issues, and on supporting a gender liberation movement. And I'm not aware of being able to get a job at any good university in the country. And if anybody can help me with that, and I'm out here by Mill Valley and San
I'll
Francisco,
email some of my old professors. We'll see what we can do.
and get me a job at Berkeley or Stanford, which is within reasonable distance, I'd be happy to talk about these issues in a fair and balanced, what I hope is a fair and balanced way, or at least offers a different perspective than what we've heard in universities. And so I'm working with a couple now that I coach men and women to do couples communications. I do couples communication courses around the country, and this couple that was apart from each other and separated, they've come to me and now they're ready to get back together. But before they got together with me, their son, who knows me and was in high school at the time, said, "Oh, I've heard he's a misogynist," and sort of was trying to prevent the mother from seeing me. And it's now the mother that is asking her husband to make sure that we continue the work that they're doing with me, and so that she feel that, because my work is about listening. And one of the workshops I'll be doing is a workshop called The Open Mind. But instead of being seen as somebody that's trying to get men and women to listen to each other, almost everyone that reads books like The Myth of Male Power or The Boy Crisis, when they start bringing these issues up to their women friends or at dinner parties, they say that they can feel the energy of, are you a misogynist, or is there something, do you hate women, or why are you taking this position very suspiciously? And most of them, the great majority of them, just back off and learn to shut their mouths. And I think this is extremely unhealthy. So what I have this sort of dichotomy for me. You were talking a minute ago about this happiness versus power. And to me, the purpose of life is to be happy without doing harm to others. And that's the real power, to discover what makes you happy, to discover who your unique self is. And I understand, because I'm very attracted to women who are very successful. The women who are very successful, who grew up when I grew up, did not have an atmosphere that said, you have the options to become anything you want to be in the power structure as we define power structure. But in The Myth of Male Power, I call it the myth of male power, because I define power as feeling obligated. So I challenge the definition of power, which is, I feel, saying to men, you are to feel obligated to earn money that someone else spends while you die sooner. In the way that my father said to me, you have an obligation to earn money that your family will be able to spend, and without adding, so you can die sooner. But that becomes the reality of being unhappy in your profession, so you can make the rest of the family happy. And so what I'm saying to both men and to women is, first of all, I want our parenting process to take advantage of what the privileges that we have to be able to discover, to help our children discover who their unique selves are, but then to have the discipline that, historically speaking, has come more from dads, not just, wait till your dad comes home, but the tendency of dads to do more boundary enforcement, even as moms do more boundary setting. Moms and dads are both likely to set boundaries the same way. They both say you can't have your ice cream until you finish your peas. But moms are more likely, after the child expresses the fact that he was maybe bullied at school or had a bad day, moms are more likely to get into okay, I'm not going to get into a big argument over a few peas, sweetie. Okay, have this many more peas, then you can have your ice cream. Then the child has half that many peas, and the mom says, all right, go ahead, have your ice cream, at least you tried. Whereas dad is far more likely to say, no, you can't have your ice cream until you finish your peas. And the data shows us that those children are who have the requirement to finish their piece before they have their ice cream have much more delayed gratification, much more postponed gratification, are much more successful in life. And so we need to both encourage our sons and daughters to discover their unique self without being in the straitjacket of gender. But at the same time, at the same time, we need to have the father recognize that either the father involvement, or if you have two gay men and two gay women, that one of those parents at least has to, in addition to helping the child find his or her dream and talent, has to, in addition to that, provide the postponed gratification and the boundary enforcement, not just the boundary setting. That boundary setting without boundary enforcement leads the child to have a contempt for the parent, a lack of respect for the parent, that leads to a lot of anger, rebellion between the children and the parent, especially during adolescent years. And so I'm sort of redefining power, if you will, and the way you see my definition be more relevant. So the women I grew up with, they all wanted power in the external world. And those women were severely curtailed as I grew up. And fortunately, the feminist movement has freed that. But what no one has looked at effectively is that at the same time, a single father that walks into a park and has his son and daughter sit on his legs is not usually invited into the female group of mothers, and is often looked at askance. And reports of feeling the discrimination against that man as a father in court. A good part of the income that I have made, unfortunately, none of which I should make, is being asked by fathers to testify in court so that they could have an equal amount of time with the children and explain to the judge as to why that's so important. And so we have made this enormous progress helping women enter into the world of work and the external power, but we haven't helped men enter the world of being full-time fathers with safety, and especially after divorce, the courts are extremely biased against dads being equal parents, and that's part of the change that we need to make, not only for men, but also for children and also for moms who need to understand what biological dads tend to contribute, and look at the value for their children of having those biological dads in their life. One last thing, if I may. The father, one of the things, the gifts of the biological father, is that the boy in particular, the girl raised by a single mom, tends to at least have the same gender role model and has more permission in society to cry and say what's bothering her. The boy with a single mom does not have a male role model, and he has less societal permission to cry, express his feelings, and say what's bothering him. And so he tends to keep those feelings to himself, and not feel he has a man to be able to guide him to both a purpose, a discipline, and a mom to guide him with a dad to help him to express his feelings. And I think that's one of the reasons why I'm a stepdad to two daughters. And I was hoping when I started the research for the boy crisis that a stepdad would be proven to be as equal to a biological dad. I could not find research that helped me to see that. And my biggest contribution in writing the book called Father and Child Reunion was to send the draft of it to the biological father of one of the children and the stepdad of the adoptive dad of the other child, and have that dad make a decision to move physically closer to those children so he could be more involved in their lives. And that was when the children made their biggest positive step forward.
Yeah, there were a few more things I disagreed with here. First of all, with regards to your definition of power, so while I completely agree that power is in and of itself a burden, and that there are, I guess, if we were to take like a broader axiomatic approach to what we value in a life, being happy or contented or fulfilled would probably be more important. Like I think most people would agree they would rather like live happy and contented with a good family they care for than to be enormously powerful but like empty inside. I think most people would agree with that, and I would agree with that. that. But I don't think that means we can completely define out the relevance of like power in a traditional sense, you know?
I would
Like,
agree with that.
yeah. So if we're to flatten the gender, dichotomy exclusively to how much can one fulfill their personal interests in life, I would be willing to work within that frame. But if we were to take a look at power in a traditional definition, there is a huge imbalance historically and contemporarily between men and women, and I think that warrants sociological consideration. I mean, you can say all you want, like, oh, I might be more fulfilled than the president of the United States of America, but as with the master slave,
Let's hope so.
yeah, hopefully, but they remain the president and I remain but a humble YouTuber. But with regards to like the happiness element here between men and women, again, men have a higher rate of suicidality. So I am by no means making the argument that men have a peachy keen. But I think like if we're to take a look sort of at the narrative experiences of women, I can create like plenty of stories and find plenty of data corresponding to them having an equal or maybe even greater level of social obligation. Raising children can be fun and incredible and fulfilling, but it's also a devastating blow to your other life options. And this is experienced by women more than men because men aren't really socialized into being expected to be solely responsible for child rearing. For all like the stories of men being like shackled by the expectation of being the breadwinner, there are also the women who have to stay at home and make sure they stay skinny and clean and pluck their eyebrows, and they have to have dinner ready by the time the father gets home, or she gets yelled at. The experiences of abuse and misogyny and oppression that women go through, very often, specifically because of their gender and not because of other conflating factors, I think, means that one could make a fairly compelling case that there are a fair number of happiness-oriented burdens that are sort of shared across the aisle. I don't know if there's any like hard flat data on like which gender is more or less like miserable in general. If suicidality is the rate by which we're to look at, then it would suggest that might be men. But women attempt suicide at a higher rate than men. They just don't tend to use firearms, which is, I think most would agree, a fairly reasonable and effective way of finishing the job. So the question then is it because women are less happy that they're killing themselves or attempting suicide with less lethal methods? Or is it because they have on average, greater social group that they know will respond in some way to their sort of call for help with an attempted suicide? And if we ask that, like we back up a few more levels, do they have that greater social group because they're privileged, or do they have that better social group because they're relayed into the role of socializing while men are expected to be a little bit more isolated and self-reliant? And if we go back like farther than that, like, well, that also kind of is an element where men are getting fucked over because it sucks to be taught to have to be self-reliant and to be taught to not have to open up to the people around you, because that's what leads men to be so miserable and lonely all the time. But ultimately, the thing that I'm getting at here, if we roll back all these stories far enough, we end up at toxic gender expectations. But it feels like some of your prescriptive judgments here reinforce those expectations. You make the argument that you want people to be able to grow up without these burdensome gender roles, but then you say like, this is how men parent and this is how women parent, and both of these, you mix them together and there you get a good kid. But ultimately I feel like you're doing is you're telling the stories that you're trying to keep kids from learning. Because if you say women parent like this, men parent like that, then their kids are going to be raised in such a way. If you say men are better with this element of parentage because they're more willing to delay gratification and allow for selective levels of, roughhousing, which builds empathy, then you're kind of setting the expectation that men are supposed to be the ones who are a little more stern, stoic, and violent. And then the kids grow up and they learn that from their fathers, and the cycle continues. As long as the evidence right now points in favor of same-sex parent couples having about equal levels of child rearing ability as opposite sex parent couples, I'm of the opinion that it might actually be counterproductive for us to frame the raising of children in these dichotomous terms, because all we're doing is pushing them into the same boxes that we're doing this to keep them from having to walk into any box to begin with. And that's one of the reasons why, and to put a bow on it, earlier I said I had heard this argument before. It must have come from you. Obviously, you wrote it. The person I heard it from was a fascist. And that's what worries me a little bit. No, I don't know. I know. But I know why you're using the argument. You care about gender liberation. But I feel like the way it's pushed rolls back to this gender essentialism, or it can be interpreted as a form of gender essentialism that ends up bolstering like really nefarious groups of people. You were a part of the documentary Red Pill. I think you were probably the best part of it, in my humble opinion. But a lot of the people who like that document are pretty virulent misogynists, who use your arguments as a way of framing a sense of, paradoxically, male victimhood and gender, division. And that's what I guess I'm concerned about most. I feel like if the ultimate enemy here is gender, the goal must be to fight it, with water, not with fire, to beat it without gender, not with sort of this prescription of gender responsibility, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. The when I talk about dad style parenting, maybe I have to be more careful the way I speak about this. I'm talking about a style of parenting that has evolved more from dads than from moms, and vice versa. The propensity to protect the child, to nurture the child, to deal with what we call unconditional love. And we think of moms as having unconditional love, whereas we don't understand that moms and dads both have unconditional love. They just, dads sort of have more conditional approval as a rule. So saying dads tend this way and moms tend this way, to me is compatible. Understanding the tendencies of moms and dads, women and men, is to me very compatible with saying these are tendencies that evolved over millions of years of evolution. We now have enough knowledge of epigenetics to understand that what happens is passed on from generation to generation. A man who goes into war and is traumatized and comes back with PTSD, we now know it takes about 5 or 6 generations, if that's PTSD is serious, for it to be gotten rid of. And so these are the tendencies we've inherited. But capitalism that has led to freedom, that has led us to be able to make choices that are not gender restricted, can release both sexes from the restrictions of gender, even as we don't deny the possibility, the probability that one gender based on history and evolution has tended to be more likely to parent in a certain way, to be a certain way, to deny their feelings.
May I quickly jump in to clarify something?
Excuse me, sorry about that.
No, it's quite all right. Just to quickly clarify. So when you say dad style, mom style, you're making a descriptive argument about how the gender tends to align with these parenting methods. But you would be like, for example, if we could envision a society 200 years in the future where we're more liberated than we are today, even if we're not using the term dad or mom style parenting, you would argue like it doesn't really matter what genders are doing it. It just matters that these roles be filled.
That's, well, the roles be filled and that both genders get brought up without feeling that they will be ostracized,
Okay.
different in a negative way, if they choose to be gay, straight, trans, if they choose to be more. So, for example, just to be very concrete about this, because of the type of women I tend to sort of hang out with and my background in feminism, many women have said, I feel so badly that, men can have it all men. They can have these women at home, they, taking care of the children, and while they go out and work and they, can make all this money. And I feel I'm constantly torn between the workplace and my home, or I can't get married to begin with because I really have good ambitions to break through the glass ceiling, and therefore I'm going to not be able to really have both worlds. Why is it that men can have it all men and women can't have it all women? And the reason, and my response, I feel, is very empowering to women. And my response is this: you can be a have it all woman. Here's how. You can keep an eye out for men who are listening at a party rather than talking at a party. You can keep an eye out for men who have vibrations of nurturing. You can talk to men when you go out with men, and look for a man maybe that doesn't ask you out right away, and find a man that you ask out right away and pay his bill or share his bill rather than expecting him to pay because he asked you out. So look for characteristics in men that are more nurturing, listening, facilitative, and then specifically ask a man, how would you feel about my being focused on my work and you taking care of the children full time? And if and you will get some men who will go and other men that will watch for whether you really would respect a man like that or not, because men need something that I found among men is that men need more than anything else. They want the love of women. They want the respect of women. They know there will not be love of women that will last long if they don't respect them. If you ask men to ask to that, if you said to men, if you walked on your hands, we'll be sexual with you and we'll be attracted to you and we'll be long-term sexual and attractive, we'd have hand walking contests within a short period of time. And pretty soon we'd be having contests for men to walk on one hand rather than the other. And the point there being that that there is a way for women to be have-it-all women. And when the feminist movement focuses more on women as a victim, as opposed to when I wrote the Why Men Earn More book, I had 25 ways that women can earn as much or more than men. And feminists, rather than saying, oh, great, there's 25 concrete, proven ways that men can earn as much or more than men, let me read that book. Not a single feminist that I'm aware of, except a couple that debated me, read the book and introduced it to other women and said, here are some ways, 25 ways you can empower yourself if you define power as earning money or having status or having power in the traditional sense. And so this is this way, the focusing on victimhood, the focusing on the hashtag Me Too is wonderful, but a hashtag Me Too monologue is terrible because it's making men in businesses feel like they can't say anything. There needs to be a hashtag Me Too dialogue so that the frame is, let's hear what's bothering women. Let's hear what's bothering men. Let's hear how their stories match or don't match. And so when I do work in couples communication, the main thing I teach people to do is how to listen to each other without thinking about their stories while they're listening and how they're more of a victim. And so when I talk to executives, I hear executives basically saying, I'm afraid to mentor a woman. And if you know Cynthia Epstein's work, she said, she found that the great percentage of women who got far in their work, even when there were women there to mentor them, were more likely to be mentored by men. And so it is so important for men to not look at a woman who they feel has potential and they have respect for them and say, I have a wife and children at home. If I mentor this woman behind closed doors in my office, there'll be gossip. If I open the doors, somebody will overhear half a sentence that I say, there'll be gossip. If I take the woman out of the office for dinner, there'll be gossip. And if the woman doesn't move as quickly as she would like to, and she feels like I'm holding her back or I said something that could be taken out of context, I could be out of a job. I could be not promoted. I can ruin my family. I can ruin my reputation. I'll become depressed or suicidal. I'll be looked at as a bad guy. I don't want to take the risk. And I have to say that in the dozens of executives I've talked to about this, not a single one would say, will I let you use my name? But every single one said, this is the way I feel. I will not any longer mentor a woman, even though I have a history of doing that, because I feel executives with wives and usually with children. They're afraid of jeopardizing the rest of their life for something coming up out of context in a way that makes them look like they were a part of the evil male, as opposed to caring about the woman's future. And by the way, I will say that a lot of these men are attracted to the women they're mentoring, and a lot of these women are attracted to the men who are mentoring them. It's just that if that results in something happening that goes above and beyond, or feelers being pointed out, all of those can be taken out of context or in context and become a way of ruining a man's life. And one of the reasons I feel that feminism is today hurting women as much as helping women is because it doesn't create a framework or an incentive or an encouragement for here's the way we feel. We need to have the time for women to have a hashtag Me Too moment. And we will not allow that to be had without also hearing men. That should be the feminism that empowers women.
Okay, so I think one of the broad concerns that I have is I think that we have fundamentally different lens of analyses that we look at these problems from. So the Me Too situation, for example. So women have, I think this is fairly inarguable, at least from what I've seen, been subjected to an extraordinary amount of sexual harassment and sometimes violence broadly in business, largely as a product of male-dominated firms, and there not really being an institutional culture of addressing these problems. And the Me Too movement, is I don't know, I mean nobody has any data on what percentage decrease there has been in sexual misbehavior, but I think it's fairly broadly a response to that. The issue that I have, though, is it feels like a lot of people who are interested in dealing with this gender imbalance, like they step in one layer too late. Like the moment Me Too happens, all of a sudden a lot of men get very scared, very nervous. I don't want to even interact with women anymore. I don't know, I don't even know, if it's safe for me to. And like, that's how women have felt about working with men for half a century. That's been their reality for pretty much the entirety of men and women working together. So it's strange that suddenly we get very concerned with parity at that level, but then not at the one level back. I would make the argument that all of these issues we're seeing, from the original subjugation of women to Me Too to the response to Me Too, are all broadly a product of antagonism between men and women on a class level. That there's this inherent distrust, agitation, exploitation, that is sometimes mutual and sometimes very one way. That leads to problems no matter how you look at it for everyone. Again, a dichotomous relationship of oppression and subjugation is not necessarily one where the subjugated is the only one suffering. I would usually make the argument that the oppressor often suffers, in their own way. In this case, we're seeing some blowback from that. I don't know how to fix these issues, like the Me Too thing, for example, because on one hand, saying, hey, women, you're being a little bit too fearful here, back off a little bit. Well, I don't know if we can really say that after half a century of them having basically no recourse against a broad pattern of sexual misbehavior and misconduct against them. But on the other hand, I can't really just say to all the guys, hey, quit freaking out, if you're not a rapist, it's not going to be a problem. Because one, that's not true. People are sometimes accused, without due cause or fair reason. And for two, because it's not pragmatic. It doesn't fix anything. There's not really an institutional solution to it either. I mean, it's already unlawful to sexually harass your coworkers. So it seems like we're already covered in that respect. What I would be interested in seeing is a broad cultural movement of call it out if you see it. That's what I would be interested in seeing. That to not just not men versus women, not men be careful and women be paranoid, but men and women, if you see people misbehaving, don't passively accept it happening because it's happening along gendered lines. It's kind of like bullying in school, The way to stop it isn't to tell the bullies to stop or to tell the victims to hit back. It's to make sure everyone is collectively unacceptive of that type of behavior. And I don't know how to have that conversation or advocate for those changes if there's so much mutual respective paranoia, because there are so many people that I've talked to who seem to think right now, if they're alone in a room with a woman, they're going to walk out with a court order, filed against them, and there are a lot of women, and I will admit this, I think perhaps regretfully, who I do think sometimes extend their paranoia to an extent that it can make it difficult to have conversations about gender imbalance. But I feel like contributing to either of those patterns, and I do believe the former one is much more prominent than the latter. I think contributing to either of those patterns kind of prolongs the issue, or it prevents the conversation we're looking for, because the dichotomous relationship was what bore this issue. I don't know if it's capable of being solved within that framework. Do you know what I mean? Do you agree with that? That's sort of like a broader cultural shift is kind of the next step forward here.
I do in part agree, in part feel some exception to that. the the reason I want the hashtag Me Too monologue to become a hashtag Me Too dialogue is because in the world of work, work has clearly evolved in a way that has been, well, for example, Bloomberg and his, jokes, the in male workplaces, the more dangerous the workplace is, the more males do what I call the commerce of masculinity, which is the trading of wood-covered put-downs. If you and I are off this show, you might put down me something for something, I might put you down with something, and it would be a sign of moving from professional people to friendships and beginning to trust each other. So that trading of wick-covered put-downs is is a way of helping a firefighter know that if a new firefighter enters into the fire station, that you can joke back and forth with each other, and he can laugh at himself, and that is a cue for you that if the roof falls in when you're in a house, that firefighter will come in and rescue you, as opposed to the firefighter that says, "Oh, I really don't insult me like that, or don't put me down like that." Is more of a prima donna, and is not somebody that you're going to be able to trust. If your home is on fire, that is, and you're a firefighter entering into a dangerous situation, you create some sense of that happening. But when a woman comes into that environment and there's a putting down of her, she experiences it as discrimination. So, what is the conclusion to that? Stop the wood-covered put-downs. Stop them except when women are around. The conclusion, the solution to that, in my opinion, is having that out in the open in a dialogue where the woman can safely say that when you do put me down, I'm not experiencing it as an evolution of your trust in me that enters me into the place where I can be um, um, put down like that, because you recognize that I'm strong enough to take it, and you want me to be part of the group as opposed to isolated from the group. That it doesn't feel to me that way. And the man saying, "Well, this is my best intent. My intent is when I put you down was to have you be part of the group, or I did avoid putting you down, but as a result of that, I never really felt you would be comfortable in the group, or we would be comfortable with you. So the moment you walk into the room, we talk differently, and we all feel like there's straitjackets on us." And so that's the type of dialogue that would help the women understand what's going on with the men, and the men understand what's going on with the women, and just talk through, well, what would we feel comfortable with here? Do we want the men just to stop the type of things that they've been comfortable with and they've evolved with? And the same type of thing with the discussion that I was pointing out before, the father that walks into a park with his children and senses that the women are all gathering together, single mothers are gathering, the mothers whose maybe husbands are working, and allowing them to have the luxury to be able to sit around and talk with their children, that there be a dialogue among those groups. When you look at me in a way that looks like, what's wrong with him? Why is he must be unemployed? He's out here day after day with his children. The children are sitting on his lap. He must be an ostracizer. We can't invite him over because we have been talking about our hairstylist, and he certainly probably wouldn't be willing to talk about that, or we wouldn't be as comfortable talking about that. And so these types of things require dialogues between the sexes, not because, and here's where I most disagree with you, I abhor suggesting that women are subjugated or women are oppressed. That is, to me, extremely arguable. If you're looking at the world outside the home and the pathways to the CEO-ship, that is a set of a set of opportunities that were closed to women historically. If you're looking at the opportunity to be a a full-time dad, or to do something like have a woman support you economically while you raise the children, or have a woman just support you economically, period, and without losing respect for you, then you're talking about a different type of thing that you could call the subjugation of men, or men being oppressed, but I would object to myself calling it that too. This was the expectation of men, that you didn't have an option to work. When men and women had children, women have developed, as a result of the women's movement, and I'm in favor of this, three options: the option to work full time, the option to raise children full time, the option to do some combination of both. And 40% of women with children who are married, they work full time. 40% are full time involved with children, and 20% work part time. The male, as a father, tends to have three options also. Option one is work full time. Option two is work full time. Option three is work full time. Or he works overtime if he's an executive, and two jobs if he's a working class man. But the feminist movement never says, gee, men experience these women having three options and then having no options, a world of three option women and no option men. That must be hard for men. Let's talk about it. Let's open the dialogue for men to talk about it. It's all about words like subjected and oppressed. And that keeps men, if an oppressor is talking up and saying, this is hard on me, or I have subjected women, but I want to say something, it doesn't create the space for somebody who feels they're classified as an oppressor, to be able to open up and speak up. And in the work that I do in couples communication, I find opening our hearts to someone else's worldview is the most important single thing we can do, without, in our mind's eye, having an internal dialogue of what is my response to that in a debate. And of course, this is a debate/dialogue like we're doing. That's natural. But basically, debate training is divorce training. It's teaching people how to prepare their argument as the other person is talking, as opposed to fully immersing ourselves into the other person's perspective.
I don't
Real quick before you respond, Vosh, I just want to point out, guys, for time's sake, I don't know if you've got a hard time limit for 4 p.m. Eastern, or
I'll have to cut it off at 2, just for
Sure.
reasons.
I have made other plans also.
Okay, all right. So just a heads up, guys. We've got like 15 minutes left. Go right ahead with your response, Vosh.
Yeah, of course. So I would obviously agree. You probably shouldn't use debate tactics when arguing with a significant other. I have done that in the past. I am also an insufferable person to be a partner to, so I recognize my personal failing in that respect. This is just how I like talking, but completely agreed. So you said, and there's something I agree with here, and then a lot of stuff that I disagree with that I want to sort of pan off to. With regards to the thing that I agree with, I think that generally speaking, we live in the best possible world when people can joke with each other without mutual offense. To me, a perfect racial world is not one in which nobody ever makes jokes about race, but in which people can make those jokes and they are harmless and meaningless because they are not reinforced by any social prejudice. That would be my ultimate goal. We're probably a long way away from that at the moment, but I think ultimately a offense is an indication of a problem. The issue that I have, though, is I cannot accept the argument that there is not significant oppression of women. I don't know if we would go with the term oppression or social subjugation or just being held to an unfair set of social expectation, but there are so many ways in which women are experience very significant and very unique social disadvantages from controlled studies that show that women are taken less seriously in business environments, to suggesting that they are subjected to a much higher level of interpersonal, interpartneral, and business violence, both sexual and physical, to research indicating that people tend to think that women have talked for just as long as the men when women have talked for half as long as the men in a controlled environment, to the fact that the myth that women have always historically stayed at home and looked after the kids is very ahistorical. Since the Industrial Revolution, poor people in this country, women and men, have both set out to work. There has never been a history in this country where all the women were dainty child-rearing folk, people of color and poor people, the women have always been working, and they would have to come home and take care of the kid and clean up and prepare dinner. There are definitely some limited, like specific elements where women are afforded a greater range of social freedom because men are subjected to like a very stringent set of like masculine expectation. One of them, for example, war. I completely agree. The expectation that men are like disposable, like fighting units that are supposed to die like heroes so we can preserve our freedom is disgusting to me. You can make some like broad argument about how women suffer from war because they tend to be the ones who are colonialized and raped in the parts of the world that we end up traveling to. But if we're looking strictly from a domestic space, this is pretty obviously something that hurts men vastly disproportionately. But like with respect to issues like that, though, I really do feel like the broader social portrait indicates one in which women are mistreated across the board. I don't know. Again, I don't know if oppression or mistreatment. I don't know like what the term you would find most agreeable. But I can't ignore like what seems to be a fairly consistent sociological reality, and that's why. And if I may draw it back to like a parallel. It's one of the reasons why I imagine after the passage of the Civil Rights Act, and I say I imagine, but I know there are studies on this, after the passage of the Civil Rights Act, there was a great degree of tension and animosity in mixed race businesses when black and white folks work together in offices or whatever, because much in the same way that today, you know, all the boys can joke around, but then like they see a woman, everything gets all quiet because they don't know if the woman's going to get offended. That same thing happened with black folk and white folk. And the reason why that was the case is because there were still underlying systems of oppression that made it impossible for people to speak to each other at an equal social stage. Because like there's a huge difference between like, you know, it's 1968 and you're like making a joke, hey, you dumbass, you know, get over that and get over here, boy. Saying that to a white man, a black man, very different social connotations. So I understand. And I think ultimately, and I'm sure you would agree with me, even if you're into the opinion that women are like especially oppressed, that inequality is the bedrock of that tension or at least disparity. And from that point forward, it's just a matter of how do we best alleviate that disparity. You obviously have significantly more academic weight than me, so you've been pulling along farther with that respect than I have. But if like fundamentally we both agree that the best world is a world free of social obligation regard to gender, and it's just a matter of how to best implement that world, then I think. And I guess I may be, if this is going to be like my final main point, I guess I would ask or suggest you find ways to reframe some of your valuable ideas in such a way as they do not conflict with the sentiments of the better feminists. Not those hawky, second wave, boy bad, girl good feminists, but proper intersectional feminism has value or sees value in a great deal of what you've said. And the fact that you're so broadly maligned suggests to me that much of the disagreement seems to be like terminology or semantic oriented. At least that's the impression that I got when I became more familiar with your work, which is frustrating because the world needs this stuff. So yeah, that would be my argument at the end of the day, I think.
Well, A, thank you. And B, would you be good enough, as you sort of, before you get too far away from this and the rest of your life takes over, if you can think about some of the ways that I've worded things or framed things and how I might improve that to be able to, to communicate with intersectional feminists that are more, open to hearing some of these perspectives, that would be very helpful.
I would hope that we would be able to speak at some point in the future again, maybe after
Yeah,
some time.
that would be very, very, very nice. A couple of thoughts that I have. I think when you do studies of women in business, you can definitely find many areas of discrimination. What we've done in the past 50 years, though, is to make the word discrimination based on the studies of women and men in business, as opposed to studying men and women in the childcare arena. So when I go into family court and because my research for the boy crisis found that children who do best have about an equal amount of time with both their moms and their dads. And number two, that there's no bad mouthing of either sex by the other. And number three, that the father and mother live within about 20 minutes drive time of each other. And number four, that there be a significant amount of consistent couples communication counseling. Those 4 must-dos have to follow a divorce if you want your child to do well. Well, I say this to the judge, and the judge hears those words, but over and over again, all of those things are gender neutral. I should be getting as many phone calls from moms who say, my husband, the father, does not want me to be equally involved. I want you to defend in court the importance of my children having as much mother as father. I could do that, but I've never gotten a single call with that request. All of the calls for the last 30 years that I've gotten by one gender or the other have been dads saying, usually saying, I spent $50,000 to $150,000 fighting to have my children be involved equally. From my perspective, that shouldn't be an argument that has to even happen. I should never have had to get paid a penny in family court to be able to explain to judges the importance of the biological dad, because it's so clean and so clear when we're talking about a mom being the primary parent versus a dad being the primary parent. It's so clear that it's helpful. Now, many times in court, we're able to have the children have both parents, but the fact that the father has to often spend $250,000 or so to get it means that the privilege of being an equally involved dad, that is the privilege to the child of having an equally involved dad, lays at the groundwork. And as a sociologist, you would know this, of the 0.5% that can afford $150,000 to $250,000 to fight for that. There's a relatively small number of men who can fight for that, who have the time to fight for that because they're off earning that $150,000 to $250,000 above and beyond taxes to be able to make that fight. And no parent should have to fight for that. That should be the presumption of equality. So when we measure discrimination only in the workplace, we have an enormous type of discrimination against men who are not being encouraged to do that. Second part of that type of discrimination against dads is a man going up at a party and saying, in college, let's say, and telling a woman that who maybe wants to be a future attorney. And she says, well, what are you planning to be? What I really love to do is to be a full-time dad. That would really work best. Well, while you're a future attorney. Most men do not find that woman returns. They may refer him to a journalist in the room, but they don't have the interest in her. So men tell me, and so this is the other half of discrimination. And I was good friends with both Betty Friedan and Gloria Steinem during the women's movement. And Betty Friedan and Gloria Steinem both said the exact same thing. Betty Friedan wrote in the book The Second Stage, that did not get very much coverage. She wrote that the women's movement would plateau when we don't have an equal amount of emphasis on dads being on changing the male role, as well as the female role, on dads being able to be involved in their children's lives in that type of way. And Gloria Steinem used to say, what we need is more women in the workplace and more men at home. But the second part of that has not been looked at as discrimination against men. So we haven't looked at the whole picture. Last, I would say that the single most important thing that can be done, I started couples communication courses around the country because I saw that women and men were getting divorced because the Achilles heel of all human beings is our inability to handle personal criticism without becoming defensive. And we need to be training boys and girls from an early age to be able to handle perspectives and that they might define as criticism, whether they're intended to or not, at a very early age, in preparation to both be fathers and mothers that are not living in minimum security prisons while they're married and just waiting out the time for their children to get older, but that have that really love each other and know how to love each other. The qualities that it took to defend against an enemy, or qualities of being defensive, qualities of killing the enemy before the enemy kills you. But the quality that it takes to love and be loved in a family are qualities predominantly of listening to each other. And one of the reasons I agreed to do this dialogue with you is because I heard that you are the gentleman that you are, and that you are able to listen as well as talk about these things. And so I'm very happy and proud to be able to talk these issues through.
Thank you so much, Dr. Farrell. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the opportunity to have spoken to you as well. I mean, I have been reading of and for you for well over a decade. To speak to you is pretty surreal. Thank you so much for the incredible generosity, the time. I really appreciated the conversation, and yeah, I do sincerely hope we're able to talk again sometime in the future.
Absolutely, be very open to that. Thank you, Bosch, very much, and thank you, probably Tim.
Thank you, Tim.
For making this happen.
Well, certainly, it's a pleasure. I'm really glad just to make this stuff happen. As I said, I hope to sit back, and I think it's better for that I just didn't say anything. So
I think we no bad faith here. I think we kept it together.
We handled ourselves like adults.
We tried. Thank you both so much. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this. I know, of course, you have more obligations to head up, so good luck with those. Likewise with university positions in the near future, and stay healthy.
Thank you very much, and you too, and thank you for the gentleman and scholar that you combine in yourself.
Thank you. Tim, be well. Thank you again.
Thanks again. All right, so guys, if you can find Dr. Warren Farrell at warrenfarrell.com/books. He's got a fairly new book out, The Boy Crisis, and of course you can find Vosh in our announcement channel, and if you just search YouTube for Vosh, you can find him. Thanks again, guys. Always a pleasure.
Have a wonderful day.
Just say one thing there, which is that a lot of people seem to prefer or like the Boy Crisis book in audible form as much as in written form, and so I do encourage you to check that part of that option for listenership out.
Who has time to read anymore? I love audiobooks.
Yes, me too.
Gotta play them video games. Thank you again.
I did read those for 5 days in the studio, so it was fun doing that.
Of course. All right. Thank you again.
All right, so I hope we can get this together again. Really appreciate it again, guys. And for anyone listening, we're gonna continue this discussion. Discord.gg/bluepolitics. Always a pleasure to have you guys on.
Thank you.
Farewell.
Bye-bye. Bye, Bosch.
All right. Thank you, Lumi. Okay, that's the goodest faith I've ever been in my entire life. Guys, we had a really good discussion. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't want to hear his opinions on trans people at the end. I don't know what they are. I don't know if they're good or bad. We listen. I did what I could. I'm not sinking that ship as we pull into port. Okay. Okay. Hold on really quickly. Yeah, next time, Lumi. Next time. Hold on really quick. I gotta go pee. And then I'm going to come back, and I just want to talk to you guys. Let's just talk with chat. Also, fucking donate, okay? Because holy shit, that's Warren Farrell. Do you guys have any idea how influential and prominent that guy is? Holy fucking shit. That guy is, like, significantly, I think, more influential than, like, Stefan Molyneux. He's, not to draw any comparisons or anything. But yeah. All right, hold on. Let me just pee, then I'll talk about my thoughts, okay? And I'll wash my hands and everything. All right. Enough of that. Enough of that wowie shit. I'm on to you guys. Wow, these shorts really are ugly. My God. Hold on. Edit, title. Post Warren Farrell discussion. There we go. Lumi's still here, right? I respect Lumi. I respect all of you. Okay, all right. I think I handled that. I think I handled that about as well as I could. I think that was about as good as I could get. I think. I feel like that was pretty good. Because so going into that, like you have to treat thank you, Lumi. You have to treat different interlocutors in different ways. And he's not a debater. Like he doesn't have a fucking YouTube channel. I mean, maybe he does. I don't know. But he doesn't engage with it like that. He's a writer. That's his job. He's a writer and he's an academic. He has 3 PhDs. So he's used to talking a little long-winded, lay out a bunch of points at once. I like going back and forth point by point. It's a lot more fun for me. But that's a specifically like debate-oriented style. Oh, I remember Hyena. That's like a debate-oriented style, not like a academic, you know. Yeah. So what I tried. Why didn't you interrupt him more often? Oh yeah, I didn't want to interrupt him for a couple of reasons. For one, because for one, holy shit, he's so influential. To be able to speak to him is a genuine honor. Even if I disagree with him in a lot of stuff, just being recognized in that way is very, very like for example, like if I was having a debate with like Ben Shapiro's not the right, because I'd have to debate Lord Ben Shapiro, who's a person I disagree with. Jordan Peterson. If I was talking with Jordan Peterson, you bet your ass I would be sitting my legs together and my hands in my lap. You bet your ass I would do that for a couple of reasons. In part because I'm being afforded a huge opportunity and it's important to respect that, and secondly because think of the other people who are going to be watching the discussion. Do you think any Jordan Peterson fanboy is going to see me argue with Jordan Peterson or something, and then like I'm rude or like I'm going off, I'm popping off, I'm blood sportsing, and then like they're not going to go like, oh, what a bad faith idiot. You don't want to give them an excuse to ignore you. I see the image. I love you guys. Who are you? I'm Vosh. It is funny. What was I saying? Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. It's a matter of rhetorical efficaciousness. So my goal going into that is because I'm familiar with his work. I know what he wants and what he is, okay? Warren Farrell is a person who I believe genuinely wants gender parity, but it seems to have become very disillusioned with the feminist movement and believes that opposing the feminist movement in very key ways is the way forward to gender parity. But this is kind of like the Tim Pool or the Dave Rubin problem. He criticizes feminism a ton, but he doesn't really criticize misogyny or patriarchy that much, which means that he has a fan base of red pillers and MGTOWs and incel types. He was in the Red Pill documentary in 2016, I think, and there are huge communities of people who are outright fascists or like traditionalists who like him. I don't think he likes those people, but I don't think he wants to disavow them directly either, because he thinks those are the audience that need to hear him the most. I'm not sure if that's a good strategy on his part, even if some of the stuff that he does is, I think, valuable academically. I would disagree with that. But keep in mind, he's an old white dude, which means that he probably isn't out here in the fucking front lines of the internet dealing with all these fascies. He's probably not aware of the extent to which these people are corrupting online influence. My goal when talking with him is to show that I have this, I share his concerns and his understanding that men are being fucked over too, and his understanding that there are elements of feminism that are toxic and destructive, but I have a different way of ameliorating those differences, you know? That's like my goal, you know, that's my goal going into it. I think, yeah, he kept doing the anecdote Andy thing. It was a little bit funny where he said like he couldn't trust the massive 79 study meta-analyses that I linked him because there might be like conflating variables there that may or may not be accounted for. But then he told me stories about how like you have to not eat the ice cream till the peas. You know what I mean? Like he impugned my data, but I can't impugn his data because he was giving me like anecdotes. I haven't read his books, like, so I don't know. I can't like directly grapple with it. But I think I was able to get. I think I was able to get my main point across. The thing that I cared about most of all was pointing out that it's counterproductive to try and destroy gender expectation through a framing of gender expectation. So if you're saying, I just want people and boys to grow up well so they can be freed of gender expectation, and you're like, the best way to do this is for the female and the male to use their biologically differentiated mating and child rearing strategies to optimally raise, like we're doing the thing, you know? So I got that point in at the end. I think pretty okay. Can't you impugn him for using anecdotes for his points? I'm just trying to come off as good faith as I could. I would have if I was arguing with like a YouTuber or something. But I'm very, very concerned with the way in which my rhetoric comes off. Hey, Sake. I'll get to donos in just a second. But yeah, optics is pretty important. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how I handled that though. I wish I'd worn a better shirt for the YouTube on. Anyway, I just wanted to talk with you guys for a little bit. Or maybe I was thinking maybe go over like that thought slime video. How long is that thought slime video? Does anyone know? Wait, hold on. Thought slime.
Hello and welcome
It's
to
20
a YouTube
minutes.
channel. It's called Thought Slime. I make video essays.
Didn't somebody say like there was a point where the
maybe...
sorry, I didn't realize the video was playing. Didn't somebody say there was a point where like the criticism started? We can't do the Kyle one. We don't have time for the Kyle one. Because in like 50 minutes, I'm talking to Lance from the Serfs. Does anyone... I remember someone saying, like, at a certain point in time, the Thought Slime video kind of talks about me a little bit. He seriously doesn't mention you? Well, I gotta check it out. I gotta take a look. I gotta take a peep. I gotta take a look. Hold on. Let me go over donos super quick. And if I do go over donos, we're doing the new Loose and Fast Vosh Dono style. Y'all know what I'm talking about, don't you? And then we'll decide. Only about 10 minutes in. Listen, we'll do a vote in a sec, okay? But first off, let's take a look, okay? He was vague posting about you? Yeah, that's what people said. Okay, a bunch of people gifted tier 1 subs. Holy shit. Mythaldu, Tyler94, Cronenberg, Cronenberg with 7 gifted tier 1 subs, and a tier 2 sub for themselves. In addition to Mythaldu, Tyler94, another Mythaldu, and Hyena. Thank you all so much. 2 additional Mythaldus. Thank you so much for the gifted tier 1 subs. I don't know what predicated this burst of generosity. I really appreciate it though. Gronenberg, thank you so much. Enjoy your superior tier 2 sub, huh? My Bluebird with the 1488. Did you wash your hands, Mr. Vidya? That's from yesterday. I think I responded to that. Thank you, Red Eye Sam. Oh wait, I see. These are questions from the other day. That's 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 from the other day. All right, we did it. We killed him. Dan Bear Pig, thank you so much for the $5, comrade. I really appreciate it. And DeGero, thank you so much for the $20 fucking dollars. I enjoyed the debate too. It was a lot of fun. That was very, very kind of you. Ryan W99, I'm glad that you're no longer an MRA, comrade. Feminism, the way forward. Yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. And Texas Suckdem and Phoenix Fire 3, thank you both so much for the tier 1 subs. Apparently the Jubilee incel guy is married now? Good morning, I hate women except my wife. Damn. Good for him. Is Vanny at the tier 1 sub? Uh-oh, mustache? I have a mustache. And Frost the $2, thank you. Trotsky for life, the tier 2 sub. Red is a better color than yellow? Very true, comrade. Undeniably true. Yellow is just not that good of a color. It's just kind of a low tier color. Johnny Be Good, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. And likewise to Miss Mittens, trans rights to you as well. Metallica, thank you for the $2, comrade. Men are disposable, but they shouldn't have to be. Noodle Pastries, thank you for the $5. I'm glad to have you here in the stream. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you continue to enjoy it. Martin WW with the very generous $3. I recently did a video. Oh, thank you. I recently did a video on being confident, like how to be confident. I strongly suggest you take a look at it because I put a lot of thought and effort into my arguments in there. My goodness. Oliver with the tier 1 sub, thank you. I don't know if I have time to do a call-in. Maybe tomorrow? We'll see. Neon Nor with the £5. Vosh debate Ethan Ralph again? No, that's okay. I feel like I don't get much out of that guy, you know? What's the worst out of Nixon, Bush W, and Bush Sr., Reagan, Trump? Reagan or the second Bush are probably the worst, right? They've probably done the most harm, if I had to take a guess. But I'd say Reagan probably. Maybe Trump in the long term, but I'd say Reagan or Bush Jr., you know? Political atheist, I agree. Everyone deserves two fathers. And Jiro, yeah, he is a fairly good faith and compassionate guy. Even if I disagree with his ideas, it's nice being able to talk to an academic again. Sometimes I really miss discussing, shit with academics, you know? Because I don't get to do that for my job, but I miss doing that from university. Actually, having ideas instead of just screaming. Don Shampoo, I'm glad you measured Vosh. I try my best. Why not talk to Karen Strahan? Because I don't know who that is, Tyler Preston. My bad. Neon Nor, the £5. Women attempt suicide more than men. Yeah, I brought that up. I brought that up later. It's almost like one gender is doing it for attention. I don't think that women attempt suicide. I think that oh shit, probably Tim. Holy fuck, thank you. I don't think it's a for attention thing. I just think there are biological defense mechanisms that keep us from trying to kill ourselves. And I feel like they're a little bit more active in suicidal women because women, statistically speaking, tend to have more to fall back on with regards to their social groups, you know? You know what I'm talking about? I feel like they have a little more to live for in general, but I don't think they're doing it, deliberately for attention. Yeah, Dusty, I might talk to Michael Brooks soon. Vorbuddy, thank you, comrade, for the $10. That was fucking praxis. I tried my best. Cronenberg with the $10. That firefighter example was shit. The women joked and bantered just like us when I was a firefighter. Yeah, I can't call him on that because I've never been a fucking firefighter, you know? He used a lot of anecdotes. So it's really tough to grapple with that sometimes. Sophomore with $5. Farrell has a poli-sci PhD and MA, so why does he imply to be educated in psychology? He has two granted, doctorates in psychology. He is too he's a pretty educated dude. Horse Me, I hope this debate goes big too. I think I did a really, really good job. And Onion Boy, I agree. Thank you for the $5. Pelagia with the $3. Double standards. First, men are not advantaged because power is meaningless, but then women are advantaged because they have more power to make choices. Yeah, I don't understand his definition of power. So power just means the power to make yourself happy, but material sociological power is also the power to make yourself happy. I don't really know what the distinction is there, you know? Rooster Girl, thank you so much for the $5. And Sake Tanuki, thank you again and also for the $5. I'm sure he is very pro-train. Phoenix Fire 5 with the $5. Thank you so much, comrade. I really do appreciate it. Maybe he will be able to broaden his worldview. I'd change an 80-year-old's mind again. Laura Stark, the $15. Did you manage to eventually watch the Red Pill documentary? I was able to skim through it. I have no fucking free time. I spent 5 hours doing emails yesterday. You guys email me so much shit. Such long shit. Please, I love you guys so much. Please use my email for business purposes or short emails, okay? That's what I want. Just business purposes or short emails. If you have a video you want me to see, put it in the Discord link. That is now my email command, okay? I spent 5 hours. It took me so long. And I was doing it so fast. You said it with the 690. Vosh, if you had any discussion about Trump's response to Corona, what the fuck am I supposed to say about that? Seriously, what do I say about, Trump's response to Corona? This is fucking stupid? What am I supposed to say? What can I do? What am I supposed to say? There's nothing for me to say. Ferrickson, thank you so much for the $10, comrade. I really appreciate it. I tried my best. Radical Coder with the tier 2 sub. Thank you so much for participating in white name genocide. We're all doing our best out here. Hi, chat. Follow me on Twitch. I do programming/praxis. Goddamn right. Radical coder, programming and praxis. That's how it be. Lexify with the $5. I'm honestly quite disappointed you let him spew his gender essentialist bullshit all over your stream while barely challenging him and saying you agree. I think I pretty adequately challenged all of his gender essentialism. He just talked more than I did. But I didn't want to respond. I didn't want to like repeat points. Oh shit, comrade. Thank you so much. Holy fuck. I gotta... My god. I feel like I responded to the points that he made. I just didn't want to keep responding to the same points. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? Marcus surrendered the 25 krona. I had heard Warren was a bad dude like Corn Pop. Hey, don't compare Warren to Corn Pop, okay? That's some mean shit. Corn Pop's as bad as they come. That's some serious malarkey you're posting. Daniel Rathburn, true, old people are just dumber than young people. Thanks for the $5. And Derek IT Pro, likewise, thanks for the $5. Hopefully we'll get more good debates in the future. Bishop the Pious, the $25. Thank you so fucking much, comrade. Hey, comrade, here's a huge Google Drive full of free theory. The Black Library. Is this like the Black Army? Some cool shit, comrade. I'm throwing it into chat. I'll keep it myself, too. I love theory. I love reading. You all know that, don't you? We're almost done. Then we're going to take a look at the thought slime thing super quick. Super quick. Mono Vanilla, I agree. Farrell does seem like a sweet dude. Thank you for the $5. And Sake Tanuki with the very generous $20. Thank you so much. Would you consider converting an incel, MGTOW, etc. coom pilling, except B-Suit Andy? He's unfixable. B-Suit Andy apparently got married, my dude. So maybe he is... Well, I don't know if that's fixable or if he just got married. But yeah, it is coom pilling, okay? There's a lot of no-faps in the MGTOW movement. You know how it be. Bat Vader with the $5. Is he the highest profile person you've spoken to? Moving up, Vosh? He might be. Like, he'd be up there. Yeah, I think so. Maybe. I'm really happy with this. Krabe with the incredibly generous $50. Thank you so fucking much, my dude. I really appreciate that. Joking. Two cis white males talking about feminism feels weird, man. True. Nothing I can do about that. That's my whole job, dude. That's my whole... I'm a fucking whitey talking about race issues. I'm a boy talking about gender issues. Well, I'm not straight, but Ariel Scarcella thinks I'm straight, so there's that. FBT, happy you were able to catch the stream. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. Okay, wait. The last stone I'm going to read right now, because I know this dude's on a run. Probably Tim. Thank you so much for the fucking $50, my dude. Holy shit. That is incredibly generous of you. Great job with the debate, Vosh. Always a pleasure to have you on Blue Politics. Hope to see you on again soon. Yeah, likewise. You've gotten me like so many good debates. It's insane. Guys, probably Tim of Blue Politics got me Stefan Molyneux, Adam Kokesh, and now Warren Farrell. He's literally just like lining up these fucking big media figures for me. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Tim. I forgive you for being a right-leaning libertarian. I forgive. Bless. I forgive you. Thank you so much. Seriously though, it's really, really nice. Like I got intermediaries like Tim are the reason I'm able to get like high profile debates. I don't send out emails on my own. I just don't care to. I'm just very lazy. Yeah, Tim's my Dan. Very sorry. Okay, let's take a look. All right. So somebody in chat gave me a timestamp and said this is where the material that seems like it's vague posting about me starts. Listen, guys, who here saw my video on Sean? I have learned from my previous mistakes. I'm now capable of engaging in drama with other leftists without coming off like a fucking lunatic. You know? That's my pride. That's my pride. That's my privilege. So, okay. So I think the broader context of this video is Thought Slime said lunatic or like lunacy. And this is a 20-minute apology video for it. So I'm not going to harp on about this. I just want to say, if you think we're going to win a revolution when our leaders have to do 20-minute apologies for saying lunacy, I'm so sorry. He called a conspiracy theory lunacy? That's it? Okay, I just want to say, like, guys, listen, right now I may be here on YouTube, but down the road, like down a long, long road, okay, we might have to do some crazy shit to build a better society. And I'm just saying, we're gonna have to be tough. It's not just an apology? Okay, gotcha. Well, that was part of it. Yeah, Lumi, you can fight me. Take me on. All right.
As the problem with the world.
I'm here. I'm opening up. I'm in good faith. I just want to know what's up. Vosh, what's wrong with apologizing for words and talking about the whole thing? If you didn't get the point of what I was saying the first time I said it, you're probably not going to get it no matter how many times I say it. Okay, let's try.
What if I've done something or said something, or what if someone else has said I've done something or said something that means they don't want to hear from me? I feel a lot of the time like I'm walking on eggshells. And it's kind of ironic because the people who make me feel that way, constantly, are the ones who never shut up about the climate of fear and oppression that woke scolds like me breed. The one.
Wait. Thought Slime is saying that is it they or he? I know non-binary, but do they go by they or he? So wait, Thought Slime, he? Okay. He. So Thought Slime is making the argument that he feels like he's walking on eggshells, and it's because of people who complain about woke scolds?
Ones who want to be able to say awful shit without fear of criticism. The
who want to be able to say awful shit without fear of criticism. Okay, all right.
edgy class reductionists.
Okay, the edgy class reductionists. Okay.
The wannabe dirtbag leftists. The
wannabe dirtbag leftists. Okay.
ones who use slurs ironically.
The ones who use slurs ironically. Okay. Dude, you gotta watch the first bit to get context. I'm being good faith here. Who needs context when you're addressing an argument in good faith? Get out of here.
Because it'll help bring in people from the alt-right. Those people are the most sensitive, fragile, and belligerent critics on Earth. Anything which contravenes their worldview is subject to the most intense bile, worse than they can bother to muster for out-and-out neo-Nazis.
Now, I've got two minds on this one. So one of the mind is where I egotistically assume this is specifically about me, in which case this is obviously incorrect. Well, I do occasionally beef with the left, and it's true that I don't really like woke scolds, because I think they hurt the left. I'm pretty concrete in my belief that we should unite at Nazis. Yeah, I should talk Nazis more than, like, literally anyone else. But realistically, this probably isn't about me. And I do think there are some leftists who are, oh God, this is how I felt after my Twitter beef. There are a lot of, hey guys, you know how scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds? You know that meme? Because liberals hate socialists more than they hate fascists. Sometimes I get the feeling that it's the same with leftists. Leftists hate liberals more than they hate fascists. I get that feeling sometimes when I see people on Twitter and they're like, I can't fucking wait for Trump to win so you stupid fucking little rad libs can see we're not taking a fucking Biden presidency. Quick, 20-minute adventure, Morty. Quick, in and out. 20 minutes of fascism. No big deal. 20-minute adventure, okay? No big deal. You know, like... I don't know. There are some lefties. I think they care more about sticking it to the DNC than they do preventing fascism. Maybe. I don't know.
I have felt so stifled by these people for a very long time now, and I didn't realize the toll it was taking on me, how alienating and isolating it was. I told myself it was because I was just afraid of conflict, and that's a convenient narrative for someone like me, because it lets me frame myself as the bad party. I'm just too much of a coward to speak up, I thought. I was afraid of reprisal. I was afraid of being ostracized. And that was part of it, for sure, but I realized there was a bit more to it than that. We on the left tend to place a premium on avoiding sectarianism or factionalism.
Do we? Is that true? I'd like it.
It makes sense why. Traditionally, this type of behavior has led to a lot of problems for organizers. It kept us from uniting on one unified front to achieve our shared ambitions.
Yeah, or like when the ML slaughtered all the anarchists in Spain. Yeah, no, yeah, well, leftism's got a long and storied history of unity.
But that unwillingness to be sectarian can be exploited as well. You know as well as I do that radical spaces attract tankies or nosbols or
Yeah. Okay, completely agree with this.
eco-fash and all sorts of other bad actors that try to weasel their way into our spaces.
Yeah?
Those are very overt examples of how our uneasiness with sectarianism can be exploited. Those guys are obviously, unambiguously harmful, and their inclusion in our movement is obviously incongruous with our values.
Yeah.
Most reasonable people can agree with that.
Yeah. This is a distinction I didn't do a very good job of explaining in the past. With like the woke scold question, you know, the WSQ, you know how it is? This is something that I've done a poor job explaining in the past, but I think now I can elucidate a little better. When I say, like, fuck woke scolds, they're hurting our movement, I'm not saying they aren't lefties or shouldn't be lefties or shouldn't be in our community. I'm just telling them to tone it down a notch. When I say, like, nosbols or tankies shouldn't be in our movement, I'm saying they shouldn't be in our fucking movement. I think that's a very important distinction, I think. If a person is like some fucking Picardo, what is it called? Pick crew avatar on Twitter, like, Vosh is gross, cishet, normative, fascist, transphobe, and like, okay, you know, like, whatever, you're a dumb fuck, but you're also like on the left. Like, okay, you know, stick around. Just stop fucking poking me, you know? Like, fuck off, but stick around. But I wouldn't extend that same generosity to, like, tankies, you know?
But it by no means has to be that extreme. You can use it to dodge responsibility for or criticism of your personal actions by positioning them as an attack on a faction or tendency, real or imagined. Likewise, you can attribute criticism to some other group acting needlessly sectarian. That shifts the discussion from talking about the thing you're being criticized for to talking about an us versus them team sport. Oh, no. The people who are criticizing me just hate anarchists. They just hate BreadTube. They just hate dirtbags. Look, pal, if you're a fan...
I have gotten that, though. I've gotten a lot of shit for being, like, a dirtbag leftist, you know? In like this really weird like factionalist way where like I get grouped in with people I disagree with. Like, what does dirtbag left mean? Does it mean like nosbols? Like, that's not dirt. When I think dirtbag left, I thought like the Chapo boys. I thought like, I'm a leftist, I'm rowdy, I'm gonna fucking bully people on Twitter and be aggressive and confrontational in discourse. But some people think dirtbag left means like, wouldn't it be funny if we said the N-word 76 times in a row in this blog post where I say that liberal identity politics hampers class movement? And that's a different thing.
Offended by me making a racist joke on stream, which I should point out I only did ironically, so there's not even a good reason to be mad, then you need to move past this woke scold versus dirtbag mentality. We can't fight each other.
I don't know. I just want to say that I do personally find it irritating that he's framing all of this in like a passive-aggressive, sarcastic, you know? You can make, there are ways to make racial jokes, ironically, that are actually anti-racist. There's a lot of nuance when it comes to the way in which humor affects, like, discourse, you know? But I'm going to assume when he says this, he just means like a racist joke. Like, I'm going to be charitable and assume that the thing he's calling out is as bad as what he describes it as. Can you define woke scold for me? Not woke scold like your head, like your bone, the skull. Woke scold like you're scolding somebody. It's a derogatory term for somebody who's very performatively like cancel-y, like they're very gatekeepy, like, oh, you consider yourself a part of the left, but you said lunatic, like that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
That's just what capital wants. Hey, when I said we need to cleanse the streets of degenerates, I thought that was an okay thing to say. If you expect me to apologize for doing something I didn't even know was wrong at the time, that's gatekeeping. And on some level,
Well, to be fair, it is gatekeeping. I would just consider that to be legitimate gatekeeping. Like, if there is a leftist who does make a bunch of, like, really shitty, like, jokes like that, and I said, hey, fuck off, like, I would be gatekeeping them, but I think, like, that's valid. Vosh, that's not about you. No, I don't think this is about me. I don't think any of this is about me. I'm just considering the arguments.
I think this rhetoric got to me. They bamboozled me. I certainly didn't want to be a gatekeeper. I didn't want to be sectarian. I didn't want to make people feel like they had to be perfect and know everything before they were allowed to just, like, be around.
I just want to say I do not buy this narrative that Thought Slime was too afraid of being called a woke scold to act like a woke scold. Because in my very limited experience interacting with Thought Slime, I was not under the impression that he was tremendously shy about hitting those points, you know? But maybe that's changed. Like, that was all like a year ago, dude. It's crazy. I'm pretty sure he's a fairly sensitive and fairly performatively sensitive person. So I don't know where he's coming from with this. I was too afraid to be a woke scold or something.
So a lot of times I stayed quiet when I shouldn't have. I stepped back when I saw people say or do things that I knew were wrong because I was afraid that if I spoke up, if I criticized them, I'd be contributing to a culture on the left of paranoia and uncharitability.
If he says that he's exercised restraint in this respect before, then okay.
Also, I kind of didn't want to let these people become the story. I didn't want to throw fuel on the fire of this narrative by inviting them to rebut me. I didn't want my life to become an endless cycle of back and forth drama where bad actors can use my criticism of them to present themselves as unfairly persecuted for not falling in lockstep with my values.
Well, that's just kind of the grift, though, right? I mean, that's how the internet... Everyone who's on YouTube is constantly looking for ways to maximize their wealth and engagement. It's our job, so people are always going to make mountains out of molehills when it comes to disagreements like this, especially if they're more concerned with, like, their, you know, personal actualization and rise to power than they are with broader left unity. But I do think it's important to keep in mind the fact that sometimes those concerns are legitimate too. I can speak personally on this point and say I am definitely of the opinion that sometimes the left is a little bit overeager in trying to cancel people or like whatever, gatekeep people. I still see it all the time on Twitter and Chapo Trap House. God, there's 3 threads about me every day on Chapo Trap House now, except they're calling me a radlib, not a fascist. I get called everything these days.
So I bit my tongue, again and again and again. When these people trolled me, I ignored it. When they insulted me, I ignored it. When they went on unhinged rants where they claimed that I personally was what was wrong with the modern left.
Now here's the point where I feel like I might be personally being called out here. That's gotta be about me. Damn, unhinged? Isn't unhinged kind of ableist?
On unhinged rants.
Ooh, TS, I better see another apology video out of that one. Unhinged? I have autism and I'm bipolar, motherfucker. You have no idea if I was having a manic episode during that stream. Yikes. TS. Unhinged. What's wrong with the modern left? Just like the broader patterns of behavior that Thought Slime seem to participate in. Oh, do we get another little drop? Interesting. I haven't actually dropped any frames. It looks like YouTube's been a little bit weird lately.
I ignored it. When they claimed I was
I ignored it? You'd already blocked me on Twitter by that point. Okay.
lying about being non-binary to gain some sort of cachet or clout, I ignored it.
Okay, well that can't be about me, because I'd never do that.
When they jokingly said that their lives would be a lot easier if there was a final solution for people like me.
Hey! Okay, I'm really sorry. This is such a bad faith criticism. Holy shit. So, guys, you know what this is in reference to? After I had a really fucking bad stream, I was real fucking angry that day, on Discord, I said, boy, my Twitter notifications feed would look a lot better if trans people didn't exist. And like talking to my trans mods, and then I said like the trans question, and they all laughingly told me to like cut it out. That's it. I mean, I guess people are going to interpret different levels of seriousness in there. I like how he put jokingly in quotation marks, the implication being he seems to think I legitimately have called for the genocide of transgender people so that my Twitter feed looked better. I mean, it was it was pretty obviously a joke. But I mean, saying that it's a joke doesn't free it of all, like, you know, doesn't rid me of responsibility. But I think the framing here that Thought Slime is engaging in kind of sort of implies that he's trying to say I legitimately want to murder trans people, all trans people, which I think is pretty dishonest, you know?
Jokingly said that their lives would be a lot easier if there was a final solution for people like me. I ignored it. When other people came to me asking,
It was a post on a it was a single post in a Discord where I was talking to my mods. Other people screenshot. What do you mean ignored it? I never even said your name in that Discord message. As it's like, that's like saying like, huh, in the streets of Nigeria when a soccer ball crashed through a window and the person inside yelled out nasty words at the kids outside, I ignored it. Like, what did that have to do with you?
asking how I felt about these people insulting me, I'd tell them I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to give them my attention. And that's why.
Oh wait, that was over the Meaty Paws tweet, not even the Thought Slime drama? Oh my god, you're right. It wasn't even about the Thought Slime drama. It was about the Meaty Paws tweet. It was just me making like a bad joke on Twitter. It literally had nothing to do with Thought Slime. I completely forgot. It had the Meaty Paws. God, you fucking normies. You don't even know the OG Vosh drama, honestly. It literally had nothing to do with Thought Slime. This was before Thought Slime blocked me. Like, I don't even know if I knew who Thought Slime was. A little weird to frame this as like something deliberately targeting, I don't know. But Thought Slime is trans and you talked about trans people, so that includes him. Yeah, but the framing here pretty clearly implies that this is something that happened to Thought Slime. It's not just about you, Vosh. I'm pretty sure this specific claim is about me. Yeah, I'm reasonably sure that's the case.
It made me so angry when I was used as a prop in this story.
What?
Because I thought I had been biting my tongue for the sake of unity, to avoid creating drama, and here they were using me to do it anyway, to drag me kicking and screaming into a discussion that I had avoided out of a misguided sense of solidarity. And
Okay. I don't know. I feel like some of the stuff. Context? Yes, I see the context. You guys know I'm reading chat, right? I get it. Holy shit. I think some of the stuff that referred to me specifically is framed a little dishonestly here, but assuming that the other stuff TS is referring to is legitimate, it seems like a fair frustration.
I just thought,
none of it refers to you specifically? Okay, maybe some of you guys are new and you don't know, like, how much my drama has affected my opportunities to socialize and to network. But when they say, goes on an unhinged rant where someone claims that I am responsible for everything wrong with the left and says their lives would be easier if there was a genocide of all trans people, these are specific references to stuff that I have done. Those two things specifically, not everything here, but those two things specifically are unquestionably about me. So I respond to those things. I just don't like, I don't like vague posting either. Like, I call content creators out, even if it hurts me, you know, because I prefer being honest. But yeah, okay, but go on.
fuck this.
Damn.
I don't need this. This isn't serving me. I was making myself miserable trying to accommodate a contingent of people whose only goal in this world seems to be to say shitty stuff so that people will complain about that shitty stuff so they can complain about other people complaining about them.
I just want to say specifically, at no point in my life have I ever said the things that I say for the deliberate purpose of baiting blowback from like sensitive lefties so that I could complain about those lefties. This is a little known secret, okay? I despise drama. I hate it. I'm getting vulnerable for you guys. You ready to listen to it? When I'm in a drama spat, when people on Twitter are getting real fucking mad at me, I wake up in like sweating. Like I wake up like paranoid. I instantly check my Twitter. I check it every 15 minutes. I hate drama. Twitter, I hate it. It makes me so upset. I don't like it. I don't enjoy it. I never seek it out. My channel is growing incredibly quickly. I make a fuck ton of money. I don't need to bait some like 200 like sad, upset people online to give my life meaning. I don't like it. I don't benefit from it. It's not something I do deliberately. Sometimes drama arises as an inevitable product of my beliefs, some of which are contentious and some of which aren't, but are just expressed contentiously. And when that drama arises, I engage with it because I don't like being thought of as a coward. But with that being said, I have never enjoyed it. I didn't enjoy the Thought Slime drama. I didn't enjoy the stream afterwards. I didn't enjoy the blowback from the stream. I didn't make money off that stream. I didn't get followers from that stream. I lost money and followers. Well, money wasn't deducted from my bank account, but I lost like future money with regards to a depression and growth. It didn't make me happy. I benefited not even slightly. The only reason the Thought Slime drama began at all was because somebody added me in a Thought Slime tweet asking how I felt about TS's opinion on gender abolitionism, which I thought was cringe. So I said, that's pretty dumb. And then Thought Slime blocked me. That's it. That was it. That was not me deliberately drama baiting. Someone asked me for my opinion, and I gave it. That's all I have.
And somehow they had me convinced that if I spoke up, if I said, hey, I don't think you should say shitty stuff, I think it is in fact bad to say shitty stuff, I would be the one being divisive.
TS, I've never like wanted to be mutually blocked. If you ever want to like talk or something, I've had people on who disagree with me, you know? Lumi is like the deific angel of sensitive leftism. And Lumi's fantastic. I love Lumi. Lumi's great. I had a pretty pleasant conversation with them, I think. If the Thought Slime wants to talk with me or like criticize my behavior, I'm down for it anytime. I'm not going to accuse him of being like sectarian. I might accuse him of levying an unrealistic or counterproductive standard, which I think he probably holds, but I think that's a reasonable criticism, you know?
All of these angry babies who call me a liberal whenever I...
Do you actually think he would ever want to talk to you ever? No. I don't think he's ever going to want to talk to me.
Say that we should try to use inclusive language. All of the irritating 4chan dropouts who ooze their way into my mentions if I use the term white privilege in a video to say, LOL, imagine telling a homeless white guy that he is more privileged than Beyonce. This is what happens when you don't incorporate class into your analysis.
All right, well, this definitely isn't about me. But yeah, people who do this are really obnoxious.
All of the creeps who yell at me for being overweight because it means I won't be able to win fist fights in the revolution that they imagine.
Okay, that's also not about me. Pretty sure I'm fatter than TS. That's such a weird thing to criticize Thought Slime for. Oh shit, thank you. Check that out in a second.
I don't need these people. I have nothing to prove to them. And they're never going to be happy with me because
Also, fat people throw mean punches. Are you kidding me? If I was like going off the battle and I had to choose between some like skinny like H bomber guy type or like a bigger dude like me, like I don't know, like me personally, I feel like I'd say it. I would beat H bomber guy in a fight. I could beat H bomber guy in a fight. Yeah, I'll say it. Yeah. I don't care if that goes all the way up to him. I don't care. Yeah. I'll fly over to London. I don't care. I could do it.
I'm never going to acquiesce.
I don't know if he lives in London. All of England is London.
yes to their demand that everyone treat them like unfairly maligned truth speakers, being punished for having an open mind. And it's like being let out of a cage. I hadn't realized that I'd been gaslit into policing my behavior like this, under the auspices of preventing people from having to police their behavior.
You know what sucks? I recently used gaslit in a fairly apropos manner when describing the way in which I felt Sean on Twitter was trying to mislead people with regards to the messaging he was using concerning Bernie or bust. And people in the YouTube comments were like, hey, as a victim of abuse, I don't appreciate you using the language that flippantly. So I said, like, okay, I'll keep that in mind. And I feel like this is an even more flippant use of that language, possibly, or maybe equally flippant. So there better be people angry in the comment section here. You were the woke scold who said that? Lemon Mide, I got my fucking eyes on you.
From now on, I'm done trying to please these sensitive babies who think everyone that criticizes them is a sensitive baby. I'm done being firm but polite about far-right entryism into our spaces. I'm done giving a shit about the people who think I'm not radical enough for not performing like their version of a radical.
I think my personal issue here is that I am... It is without question the case that at least two of the behaviors that TS has described here refer to me specifically. The unhinged rant thing. How many lefty streamers are there? Like unhinged. How many lefty streamers are there who have impugned Thought Slime famously in the stream? Like, no, that's obviously me. And as for like the transgenocide thing, like I'm pretty sure that's also me. Whatever the case, I'm definitely being like vague tweeted here, but like I don't really appreciate being lumped in with the far right entryism or class reductionist shit. I don't appreciate that in the slightest. That I guess is kind of what bothers me. This is what I mean about like the super broad, like weird gesturing towards the dirtbag left, where like I'll own my mistakes, but I don't like being put in the same group as people who bristle at the words white privilege, or people who are unironic class reductionists, or people who are like Nazbols. Like, yeah, I'm aggressively anti-class reductionist. In fact, most Bernie or busters are engaging in a type of class reductionism by putting this weird, like, political, party, you know, in and out fascism, 20 minutes, class accelerationism shit over the, like, valid needs of social minorities, you know, like the women who will lose the right to abortion, or the immigrants who are going to get their asses kicked out, the fucking kids who are going to be kept in border camps. Like, it's a form of class reductionism. It's actually really funny to me that I'm the one who gets called class reductionist when I'm the one who's actually like out here arguing for harm reduction and compassion to the people who will be hurt by the indifference of Bernie or busters. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to segue or anything. Just like, it's really weird that I'm like, you should like I feel like this is like a role reversal here, right? Shouldn't people like Sean and like other like mainstream bread tubers be very like measured and like, hey, we have to care about these marginalized groups, and I should be the one who's like, fuck it, dude, the only chance forward to a revolution is through the eye of the storm. Like it's you know, it's a little weird, a little strange. I don't know.
The people who think liberalism is anything in politics that they personally find embarrassing. Because that's all politics is to these chuds. An exercise in feeling cooler than their opponent. Let them. Go off. Have fun, kids.
That's how I feel about the busters, too. They're all trying to be as cool as they can, you know, like, I don't believe in electoralism. I only engage in direct action. Fucking swings the black cloak in front of their face. You know? All right. Okay.
If you think I apologized too easily for my shitty behavior, you're wrong. I didn't apologize quickly enough or often enough.
For using the term lunacy to describe a conspiracy theory. All right. Whatever you're here for.
But
when we vote for Biden, we're enabling the establishment. Oh, yeah, wow. Yeah, the two-party system has been rocked by the half of Americans who don't vote. Oh, you're joking? Okay, gotcha. Anyone who's unironically like, we challenge the establishment by not voting. Oh, yeah. The establishment is quaking in its boots at lefties not voting. Oh, yeah. They're gonna, any day now, it's all gonna come down.
I've been apologizing too easily for the shitty behavior of others, and for that, I am truly sorry.
Like, I was sorry, it's just a total tangent, but like the establishment, like the shady, like DNC, like the bankers that run our country or whatever, they're all in a room and they're like, "How's the election coming?" Like a dude runs in, like sweating, holding a bunch of manila envelopes. Sir, 150, maybe 160,000 left-leaning people aren't voting. People aren't going to believe in the system anymore. They scramble the jets. And then the revolution begins. Like, okay. All right, Thought Slime, good luck with fighting back against the Chuds or whatever. I don't know. Maybe don't lump me in with Nosbles. That'd be kind of nice. I'd really appreciate that. And if you ever want to talk, I'm down for it. Seriously, like, no blood sports or nothing. I don't want to, like I'm not trying to, like, get you or anything. Just, like, if you ever want to talk, maybe bury some old leads. That'd be fun, I think. Not that you... Would you benefit from that? I don't really think Thought Slime would benefit from that. Like, what material incentive? I'm not gonna pay him. I don't know. Well, Godspeed. Oh, I did, Comrade Courtney. He's literally anxious all the time. Everyone's anxious when it comes to coming on Vosh to stream. Only triple PhD academics even stand a chance in the ring against me. It's true. It's true. Are you going to talk about it on stream? Talk about what on stream? I'm talking to Lance next. It's been a while since I've talked to Lance. Yeah, true, Zan. I talk big, but boy am I a pussy when it comes to horror games. Holy shit. They're turning the frickin' frogs gay. Oh, Joshua Collins on Destiny? Yeah, I'm probably going to talk about that now, actually. Alright, let's give it a call. Stick around, guys. And donate. Hey, 1 sec, I'm just setting up the stream. Wait! Lance, you know you can't stream me on Twitch, right? Oh shit, Nick then, thank you. Thank you so much, comrade. Yeah, true. There's such a huge difference between Dems and Republicans. It's fucking insane. Hold on. Wes, thanks for the gifted tier 1 sub. I don't think that stupid is ableist, but there is I believe there is a fundamental baseline level of ableism that we need to be able to engage in or we lose a huge amount of descriptive power. Can you imagine language, especially in my field where I have to debate people, without ever being able to impugn the intelligence of the people you're talking to? Well, what can you say they're ignorant? Well, what if their ignorance was a product of socioeconomic circumstances that led to their father not being home that often and their mother being a drug user? What if they weren't able to become that literate and like learn to read because there were never books in the house because they were poor? Like, you can run it back forever. At the end of the day, all insults are going to end up impugning people for things they can't control. So we have to decide like what reasonable levels, what reasonable standards can we set? And I think calling people like dumb or stupid or whatever is probably fine. Gabba with the incredibly generous $15. I really appreciate it. Keep up the great streams. I'll try my best. Unchained Mellors, I did the Thought Slime video. Don't you at me. Gigro with $5. Vosh, I honestly believe that if a guy is straight and not attracted to trans girls specifically, it does not make him a transphobe. Debate me. It depends. Because you can be not attracted to certain characteristics, like a penis, or like certain proportions, and that's fine, I think. But if there's a trans woman who passes naked, and then you learn that she's trans like after the fact, and then you're no longer attracted to her, I think that's by definition transphobia, you know? Brian Camras, you can email me if you want to chat about co-op organization, but I'm afraid it's probably not going to happen. I'm very, very, very overbooked. We've got a lot of calls coming up in the near future. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to have more folks on. Jake, thanks for the $5. You're the soy boy. Fuck you. And the Zero with a very, very, very generous $20. My brother's kind of getting out of his reactionary phase that I accidentally got him into before I went leftist, so I think he needs to hear this debate. Yeah, I hope it's enjoyed. I wish that I could have had more time to talk during the debate, with Warren Farrell, because he seems to be a fairly verbose person, but I tried my best, Oh, I have a hangnail. Zalazar with $5. The Black Library is a Warhammer 40k reference. So noted, comrade. Chambino, thank you so much for the $5 for the kind words and for coming over from YouTube chat, because that place is a hellhole. 21st Century Socialist with the unbelievably generous $50 donation. Thank you so much, comrade. I really appreciate that. Thanks for all your content, Vosh. Considering your growth, I fear would have been if you had become a reactionary YouTuber. Trans rights, comrades? Trans fucking rights. Oh god, that's true though. I just want to say, oh boy, I'm like, whew, this is like the fucking Mobius protocol, okay? Or whatever the fuck that Batman shit was, all right? If I ended up going rogue, if I ended up being a reactionary YouTuber, it'd all be over. It'd be done. That's it. It's all over. Is it ableist to make fun of YouTube chat? Yes, because they're all dumb. Thank you so much, 21st Century Socialist. I really appreciate that, comrade. AT5D2D Derek with $5. Thank you. I love the academic content too. And Sai, thank you for re-upping the tier 1 sub. Uh-oh. 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 Oh my god, so many baby pics. Oh my goodness. I had to scroll through first to make sure there wasn't like a dick in here. Baby, trash baby. Stupid baby. Stretch baby. Baby. Sofa baby. Reply guy baby. Cork baby. Plop. So cute. Yeah, Cheems, baby. Marcus Surrend with the 59 kronar. How do we suggest videos for you to respond to? Discord. Exclamation point Discord and chat. If you go there, there's a channel in there called Content Suggestions. That's what I take a look at. And yeah, maybe I can take a look at Karen Strawn. Literal Orange, thank you so much for the gifted tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. And Irish Fox 17, the $15. Hey Vosh, I'm debating these Canadians in a Discord chat, and they are deleting messages they misspelled or make a bad point about Lamau. True! Not true, actually. Bad. Don't let them get away with it, comrade. Screenshot everything. Repost it. Make fun of them for their spelling. Gotta hold them. Fucking Canadians. Gotta hold them. Gotta hold them accountable. Yeah, Kingfish. The suicide success difference usually comes down to drug use versus like guns. I have a feeling that Lance is going to try and stream this on Twitch, and I'm worried. I don't want to get a comrade banned. Weekly winners, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Fuck your mom. I will fuck your mom. If you give me your address, I will come there and fuck your mom. Thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Rice Campbell, I might one day get like a proper studio. I'm maybe making enough for it. We'll see. I do want to be a part of the leftist pipeline. Ben Riley at the $5. Could you reach out to Daniel and Mike from Humanist Report? Hope you actually got a good night's sleep. I never get a good night's sleep ever. But yeah, sure. Humanist Report? Is that... Oh, they follow me on Twitter. Oh, yeah. Ooh, that's loud. These people. I don't think I've ever watched any of their videos. There you go, Irish Fox 17. That's how you're gonna get him. The puppy turtle with the $5. Do you think there's a helpful way to criticize very small errors in linguistic inclusivity, i.e., ableist language? And if so, what do you think that looks like? Yeah, you can criticize small error. Like, wait, you mean to me? If you want to criticize shit that I've said or done, just send me an email. But like in general, I think it's important to remember that, like, generally speaking, people aren't really going to be receptive to incredibly minute criticisms because it comes off as nitpicky. I don't know. I try not to focus on like little behavioral changes like that, just like big ideological dispositions. Thank you for the $2, Daniel Rathburn. And Emmy, no worries, comrade. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. I did enjoy the Vosh theme song very much. It was like, it reminded me of the Steven Universe, the theme, you know, when the ukulele, when he was like 3. Because we're good and evil never beats us. We win the fight, then go out for pizzas. We are the crystal gems. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about. Comrade Courtney, thanks for the gifted tier 1 sub. And John Sapri with the $2. Please do not give me the bottom end of your bank account. Please don't. Brett Hussar, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Nick Den with the incredibly generous $20. My state recently passed LGBT anti-discrimination into law. This is why it pisses me off when Bernie or Busters assert there's no meaningful difference between Dems and Republicans. Yep, that's one of the problems. One of the fucking blowback you get when you're not teaching people positive values, only negative values. You teach lefties to hate the DNC and hate the Republicans and shit, so when the dust settles, they hate both groups more or less equally. It's all the same to them, but you never teach them the positive values of building like socialist movements in this way or in that way. Really, really frustrating. What are you gonna do, huh? And Fragment with a very kind $32. Thank you so much, comrade. Before you, I was in the road to becoming a real big ass, so I don't know how much money that's worth, but I'll just say it's this much. You don't owe me any money, comrade, just the kind words. That's the only thing That's the only thing the people who like my content owe me. It's the niceties, okay? And hey, listen, people like big asses. Don't even worry about it, okay? Thank you, comrade. I really appreciate it. Giger with the $5. Okay, I agree. I remember you saying before that if a guy is into pussy, it's all right, but about any other reason, it's a phobia. Good, you clarified. Yeah, it's just, if you're biased against the intrinsic property of transness, like, then that would be like bigotry. But if you're biased against some physiological component that trans women typically have, that tends to be different from cisgender women, then I think that's a different thing. All right. Yo.
Hey, how's it going, Vosh?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. I just making you big on my screen, and now you're mighty and powerful.
Thanks. Listen, all men are kings. It has nothing to do with their size or their height, comrade.
That's a good quote. How did your battle go?
With Warren Farrell?
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty good. It's not the type of discussion that I'm typically used to because Warren Farrell is an academic, which means that he's not really that up on the hot internet debate styles that are really running wild with the kids these days. But I think I was able to meaningfully challenge some of the worst elements of his points. The apparent hypocrisy between him trying to get rid of gender roles while also asserting a kind of biological essentialism when it comes to the expectations of male and female parents, that sort of stuff. I think I was able to push back on it pretty well. I'm happy with my performance.
And you said it was going to be about sexism? Was that actually what the topic was?
It was
like
about,
you said he's one of the founders of the men's rights movement. Did I get that right?
Yes. It was about like whether or not feminism is harmful to women, and broadly speaking, he's often attributed to being the father of the men's rights movement, though somewhat begrudgingly. He's written a lot of books on how men suffer too, and how feminism doesn't always address that very well, and that's led to him kind of being like a father figure for a bunch of people who uses descriptive statements as an excuse to go off into a bunch of like misogyny, you know?
Gotcha.
It's like the Jordan Peterson thing, kind of, except Jordan Peterson's an actual fascist, and Warren Farrell isn't.
Well, also, Jordan Peterson doesn't exist anymore. He's kind of just disappeared off the face of the earth.
True! And better are we all for it. I never even got a chance to really break that guy's ideas down. I did a video on him like once. It's a shame because they're so dumb when you actually take a look at them.
Oh, I've done many a deep dive. It's not a fun rabbit hole to go down. Let me say that. I have a beef to pick with you right out of the gates, Vosh.
Hit me. I'm ready.
I can turn the spice up to 20.
I'm ready for blood.
Okay. I spent all this time editing an adorable thumbnail of the two of us, and you didn't even retweet it. Look at this.
Wait, you tweeted me?
Yeah. with an adorable thumbnail. If you see it, you'll see how adorable it is.
I never even check my notification. Okay, wait. After the Sean fucking Bernie or Bush shit, I was not checking my Twitter notifications at all. I
Okay,
I completely
nice. We get to talk about
stopped. Wait, fucking tweet me. I'll retweet it. I'm here for it.
So you concede to this debate then that you did not retweet.
Yes, I will concede this point. You premise one, you've beaten me.
But come on, it is adorable. You got to admit.
I haven't found it yet.
That's right.
Hold
Oh,
on.
okay.
I'm
we'll just go to my tweet. Like it's at the top of my Twitter.
Oh, I found
But
it
you'll
now.
see if you get to the top of it, you'll see that like I've never edited your icon before. I didn't notice you're sweating in your logo.
Yeah, it's hot. It's hot in that TV head suit.
That's why. Because I was like, as like the foremost debate lord of the internet, and like rightly so, you've earned that title. Like I was like, why does he sweat in his avatar? It makes it look as if you're nervous, but you're not nervous. I know you're not.
Yeah,
especially when you go up against these huge people.
Hot in there. No, the goal that I had. I don't know if you knew who I was back very early on when I was streaming, but I would do video titles or video thumb cards where I would do an original drawing for each one. What's that noise?
No, I'm sorry. I wasn't around. I wasn't around back then.
Oh my god, that noise was coming from me. I'm sorry. I had a fucking Twitter video open. I didn't even realize. But I would draw myself like really, really big and muscular, like every time. And a lot of people apparently interpreted that as like some unironic posturing, and then like make fun of me afterwards, like, "Huh, wow, you don't really look like that, do you?" But what I was trying to do was invoke and then criticize the perceived hypermasculinity of people who do the type of stuff that I do with the debate lord shit. And that was what I was trying to hit there as well. Like, yeah, I'm all cool in this like suit or whatever, but it's not it's a costume, not like a real thing. I'm sweating. It's uncomfortable, you know? That was the joke I was trying to go for.
Is that the one where you have that kind of like alpha male androgynous super hypermuscular body? I've seen that picture. I didn't know you had drawn it too.
That might have been when I drew myself as a JoJo character, but I probably did draw it. Yeah, I've drawn cartoonish versions of myself quite a few times.
I wish I had that skill. I would be drawing those kind of things all the time. There would be way more penises involved, but you know.
I've got a secret, fucking top secret porn art Twitter that no one gets to see. But yeah, I just gotta save the good stuff for the YouTube. You know how it is.
I know how it is. So I guess a couple things I wanted to talk on. I think since we last spoke, what was one of the things you said to me? You were like, Lance, the thing about you is you've got absolutely no dirt on you. You're the only person in this sphere, this realm, that hasn't had any problems. I think I've now gone through like multiple controversies and cancellations, so I've grown a little bit.
Yeah, I was really proud to see it. We talked even before. It's been so long. We talked before Destiny's N-word saga arc. So for your involvement in that and like the fallout since, like a lot has gone on since then for both of us, I think.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I just stumbled my way down a mountain head first. It was a lot of fun. I don't know why I was thrust into that, by the way. I'm not trying to rehash old drama, but like I definitely wasn't like, I've never tried to be like, hey, I'm the arbiter of what should be said or not said on the internet. Now I want to put my head in this. It was all of a sudden, it's like, well, what does Lance think? Like,
yeah. Okay. Well, I get what I mean. I remember what happened. It was unfortunate from your perspective, and I think you were put in a really, really tight bind. So I don't think, because if I remember, wait, do you mind me going over it?
Not sure, whatever.
So if I remember correctly, because it has been a little while, Destiny had his big N-word saga shit, which led to a falling out with a ton of left-leaning content creators on Twitch. And one of those, I guess he had already had a falling out with this person, was Mike from PA. And afterwards, he had some drama circulating with Mike from PA, which pertained in some way to an accusation that Mike from PA was being like doxxed or revealed unfairly. And you talked with Destiny about it, but Mike from PA's arguments were fairly unsubstantial, but you were there like defending a friend, so you were in a very awkward position where backing off would impugn him, but like,
wow, very generous of you, Vosh, all across the board. What it basically was is when he did that whole Godstiny show where there was like 27,000 people watching it and he was just ripping into every single leftist on every platform that ever existed. Yeah. I was watching that as like, you know, I'm someone who's been bullied, I fight bullies, and I was just like, well, this seems like David versus Goliath. You know, this enormous streamer who's got 27,000 people watching going after all these small lefties. I'm going to call into Destiny and I'm going to stand up for each and every one of them, right? And just, you know, obviously falling headfirst into something that is indefensible. And honestly, I didn't like the look of that entire stream for a number of reasons. But one, I ended up getting into an argument with Destiny over like his own friendships, and like, who the fuck am I to talk about personal relationships? Like, I told him at the time, I was like, sorry, I've said afterwards that I was like, that was what I felt was just a bad look. I regret it. I shouldn't have talked to you about your personal relationships. Like, I don't know you. I don't know these people, right? It was bad. But anyways, I lived. He removed my spine surgically, but now without a spine, I can do things I never could before. I've mastered the art of self-fellatio. I've seen what spines do to men. They're terrible things. They're cursive structures. All right, so I'm better off for it.
I think you grew a new one, and it's more limber, perhaps, and stronger than the last one. I'm very much.
It's more flexible.
God, I do. I've said this a million times before, and it maybe comes like a little like weird or whatever. God, I wish I wasn't banned for Twitch during all that. I so would have liked to have been a part of that. For blood or for glory, all that fucking drama in the streamer sector happening, like it's like literally like my face pressed up against the glass window of like a candy shop, as everyone inside is having so much fun, and I'm just out here, so frustrating. God.
Does it feel like you're on a different island sometimes?
Yeah, it does. This really upsets me. It actually makes me sad sometimes. I know there are people who I could have on my platform, like if I wanted to, obviously. Of course, you can come on if you want, Lumi and such. I do my show or stream a little bit differently than a lot of other streamers, where I try to like plan out like at least 3 segments for each stream, so I have stuff to turn into YouTube clips because I release so often. But there are no talk shows, there's no broader sense of community here on YouTube, and I can't even commune with the folks on Twitch because they don't get to stream while I'm talking to them, which means they have a disincentivization from talking to me at all. It's so frustrating. I feel so left out,
Yeah. No, I felt the same way when I was banned for watching you.
There you go! That's how it feels. I'm spreading the love. Now everyone can know.
If you wanted, would you host debates and or conversations with people from the Twitchosphere? Because I'm connected with most of them. Like, I know you and Mike from PA, for example, probably don't see eye to eye on this whole Joe Biden thing. So if you ever wanted me to set that up, I probably could.
Yeah, no, I would. It's not that I'm unwilling to. It's that I'm really trying to temper my Bernie or Bush shit a little bit. I keep this. I like intellectually, I realize like I should shut the fuck up about this until after Milwaukee, because the material circumstances are going to change so much. Bernie still might be able to extract more concessions from Biden with the delegates that he's gotten, like stuff like that, but then I see like a bad take on Twitter and I lose my shit. So I'm really trying. The only person I'd be willing to debate on Bernie or Bust right now would have been Kyle Kulinski, because Kyle Kulinski is literally like the fucking ringleader of this shit, next to like the Chapo boys, basically. But he declined. So I think I'm gonna try and lay low. I'm trying to lay low for a little bit. Wait a few months. I'm going to see if people move over on their own. If not, I'll try and drag them on my own.
Do you not feel that this is like an extremely online problem?
It is. It's just the intellectual inconsistency bothers me so much.
Yeah, and me too. Trust me. Not just that. Like I get fucking pissed off every single time I log on to Twitter from both sides where someone posts like a spicy take. But then like if I take a couple seconds to like look back, I'm like, is this actually something that people like normies, like people on the street, or the electorate in general, are they actually having this argument, or is it just people on the left who are just trying to cannibalize each other right now?
The main worry I have is like let's imagine how many Americans are real leftists. I would be willing to bet probably in the ballpark of 2 to 4% of Americans are anarchist, socialist, or are so far SOCDEM that they're like one like reading session away from being a socialist. This is a very small group of people, but we have something going for us. We're right, and everyone else sucks. So what I'd like is if we could have this cohesive strategy for building popular support. And in my mind, what this means is working within the Democratic Party, using economically populist arguments to reach out to Republicans, while also showing Democrats that their values aren't being filled by the DNC. And we use this momentum given to us by Bernie Sanders to build a larger popular support base until we're large enough that we can demand real concessions. And in my mind, all of these huge online lefties like Kyle Kulinski or Chapel Boys or whatever are killing that momentum by juxtaposing their Bernie or bust accelerationist rhetoric with the DNC's unified will to oust Trump, meaning that we're only going to ostracize ourselves further from the people who we need to convert if we want to be really politically relevant down the road. It really upsets me. It feels like for every drop of good I do, they take like a giant shit in like the pool. You know what I mean? I feel, yeah. So that's my frustration. It is an online problem, but I don't know.
No, totally. But hey, there's a lot of good points there. A lot of stuff I want to unpack. One of the big ones being that like this is still really fresh, right? Like I think some people forget about that, but it was only like less than a week and a half ago that like he officially endorsed Biden.
Yeah.
So I think for a lot of people, there's this element of like a lot of people are still very hurt, and they're especially hurt by the whole, you know, Bernie not only dropping out and endorsing Biden so quickly without actually getting any like, you know, tangible things in exchange. And I completely sympathize with that, right? As someone who worked so much with the Bernie Sanders campaign, especially as like a foreign agent, I was texting for him, I was making mobile games for him, I was making commercials for him. Like I get the sadness and the frustration. I think it's like, why right away does everyone need to be bent? Like, why not give all those lefties who are basically like, I don't know what to do yet, a little time to even, I don't know, heal their wounds?
No, I know. I agree. Like I said, like waiting until the material circumstances have coalesced a little bit more would probably be a better idea. It's just, so this is something I don't have like a set answer on because I don't actually know. Is it better to nip this in the bud early or late? The later we wait, the less emotionally invested people are going to be, the less hurt people are going to be from Bernie dropping out, which, well, he hasn't dropped out, but from Bernie suspending his campaign, which sucks. But the longer I wait, I feel like that gives more time for people like Kulinski to reach others. I feel like my goal right now should be to try and do top-down stuff. If I can approach people like Kulinski or other big like Bernie or busters, that's good to do now. They have a responsibility to their platform. But it's probably not a good idea to go like running around on Twitter like individually arguing with the tens of thousands of people, because like the capacity they have to like spread those ideas is much weaker than that of like a large content creator.
Sure, and I think it's going to be counterproductive in the long run. Like as an olive branch to those kind of people, I think when they're reaching out to all these people, like I could never tell a victim of sexual assault to vote for Joe Biden. You know, like that's not my place. And there's a lot of other situations similar to that. Really, actually?
Oh yeah, unquestionably. The voting has nothing to do with your personal endorsement or your moral status. It's just a utilitarian decision to maximize outcomes. It doesn't matter what your personal experiences are. Everyone should vote for Biden.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, but I personally could not tell someone who had gone through that, like, hey, you have to vote for Biden, or you should.
Oh, sure,
like,
but that's not a moral consideration so much as a I really don't want to open this can of worms / upset somebody consideration, which is reasonable.
Yes.
Yeah. That's reasonable. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so then one of the things I want to talk to you about is what is the best path forward? Do you want to do it from a top-down perspective? Because you are someone with a very large platform. You obviously want to talk to people and reach out to them, and you want to talk to other people with huge platforms and get them on board. Well, at the same time, thank you, Adrian. At the same time, have you talked a lot about maybe infecting the Democratic Party from within? Like getting people to run in all levels of government, getting people to run for comptroller, for mayor, for city council, until we get to a point where there isn't just one AOC, there isn't just one Shahid, there's a fucking army of them. Like the DNC is no longer a little peppered progressives, it's a fucking party of crypto socialists who are now like, hey, by the way, we are the DNC.
Yeah, absolutely. I want that more than anything else. This is one of the biggest issues with progressives or lefties historically. It's they don't give a fuck about local organization, and then they bid it all in a presidential election. It's really frustrating. This is what we have to learn from Bernie Sanders. The fact that Bernie Sanders got as far as he did is a huge testament to his charisma, his platform, and that's all good and valid and great and stuff. But even if Bernie Sanders won the presidency, we still have we keep the same Senate. We keep the same Congress.
Yeah,
Supreme
that's when the
Court
work begins.
Yeah. The governors are still the way they are. Like, that's not enough. And the worst part is the presidency is the place where we're most disadvantaged because that's where money and capital flow the most freely. If we're talking about local elections, people running for Congress and we'll get to people who are socialists running for Congress, I imagine, to people who are running for the Senate.
I can't wait to talk about that.
Running for mayorship. People are running for city council even. Like this ground level stuff. This is what it means to be the institution. Bernie Sanders could have spent 8 years in the Oval Office and left still a maverick. The political institutions are built from experts with decades of knowledge and working within the system. That's where we need lefties. Not some glorious hero waving the flag from atop the White House, but incredibly intelligent, dedicated people with a good grounding in political science, working within until eventually one day people like Pelosi in the DNC wake up and realize that 30 to 40% of their constituency is openly calling for like socialism. And at that point, the party is ours because our arguments are better than theirs.
And what about combining that with other tactics? Like, do you advocate for a lot of, I don't know, mutual aid or people making organizations, or have you been involved with like the general strike or the rent strike or any of those kind of things?
Yeah.
By the way, this is not a call out. I'm just asking. Like, neither of us have a lot of time to watch 24/7 content of each other.
No, of course, yeah. No, 100%, yeah. I am not participating in the rent strike at the moment because I have heard, I spoke with some... Okay, I haven't come forward with this because it looks like it's super nuanced, but somebody gave me this really compelling historical argument that there are certain types of rent strikes that actually blow back because the material consequences of like attacking the landlord class with you're not paying the thing later ends up like ratcheting back to the poorest people in your area. I want to settle that before I personally engage in it. Also, like I'm pretty wealthy now, so I'll... It doesn't hurt me to pay my rent. But there is somebody who I have scheduled to come on in early May, a person who, I forget the city they're in, but they were successful in leveraging in getting together their apartment building and then all of the people under a given like housing company up to the point where I think they now have 28,000 people who are participating in a rent strike. Like they were able to organize a city worth of people, which is incredibly fucking cool. And that would be something that I would defend under any circumstances. So I'm going to have that person on. I hope to have a really good convo with them.
No, that's really cool. I mean, yeah, I had my own qualms too. One of the biggest things being is that like it's hard to ask everyone to do a general strike. Like I was trying to equate this, like, you know, my mother is, you know, she's Métis, which is like First Nations in Canada. And there's a lot of like remote First Nations areas in the country where like they can't just stop work, and it's not like because, you know, they don't want to do it or anything like that. It's like the day they do that, they might not receive the supplies they need to live or things like that, you know. I don't know if it has to be ubiquitous. It's these things are really like, you know, I agree there should be nuance. I don't even know where I'm going with this right now.
No, it's tough though, right? Because at the end of the day, like rent strikes are a form of accelerationism. You're trying to advance the economic conditions at a possible short-term loss for long-term gain. You reify your power, like, hey, landlord class, like, we'll put up with your shit for now, buckos. But hey, if we ever wanted to stop paying rent, we could throw you off our shoulders. You can't evict all of us. And that can be a good thing, but it has to be done very delicately because historically rent strikes have often led to huge fucking blowback in the communities that have attempted them. It's about that public support. And I think right now we have a decent amount of public support. So that's good.
Here's an idea, and I just came up with this. What about trying to push to the people like the Kalinskis or whoever else you're going to be talking to, because you're going to be talking to these big titans of industry. What about telling them you don't have to talk about Joe Biden or enforce Joe Biden? Like, I mean, if we're going to be intellectually honest with each other, yeah, he's a super shitty candidate, right? So you don't have to touch him, but you should now be focusing your energy on taking down or at least attacking the Republicans. Like actually actively being like, so by the way, this is proto-fascism. We can't tolerate this. This is what you always talk about as leftists, that you want to quash it. You are the enemies of the fascists. So why don't we actively engage in that?
Yeah, I think that's what I want. My main issue is, and I said this a little earlier, sometimes I get the feeling lefties hate liberals more than they hate fascists. Like we've
you're not alone.
Yeah, like we say, you know, like scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds. I agree with that. I understand the socio-political reasoning behind that, you know.
It's also a funny meme.
It is a funny meme, yeah. But then I go on Twitter and I see people like, you can't make me vote for Biden. Maybe 4 more years of Trump will teach the DNC what it means to fuck with the progressive wing of your party, you stupid shitheads. And I think, like, are we actually kowtowing to fascists to own the libs right now? Is that actually what we're doing? And there are people giving me the anti-SJW gamer bro takes right now. They're like, I don't give a fuck. As long as all these fucking rad libs are angry, as long as I make them upset, that's what I care about. I can't wait to drink your fucking tears when Trump wins the election. I'll show you what it means to put Biden in front of us. I'm never voting for that fucking like, okay, I don't like Biden either. I think we're literally doing the siding with fascists to own the libs thing, though. And what I would encourage people
that
to...
is a hell of an own, though. Come on. If ever there was...
It is. And you know what? And I do take some schadenfreude from seeing liberals suffer, but I don't want to live in a fascist state. So I think it's important that we remind ourselves how important and fun it can be to dunk on conservatives. We've been spending the past 6 months in a heated primary. We've been shit-talking Liz. We've been shit-talking Buttigieg. We've been shit-talking Biden and Bloomberg. We've gotten really used to shit-talking people who are in the DNC, and now it's done. The primary is effectively done. We need to refocus our efforts. Let's all team up against Trump, the greatest evil. If we don't want to say positive things about Biden, fine, but let's at least... I'm sorry, I know I'm rambling, but the last thing I'm going to say is...
No, I totally agree with you on this point anyway.
I got a response to one of my tweets recently. I was just talking about the Trump thing, the injecting bleach shit. Yeah, and one of the people said, like, oh my God, listening to Trump talk at these press briefings is the best anti-Bernie or bust argument I've ever seen in my life. I have forgotten how fucking bad this guy is. And that's what I'm talking about. We need to remind ourselves. We need to remember just how horrible the Republicans are. Maybe that will jumpstart people into more agreeable positions. I don't know.
So would you say you're positioning yourself as the bleach in the veins of the left?
My new arc is I'm bullies for Bernie, okay? That's what I'm doing. I want Biden in office so I can spend 4 years bullying liberals, which is what we all seem to like doing the most. It's much more fun when they're in power. We can't bully liberals if it's fucking 2021 and Trump has been crowned as monarch of his second term and the DNC has no power because a red wave swept the country. If we want to bully liberals, we got to get liberals in office first. We got to set our punching bags up before we can have fun.
Yeah, well, yeah, no shit. Like, have you seen what Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi are pulling off in face of Trump? Absolutely fucking nothing. Trump is just running a pile driver over all of them, and that's what it's going to be, right? Is the left going to be able to push up against Donald Trump? No, he's going to erode everything that the left ever holds dear. The left is going to be able to push up against, Biden and the Democrats, albeit it won't be incredibly successful, but it's still going to be something, right? Instead of losing your rights, you're actually fighting for them, right?
We can't do anything against Trump. It's been 4 years. He's not going to concede to us. We have literally no political power with the Republicans in office. Biden has already conceded multiple times to Bernie over the course of the campaign trail. He may yet again in Milwaukee because Bernie hasn't actually dropped out. AOC has extracted concessions with Pelosi as well. We have a lot of power, even as a minority within the DNC, as long as we're able to attain these positions of power and work with the interests of the Democratic constituency. We can influence people. Holy Christ, the squad is 4 women who are now single-handedly, like at least AOC is like the most popular politician in the country with a huge amount of influence over the DNC as a junior congresswoman. What is she, like fucking 32, 33?
Yeah, I think somewhere around there.
Yeah, like that's insane. Matt, we could get more of that. Yeah, let's keep doing it. That seems to be working.
Hey, but by the way, that shit is coming from both sides of the aisle. I see a lot of people who are also like trying to call out, the Bernie or busters more than they are the Trumpers. Like and I mean that about a lot of prominent, whatever you want to call them, like Dem socks or lefties on Twitter. But a lot of them are spending most of their time being like Bernie or busters to own the libs, Trump 24 to own the libs, like, blue left MAGAs or whatever. That's another problem online. Like, I think everyone should be targeting Trump now, instead of focusing on.
I saw the funniest fucking meme about this, but I'm not going to find it. It's so pertinent. It was like political compass memes, and it was like 2 people crying in the lib left corner, like, oh, Bernie lost. This sucks. You know what it'd show them? Bernie or bust. Except one of them is actually crying, and the other's wearing a crying mask, but they're doing the smug Wojak underneath, and they're actually like Authright, like, doesn't it suck Bernie's gone? Guess we better go Bernie or bust. Like, okay, like I get it. And it's funny to me, except it does make me want to kill myself. You know how it is.
Yeah, I mean, I genuinely think that, like, I still think this is an incredibly online discourse, and I think it's one that is honestly less productive than it is. Like, we should move past this, like past the like, hey, let's destroy all the Bernier busters. Let's destroy every single one of them online, and honestly start teaming up against Trump, or at least trying to take down Trump.
Yeah, Trump is really.
I just saw it on your screen.
Yeah, no, it's pretty funny. Trump is really bad. We've all gotten so insulated from this discourse. Like, we all make the jokes like, wow, Orange Man bad. Wow, liberals have such an insubstantial criticism of fascism. Wow, oh, what a radical take. Orange Man bad. Well, but like, Orange Man actually is bad. I feel like we've gone too far in this direction. He's actually bad. Like, that's true, though. And we need to act like it is. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I guess, so my main issue from now on, I've been very emotionally compromised by the Bernie or Bust discourse because it frustrates me to no end. It really does upset me, but I care about rhetoric, and I care about presentation, and I care about outcome, so I'm going to try and find ways to frame this discussion in very positive, non-judgmental ways. A lot of BO busters get fucking super, like, crybaby, like, oh, you're vote shaming me, which is weird because, like, no shit, when we tell people not to vote for Trump, which we've been doing for the past 4 years, 5 years, we are also vote shaming them. I don't know why you suddenly mind when it's being turned around on you, maybe because you know your position is untenable, but I want to focus on, like, meme arguments that get people on board. Let's bully Biden for 4 years, get grandpa in office, and then break his kneecaps, rhetorically speaking. People will get less upset over that, I think.
That would be a nice thing to say, though. Like, the day after the election is when we just get to go full force against Biden.
Oh, yeah. Wait.
Because that would be the whole point, right?
If Biden... Oh, you kidding? People are like, oh, wow, you're cucked by the DNC. Bitch, if Biden wins, I am spending the next 4 years of my life railing again. I will... The degree of ruthlessness and savagery that I've expressed in this platform barely compares to what I will unleash. I haven't had a chance to be a YouTuber with a Democrat in office. It's all been Trump. That's been the whole time. We've gotten used to that.
That's true, actually. Me too.
I can't wait. I can't wait. Back when Obama was in office, I was a leftist, but I wasn't engaged the way I am now. And the left was asleep back during Obama because a lot of fucking people who hadn't yet been radicalized, thanks Bernie Sanders for tipping the scales on that, thought that Obama was going to be like the progressive leader to institute change. And he turned out just to be like a charismatic jock who wanted to, you know, usurp progressive rhetoric to be essentially an establishment Democrat. And the left, like, just like, they snore. The closest thing we had to the left was like an anti-war movement that was left over from Bush's days, but that wasn't enough, and that doesn't address enough of the issue. Occupy Wall Street was a joke. Now that we're awake, really awake, I want to see what we can do to a Democratic president. I want to see what our power can show.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing that really saddens me is I know you're a fan of history, right? You
I try to be. It can be a little dry reading sometimes, but I've been doing a lot of reading up lately, particularly on the Weimar Republic.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't mean that far back, but I just mean the fact that, like, in the United States especially, like, you know, I'm preaching to the converted here, but wages have stagnated, the cost of living has risen, the conditions for most people are getting shittier and worse. You know, suicide rates are going up, drug addiction is going up. No matter which way you look at it, the pendulum going back and forth between Democrat, Republican, it's not ameliorating the conditions of the worker. It's not ameliorating the conditions of everyday people, right? What exactly is your pushback against that? Because that, to me, is a very convincing argument for, like, it doesn't matter who's in power. My argument, of course, is like, well, yes, but I still don't want a fascist in power, so I'm going to fight against the fascists. But at the same time, nothing is changing, right? Things are actually getting demonstrably worse every year.
Are you ready for the best argument you've ever heard in your life?
I am, yeah.
Okay, good. One moment. I'm going to...
Are you pulling it up?
Is
this, you haven't prepared.
I'm going to... Yeah.
I've heard you. I've heard of this before.
I'm going to read this out loud. It's going to take a second, but I strongly encourage you and everyone else to listen. I'm not trying to be self-important because these are not my words.
No, of course.
However much that state of things may have altered during the last 25 years, the general principles laid down in the manifesto are, on the whole, as correct today as ever. Here and there, some detail might be improved. The practical application of the principles will depend, as the manifesto itself states, everywhere and at all times, on the historical conditions for the time being existing, and, for that reason, no special stress is laid on the revolutionary measures proposed at the end of Section 2. That passage would, in many respects, be very differently worded today. In view of the gigantic strides of modern industry since 1848, and of the accompanying improved and extended organization of the working class, class in view of the practical experience gained, first in the February Revolution and then still more in the Paris Commune, where the proletariat for the first time held political power for 2 whole months, this program has in some details been antiquated. One thing especially was proved by the Commune, viz., that the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and wield it for its own purposes. See the Civil War in France, address of the General Council of the International Working Men's Association, 1871, where this point is further developed. Further, it is self-evident that the criticism of socialist literature is deficient in relation to the present time because it comes down only to 1847, also that the remarks on the relation of the communists to various opposition parties, section 4, although in principle still correct, yet in practice are antiquated, because the political situation has been entirely changed and the progress of history has swept off of the earth the greater portion of the political parties there enumerated. But then, the manifesto has become a historical document which we no longer have any right to alter. A subsequent edition may perhaps appear with an introduction bridging that gap from 1847 to the present day, but this reprint was too unexpected to leave us time for that. This is Karl Marx saying that he once believed that you should be able to engage in accelerationism along political lines. But afterwards, after the Paris Commune, he made a speech where he said accelerationism should only be applied to economic matters, as that is the driving force of class antagonism, and that accelerationism in political and electoral landscapes only serves to hinder the possibility of true revolutionary action by making the political landscape such that any revolution would result in violent state shutdown. In essence, by engaging in political accelerationism, by putting people like Trump in office, it means that we have no ability to meaningfully organize, or we hurt our ability to organize, because such a government is more likely to put us down in the infancy of a proletarian uprising than a democratic presidency would, in our terms. So Karl Marx, after the Paris Commune, would be very much against the concept of burn your bust.
I agree with you. My first thought is that anyone tuning into this for the first time must think that this is the greatest exercise in masturbation that has ever been done.
I know, but it's
like,
so...
What the fuck? Why isn't Lance talking? Why is Vosh reading fucking Karl Marx verbatim live on the stream? What the fuck is going on?
When I found that, a viewer of mine sent that to me after speaking with me. I think that's a kill shot right there. Even Karl fucking Marx didn't believe there was any value to political accelerationism. Economic accelerationism, like rent strikes, general strikes, these things he would have supported because they advance the material conditions that lead to the eventual uprising of the proletariat. But the political accelerationism doesn't do that. It puts people who are opposed to our interests in power, which decreases our ability to meaningfully engage in economic accelerationism.
And well, again, masturbatory, because I completely agree with all of that. I don't know if that directly addresses everything that could be said about the fact that the actual conditions of people has been getting demonstrably worse, though, through the same system.
Oh yeah,
right?
so
if that one is more that like you are never going to win fighting against the fascists. That's the thing that we've been saying since the start of this talk, right?
Yeah, so to synthesize, my argument would be that the reason conditions have been getting worse is because of the advancing material dialectic and the approach of end state capitalism. But the only chance of us being able to respond meaningfully to that worsening state of conditions is to exist in a political environment that will not stomp down violently our efforts at an uprising. So in essence, if when the day comes that the economic conditions are ripe for revolution, we want to make sure that the people most sympathetic to our cause and as weak as possible are in office. And that would right now be the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I know. There's no pushback from me. We're engaging in full-blown masturbation at this point.
No, I apologize for the masturbatory. I've been very excited.
I'm joking. Honestly, these things are important because this is the thing that I have to push back against as well, right? Like one of the things when talking to either you or I was going to talk to Destiny about this pretty shortly too, is that like I want to improve my messaging, right? Like I'm going to be having a conversation with Bastier. I think next week about similar to you, right? The downfalls, the pitfalls of neoliberalism, because less that I want to own him in the battlefield of ideas and all that kind of shit. I actually do want to improve my messaging. That is something that I genuinely prize above a lot of other things. So I think that's important, right? I don't know how that went with you. I haven't seen your talk with him yet, but
Bastiat's discussion with me, I think, was fairly mutually productive. I get the feeling Bastiat's a very intelligent and good faith individual. I don't know how receptive he is to counter arguments, though. It could be because we speak in broad generalities. At the moment, I would rather have liberals like Bastiat working alongside me against fascism than I would like than I would like some lefties who seem to be doing like everything in their power to compromise the ability for leftism to thrive in this country. So I generally think well of Bastiat, though obviously I have substantial disagreements with him.
What's the roadblock for the neoliberalism argument? Because I've had a number of debates with neoliberals who kind of treat me like a child. Like, you just don't understand the way the world works. If you did, you understand how we lower things like poverty and war and other things through the use of global neoliberalism. And I'll say, and I usually respond with, well, in certain cases that can't be true, but I'll tell you this: it usually benefits the West, right? We get to extract minerals and resources from parts of Africa in exchange. We don't necessarily benefit them financially. I mean, it does usually funnel a lot of money into the hands of the very few. That's basically what the whole system is set up to do.
Yeah. I mean, my main issue, this is the thing that really gets me. I think it's fundamentally unethical to expect the average person to have to sell their labor to an authoritarian firm in order for them to be able to survive in our society. That to me is the greatest crime. There are ways to invoke the value of global trade that compensate for the harm we do to developing countries. An intelligent and reasonable and moral person could find ways to make arguments for those things. And I, in fact, have, because I am a globalist or an internationalist or whatever people prefer to call me. I do believe there's value to global trade if done well, but the fundamental inequality of 90, 95, 98% of the people in our country, and even more in other countries, having to submit themselves for 40 hours a week or more to an authoritarian enterprise in which their boss has absolute control over their well-being and they have no control over their environment. This is an immorality. It's an unjust action. Like it's unbelievable to me. There's a reason why leftists call it wage slavery, because it follows in the same fundamental like material practices of traditional slavery. It's not as bad, obviously, but the same sentiment is basically the same. And I don't think being paid as a slave and being able to choose your master and being insured from being able to be beaten necessarily makes slavery moral.
Mm-hmm. And what's his defense against that?
What would Bastiat's defense be?
Well, what was it? You guys probably brought that up, right?
I don't think that neoliberals fundamentally consider this to be unethical. I think they prefer they prefer the freedom of the business owner and their ability to control others over the freedom of the worker and their ability to meaningfully make decisions in their life and their economic like environment. That's like the stumbling block. I need to think of new ways to make these arguments. I don't think they respond to that like moral thing, but that's the difference, though. That's the difference that defines like socialist sort of motivations. It's a moral outrage at certain elements of the mode of production. So I don't know. It's something I'll have to think about. But Bastiat is a good partner in conversation.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Speaking of bad partners, we should probably open up that can of worms because I do want to talk to you a little bit about messaging. I'm guessing you wanted to bring up certain lefty politicians. I mean, we don't have to name names. But...
No, we can. I think it would be fair to. Wait, do you want to? Are we talking about the same person?
Awkwardly skirting around the issue.
Yeah, we can talk about him.
Okay.
Yeah, guys in chat, hypers if you saw at least part of the discussion with Joshua Collins.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a 2-second delay, but I'm guessing I'm gonna.
We know. I feel so bad about this. I feel like partially responsible.
I too have interviewed him, by the way. I've spoken to Joshua. I know you have as well. And in those two conversations, because I haven't seen yours, but everyone said like, yeah, he comes across, way more charitable in that conversation. And with mine, it was just a lovely talk, right?
Mm-hmm. But same. I just had a pleasant conversation.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that single-handedly ended his political career.
Wait, can I share my thoughts on this?
Yeah, sure, go next.
Okay. I am of the opinion that Joshua Collins is in. What happened? I'll fucking tell you guys. Jesus. Wait, actually, yeah, I guess I'll explain. I had Joshua Collins on stream. We talked. He's a good guy. And I stand by this. I think he's a good, morally upstanding person who cares about the things that he believes in. And I think the things he believes in are good and just. And I had a conversation with him. I didn't challenge him at all because I didn't feel a need to. We just discussed like local organizing and the like. And then Joshua got on a Bernie or Bust debate panel where Destiny was there. Destiny, not being as willing to get along with the lefties as myself, challenged him, and he fell apart like a house of cards. He looked like a buffoon. He like no policy inclinations, no broader understanding of political theory, just a complete inability to like come off as worthy of being a congressional candidate. Destiny was holding back too. At certain points, like Destiny's chat was spamming like no bully because it was like getting really bad. You should watch it. It's a 3-hour like panel, but man, I think it's valuable for us to like watch.
I'm going to harsh disagree with you. You should not watch it. It's very painful to get through. Holy shit.
This is my contention. Like, this is what hurts me.
Okay.
I care above all winning good outcomes. That's what I care about. For me, challenging leftists when I have them on my stream, hey, are you consistent on this and this? For one, I recognize that very few people are going to be able to withstand my scrutiny if I try hard enough, because it is my job to be good at rhetoric. Well, politicians too, but not in the same way.
Yeah, but those are the best of what they do, especially you and Destiny. If you don't have any media experience, especially, it is very intimidating. Like, I know I've spoken to Destiny about this. He's like, I often feel that like I don't get honest conversations out of people because they're too intimidated by the way when I turn it up to 11 kind of thing, right? When y'all go into beast mode.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's our job. And I learned a ton from Destiny. And one of the things that I respected most from Destiny after I was banned from Twitch, when he began his anti-left arc, is that he was, I think, bringing some very legitimate criticisms to a lot of online lefties who I thought had fairly bankrupt arguments. And I liked that. I liked it when he kind of like took down like Mike from CCP multiple times in a protracted fashion. I liked it when he criticized like Peter Coffin. I like these. Not because I like seeing lefties suffer, but because I like seeing us grow. And I personally grow from substantial criticism. I believe all of us should be able to. With that said, Joshua got torn apart by Destiny. And like,
well, to be fair, by everyone, like that's the only thing
True.
that I didn't like about that. It was a fucking 5-on-1. That wasn't a panel. That was like, they brought him there for the slaughter. The person who was on that panel, who was supposedly an alleged communist, was
so
ripping
much
into him
to
as much as anyone.
Dogfiling Collins, yeah. Oh man, but yeah, dude, she was going hard too. Like, you kind of make socialism look like a joke. When people think of socialism, they think it's a joke because of people like you. Holy shit! Like,
I know, and that's the hard thing, is like I'm hard pressed to disagree with that, because it does look like a meme. Like, the word has lost so much meaning when every single person who is either Demsoc or what have you is like, oh yeah, I'm a socialist, and it's like, well, what do you believe? I think that we shouldn't have to work. It's like, what? It was like, all right, I think that I shouldn't have to pay rent. It's like,
abolish the CIA.
Okay, well, so do you traditionally define yourself as a socialist? Did you have that in the connotations that have been applied? Do you think of it as a stepping stone towards communism? Do you know the difference between communism and socialism? Do you know the difference between socialism and libertarian socialism as anarchos? Like, all these kind of things. And it's just like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, or like just being able to even name their policies, because someone was like, hey, Joshua, name like some policies. And he like Googles his own like policy list on his website, and he's like, I like community armories for guns, like that. See, because I want people in chat to understand what I do is very good and acceptable for being a YouTuber. What I do is unacceptable for being a politician. Politicians, in addition to not talking about horsecock or whatever, also need to be able to
speak for yourself.
Yeah. Politicians need to have a very specific policy knowledge that I don't engage in. I don't tend to engage with the nuances of policy. Destiny was the perfect person to criticize Joshua, because that's something Destiny is more interested in than myself. But even though I personally tend to focus on broader ideological arguments, that doesn't mean I don't think politicians shouldn't be able to do that nitpicky policy stuff, because that's their fucking job. My hurt personally here is, I was happy when Destiny called out these bad faith lefties like late last year. I was like, damn, you know what? Good. Get the grifters out of our ranks, like show them up, like encourage them to grow. But when I had Joshua on, I didn't challenge him, which means that I participated in the exact same process of empty, shallow bolstering that leads to lefties being like that. I did the same thing.
When you bring on a politician who's trying to further your own political ideology, you're not in a position where you have to criticize them, though. That's different, right?
Yeah, that's my thought. Like, I shouldn't criticize this guy. Maybe if I debated him hard enough, I could get him on a few points. But do I like why? I could do the same thing with any Republican or any Democrat, fucking a Washington congressional candidate who wants to come on. I'm pretty sure I could like beat all of them, like because they don't do what I do. So why would I take this chance to push down the one guy who agrees with me. But now I'm thinking,
that's my point.
Yeah, but now I'm thinking like, fuck. Am I part of the problem by being unwilling to criticize these media figures that I'm proud to get on? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what to do. Do I go with meaningless, like, empty platitudes where I just serve as like a promotional argument for them, or do I try to challenge him and really see if he's the real deal? I don't know. Do you have an answer?
Here's something interesting, and this is a very slight anecdote, but it might answer the question a bit. When I came onto a panel on Twitch, one of the people on that panel said, "Hey, by the way, Lance, it's so nice to meet you. Your YouTube channel and all those videos you do on Steven Crowder and all those right wingers, that's what pulled me away from the right wing and made me want to become a leftist." And I was like, "Oh, okay, cool." He's like, "But I'm not a leftist." I was like, "What?" And I was like, "Why?" He's like, "From speaking to other leftists on Twitch." Which was like a huge come to Jesus moment for me, because I was just like, wait, what exactly did you mean by that? He's like, it's a mix of so much LARPing, right? There's like, I'm X, I'm blank, I do this, and at the same time I don't believe in that or this, and it's like, well, do you have a practical answer to any of this? It's like, no, I don't, but ACAB, guillotine, and then eat the rich and all that kind of stuff. And that to me was really important, because I've heard you say this, and I'm of the same mind. I don't just do this for entertainment, and obviously I love my job, and I love entertaining people, and that's like, it gives me life and gives me orgasms and all that wonderful stuff. But at the end of the day, I do want to further leftism, or I want to be a public advocate with a purpose, right? Like, I do want the left to win ultimately. Like, this is, it's not just a platform or a game for me. There has to be more to this. So immediately that moment made me think, well, I have to first, I don't know, better myself. I have to improve my messaging, of which I still have fucking an ever-ending struggle to do that, right? But I have to be able to answer questions. I have to be able to answer a tangible question, as in, like, how are you going to effectively enact change? How are you going to achieve this future that you keep talking about, right? So I think that is something that not only every leftist has to do, but they're more so that you have to weed out those amongst you who don't have any ideas, or maybe don't associate with them. But you, as a person with a massive platform, has to work on that constantly, right?
Yeah, I wonder, like, how much of the left is like that. So this could my autism is screaming at me right now. I set a very high standard for intellectual consistency. It matters so much to me. It drives me fucking crazy. You can ask my girlfriend, like, holy shit. Wait, my girlfriend does something inconsiderate or rude to me, like, I sleep. My girlfriend defends her behaviors in a way that is not logically consistent. Like, I awoken. It gets me. I don't know. Big red eyes. So with the online lefties, I worry that's like a lot of them, and I don't know if that's the case for every political discipline, because, and I hate to say it, a lot of the liberals that I talk to, the ones who do like political shows or whatever, are pretty knowledgeable.
Yeah, they know their shit.
Yeah. And now when I bring conservatives on, none of them know their shit. I've never talked to a smart conservative, not one. Ever.
Not just conservative. If you even go further to the right of conservative, once you get into the weird alt-righty stuff, that's when you're just like, how the fuck are you guys so popular? Like, I fucking ripped into Gavin McInnes last Saturday because I had the privilege of getting into a call-in show with him. And I was just like astounded. I was like, you are a fucking asinine as fuck. I can't understand a word you're saying right now. How are you so popular?
Yeah.
How are any of them so popular? It doesn't make any sense to me.
No, I mean, it's deeply
the bar is zero.
Broken people. Yeah, so I'll never make the argument there are conservatives who are intelligent, because holy shit, no, they're not. But when it comes to liberals versus lefties, I feel like I keep interacting with like, say what you like about Destiny, and I disagree with him on a lot of stuff. That dude probably is the best, like the fucking avatar of liberal like rhetoric on the internet right now, in all likelihood, or I guess omni-liberal, whatever the fuck he likes to go by, and he gatekeeps the fuck out of people who argue with him, maybe to our benefit, because it showcases who's worthy of consideration and who's not. I don't know if I know many leftists who fill that role. I think I'm intellectually consistent. And then, like, people like, for example, like Sean, like of Sean and Jen, post videos that are extraordinarily good, with incredibly well researched. And I look at that and I think, this is phenomenal, nice. But then I see some of Sean's Twitter takes and I think, oh my God, can I even trust the videos anymore? So I really worry.
I don't know if it's that far.
I
don't
admit,
think any of the amazing work that Sean has done on the bell curve is all of a sudden, rendered moot because of the Bernie bust stuff.
I'm being hyperbolic here. The video he did on the bell curve is like extraordinary, like unbelievably
it's unbelievable. Yeah.
And Twitter does make people who use Twitter stupider. I recognize there's a doling element there, but I guess what I want, like this is what I want more than anything else. I want strength in the left. And I don't mean this in some weird fascist, like we all need to be ripplingly muscular and have no friends or any of that shit. I mean strength in that we need to be able to work together, have common goals, have a long-term and short-term set of destinations we're trying to work together towards. And we all need to have good, internally consistent positions that we can defend effectively. That's what I want more than anything else. So God, I want that so badly. And I don't know if we have that. I feel like we're a while away from that. Every time I get my hopes up, I think like, oh, the Chapo boys, they're going to be the unifying element of the left. They're intelligent and they've got good political analysis. And then like something happens and they go off the rails too. And it feels like this just happens time and time again.
Well, what about the whole each according to their ability, though, right? Because, like, there's some people who wear a lot of hats. There's some people who are just really good at one thing. There's some people, like, in your case, you have kind of proven yourself to be incredibly good at, debate, rhetoric, all that kind of stuff.
No need to butter my bread. I'm okay at it. Thank you.
Yeah. But at the same time, Chapo is fucking hilarious, right? Like, there's other people who will never be as funny as Chapo, no matter how hard they try. And that serves a purpose too. Like sometimes I don't want to just listen to shitty news. I want to just, unplug and listen to Chapo rip into people I hate, and that has a purpose as well. I don't think every single leftist has to be a monolith.
I agree with that. No. And the Chapo boys are very funny and they do a lot of really good stuff. And they've contributed to the radicalization wave that Bernie Sanders kind of caught up on, that started and then rode. I guess my concern would be this. I'm okay with different elements of the left having different interests and pushing different types of rhetoric and even disagreeing with each other on stuff, as long as collectively they're working towards a shared goal. I consider the Bernie or bust stuff, I hate to keep bringing it up, and maybe I'll address this more substantively in the future or after I've taken more time to consider it, but right now the Bernie or bust stuff, like the division between people who are pushing for Biden and people who are pushing for abstaining from a vote, this is an unacceptable division to me, because in my mind, the way forward for the left, real political power, involves working intelligently within the framework of the DNC. People who are fighting against that are, to me, people who are fighting against everyone, not just me. I'll be fine if Trump wins a second fucking term, unless he starts culling the queers from society, which I imagine we're at least a decade away from. In the next 4 years, I'll be fine. I worry about other people a lot. But yeah, I want us to all work together. I just want us to have like a shared direction. We all need to agree on a few things, okay? Capitalism is cringe. That's one. Two, just because
spicy takes, bro.
Yeah, I know. Just because capitalism is cringe doesn't mean the existing economic framework isn't very complicated and shouldn't be treated with respect. That's very important. You can't just go like, oh, capitalism sucks, let's just break it. Like, no. We need to be able to intelligently dismantle the system from within. And three, progressivism matters. Not just class reductionist bullshit. We need to advance the rights, women, minorities, gay people. You all know the fucking spiel. If we can agree on those things and fundamentally back that up with a common strategy, I won't ever complain.
I agree. Yeah. And like that's why class reductionists piss me off, just as much sometimes as like the libs, right? Like I don't want to hear anyone say that like until capitalism's over, well, none of us will be free, and so we have to end capitalism in its entirety before we can talk about things like trans
fucking
rights.
Idiots.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, well, what the fuck, man?
Sorry,
like,
I
you must be in
rambled
a pretty privileged position to do that because there's people suffering in the here and now. So let's also ameliorate the conditions for everybody who's living, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's just I've never had a lower opinion of the left. The left was so cool to me. the left was so fucking cool to me back before I started doing this. But now that I'm looking like down on a lot of communities rather than up from those communities, I can see some serious like structural problems. Like
I'm looking down.
like from
okay, Zeus.
no. Shut up. From a position of prominence, you know what I mean.
I'm joking.
You know what I mean.
From high on outside.
From a position of prominence, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so like the Chapo community, not the podcasters, but the subreddit. I used to think like this is the future of the left. They're angry, they're argumentative, they're cool, they're edgy, they're irreverent, but they're progressive socialists. But now I like look at it a little bit more. They are filled with class reductionists, like a lot of them, and B, with a lot of deeply irrational, like anger-driven people. Like some of the stuff they post in there, like actually makes me uncomfortable. Not because I'm sensitive, but because like do we have like unironic sociopaths in our community? Like unironically, like antisocial disorder people who are just in it because they like expressing like violent anger against people. That I don't want people to be a part, like socialist advocates because they're acting out of anger that stems from their alienation. I want people to have a more disciplined approach towards their advocacy.
Yeah, of course. Can I have a question when it comes to messaging? You just said that you're autistic, right?
Yeah.
What did you feel about the defense that was being put forward? Because this is not something I can directly speak on. That Joshua, the way he was reacting to what everyone was saying, using the autism defense.
Yeah, so for chat, if you don't know, at one point, I don't think we saw this on stream together, but at one point, like, Joshua used the fact that he is autistic as an explanation for his inability to effectively respond to certain, criticisms he was receiving. I think that it's harsh. I think there is one element, line through which it's valid. And that is him interpreting questions literally. If somebody asks, hey, Joshua, can you provide 3 policies? And he just lists off 3 policies and doesn't elaborate on them, that could conceivably be a product of autism because it can sometimes kill the nuance in understanding like a request. But the broader implication wasn't that it was just his literal interpretation that was a product of autism. It was his inability to come up with good counter arguments, and that I think is fucking horseshit. I'm clearly myself fine with coming up with counter arguments, and frankly, if your particular brand of autism, because it differs from person to person, of course, if your particular brand of autism impedes your ability to advocate your policies, that's probably a sign you shouldn't be in the politics game, my dude. If that's actually how it invokes itself in your personal, behavioral patterns, I don't know if that means you should be running for office. It bothered me a little bit.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I wanted to ask this. I wanted to ask somebody about that. About the messaging, or I guess just you were trying to find some kind of universal, I don't know, leftism. Like everyone who's working on the same team has to kind of, I don't want to say abide by these rules, but basically would have a shared set of values or principles, right? Is that something I could say is fair?
Yeah. I don't want to agree with everyone on the left. It's never going to happen. It seems like lazy and boring anyway.
Yeah, no, I guess that's true. What would you feel that we would start doing to try and achieve that? Like, what exactly do you have things set in mind? Is it basically, because we've spoken about a lot of things in this convo, right? Like, we want to have, obviously, mutual aid is very important. You've said that you're already working on that, or advocacy towards that. And I think another thing that a lot of people aren't talking about, and something that should be doing, I mean, this is not going to be appropriate for right now, but it's fucking IRL stuff. I don't think enough people, especially public policy advocates like you or me, do that, or at least speak towards that. I think that has to be something the left engages in a lot more as well. Yeah. Well, I guess we can't do that right now.
I will. Here's my personal rebuttal. I think if anyone on left online at any point tries to indicate that I'm a bad leftist because I'm not going outside enough, I will dedicate my entire public platform to ruining that person's life. I am never leaving this house. I don't care. I didn't like leaving the house before fucking YouTube. I don't like doing it now. I'm a cozy ass boy here in my chair, and this is where I'm staying. You fucking extroverts can go out there and do the outside stuff. Okay, I'll stay here and be effective.
Once again, that's within your ability, right? To each according to their ability. There are people who can do that. There are people who can leave the house, and there are people who never want to fucking leave their house.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it has to be both.
Yeah,
but I still think that.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh no. What I want to say in response to your initial point, with my Blith criticism, or I guess Blith joke aside, is this is what I believe in, okay? I think this is something that the alt-right does spectacularly, okay? This is their power. They do it better than we do. So much better. They have overlapping circles of influence with a common goal, and even if there are internal disagreements, the boundaries of their overlap are such that people who disagree with each other don't argue with one another. So I frequently argue with woke scoldy types, or at least I have historically. I don't think that these people are necessarily bad. I feel like their strategies are ineffective and that they're personally obnoxious, but I mean, Godspeed. Like, if we're talking like moral character, I'd rather a woke scold leftist than any other political disposition. You know, like they're lefties. Like, they're my comrades. But sometimes I feel like their advocacy is a little bit counterproductive. And likewise, I respect and acknowledge arguments that my railing against them can sometimes also be similarly counterproductive. What I would like is a shared recognition. Hey, woke scoldy types, more sensitive types, you get your communities. You get to be in Lumiru's chat. Not to say Lumiru's or woke scold or anything, but like, that's a fairly sensitive community. And you can have a great time there. And for my edgier leftists, who maybe sometimes like saying the R slur, or Lumi, I'm not insulting you. You do a wonderful thing. I'm not.
Oh,
okay.
is Lumi in your chat right now? Hey, Lumi, how's it going?
I'm not, okay, well, we can interpret that. Okay. Well, it was meant to be pragmatic. Whatever the case is. And I have edgier leftists in my community. My rule is as edgy as me, but no edgier. That's my rule. If you're edgier than me, you get banned from my community. But if your ads are less edgy, that's
so
fine.
Funny. You're being called out in real time by your chat.
I am the wall. So I've got a lot of edgy people in my community who make like jokes that people like that Lumi would not allow in their chat. And my argument is this: Lumi gets Lumi's community. I get my community. I will never backtalk Lumi for doing things differently than I. And I hope they would say the same for me, because we share a goal. And even if we keep different communities, and maybe their community wouldn't like mine and mine wouldn't like theirs that much, though I think mine would like theirs very much, that as long as we share that mutual respect, the iron curtain of solidarity, I think we're kosher. I think we're completely good. I'm completely fine with that. That's all I want. The alt-right does this perfectly. They never criticize one another, except in the far fringes of like Nazism, where you get these weird beefs between Fuentes.
I don't know. Tell that to Charlie Kirk and Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, no. Yeah. You get it on the far fringes with the Nazis, because they're doing the shit we do. They're doing like the Nazi equivalent of Bernie or Bust, where they blow up their own fucking movement in an attempt to try and coalesce like radicalized power on their own like channels. But for the most part, conservatives don't argue with one another, even if they have contradictory positions. That's what I want to see. I want that mutual respect as a bridge to allow everyone to feel comfortable on the left and to engage with the sections of the left that they feel good in.
Okay, so I have a pushback here. If that's the case, and I agree with you for the most part here, then you probably can't call those who want to keep their own community, the insular ones, weak. Because you have in the past, right? That was the first time we ever had a conversation, was about how you said that there's a certain degree of weakness on the left, and that we need to show what you described as strength in order to be able to pull people out of these spheres. The alt-right, for example, these edgy boys aren't going to react to someone who's like, toning their language down, right? So at the same time, someone who needs to keep those insular communities safe, that is necessary as well. I would argue.
Okay. Would you agree with my characterization of a person as weak if they are unwilling to stand up to the rigors of advocating for their policies online? Like, for example, and I'm trying to use this like in a moral neutral sense. If there was like a very like sensitive, like trans dude or whatever on Twitter, and like he's super lefty, of course, and but every time he gets into an argument or he pushes like on a certain position, he ends up coming up like getting like really like upset, or he doesn't do a good job expressing it because there's like a level of emotional investment there. Would you feel comfortable describing that person as weak, or is that too morally loaded for you?
I wouldn't feel comfortable describing as weak, because I come from a place of privilege, right? So I wouldn't be able to be like, hey, by the way, I demand this of you in order to justify, your position as like, I don't know, a Twitter activist or whatever you call it.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I am obviously very privileged. All of the history that I've lived through, all the socioeconomic precedent that has led to this moment has given me like an unbelievable amount of self-esteem. That's not just my will. Like that's a lot of luck, and I'm very happy about that. And I recognize not everyone can be in that position. I'm also almost impossible to insult. I mean, you can call me fat, I guess, but like or like man bun, they like that one. But for the most part, like I'm a white dude. It's pretty hard to get me upset. Yeah, you can say I ate too many Pop-Tarts, you know how it is. But yeah, maybe
You're talking to a man without a spine, Vosh. Come on.
yeah, true. We have lots of disabilities around here, and I don't get upset when people call me like a Aspie or whatever. So that doesn't upset me either. I guess my argument would be this: I don't think there's anything personally deficient about being the sort of person who would prefer being in Lumi's chat and being cozy and comfy and not really engaging in online advocacy. I don't think that makes a person a bad person. I don't think it's an immoral thing to be. But
I think those spaces are also necessary. I would go as far as saying, because like those, like a lot of those people in those communities, there are people who've been shit on their entire lives, especially by society, right? And they have disproportionately high rates of suicide, things like that. I think they need those communities. I think they need a place where they can feel safe, and they finally have what they could consider a family where they're not subjected to slurs, R slurs, whatever you want to have it, right? So I think that is a very necessary part of it.
And I've creeped isn't really the right term here, but I'm banned off Twitch, so I have to use like illicit accounts. I've creeped on Lumi's streams before. Lumi's streams are cozy as hell. So is my partner.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just because like I'm edgy doesn't mean I don't appreciate like the comfort and compassion of like that kind of environment. I respect that. So I don't believe it is a moral deficiency to want to lean on those communities. My only request would be that only those who are capable of affecting positive change engage in attempts to affect positive change. Because I feel like my ability to do what I do is hurt a little bit when very sensitive people online kind of posit themselves, or they make themselves like a target for anti-leftists. So I would only say like, we want to build a big tent, and some of that tent is going to be fighting on the front lines, if we want to use an incredibly pretentious description of what I do. And some of that tent,
Lord Zeus has come back.
exactly, I'm fighting out here in the trenches. And some of the people should probably stick to safe Discord servers because they're personally sensitive, and that's fine. Maybe using the term weakness and strength isn't appropriate there, though I do tend to think in that language internally. I would more
It's
broadly
just easier,
say,
whatever.
Yeah, I would more broadly say like those who are rhetorically effective and those who are not should, I guess, be where they are best, I think.
And what then do you think is fair enough to say then, if that's your request, then both are going to be valid, like going on out, like, and at the same time people do need those communities, so why not both?
I would never criticize them as long as they don't do that shit to me, because this is the reciprocity, you know. I don't mind the existence of sensitive people in the slightest, not as much as I used to, at least. But if somebody's like, hey, Vosh, I don't appreciate when you call that neo-Nazi stupid. That was ableist. I have to take, and that has happened to me many times. I have to take pause for a second, and I can't help but feel a little bit bitter at people who are kind of riding off my efforts to make the world a better place without doing anything themselves, and in fact, kind of indirectly impeding me. So I'll be annoyed with them in that instance, but elsewise, I want them to be comfy and happy wherever they feel most comfortable, and I will not impugn them for it as long as I feel they're not impugning my ability to do my work.
I think ultimately that, like, even if people don't want anything to do with you, they can sit on the sidelines and be like, well, he is now just destroying, like, you know, Sargon of a cat, right? So that alone should just be allowed. Like, he should be given his space to do that, right? Like, again, you do need people on the front lines who are destroying those kind of, like, you know, liberal ideologies, I guess, or whatever you call it. I don't know what the fuck he is.
People are more interested in performatively, you know, denouncing people on their own side here, I think, than they are with uniting. It's really unfortunate. I just think a lot of lefties care more about being the good lefties than they do about being the victorious lefties. Right now, there are like multiple Chapo threads within the past 24 hours, I think, that are calling me like a CIA plant and like a rad lib, usually like packed full of really oblique, like meaningless arguments about me being like cucked by the establishment or something. And I'm sure they're having a lot of fun
For
there.
what? For the Joe Biden stuff?
Yeah, for voting for Biden, yeah. Or going to vote for Biden. And, like, I'm sure they're having fun, and I hope they're having a great time over there, but, like, fuck me, dude. Like, this is my life. I wake up every day and fall asleep every night thinking about what I can do to maximize the good that I do, to make people comfortable, maybe not with my rhetoric, but at the very least with the world I want to build. And it kind of frustrates me. I feel like a lot of the left really cares about putting down leftists who don't meet, like, the very specific set of standards.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, man. That picture is damning. You're never gonna live that one down.
Wait, what picture?
The Joe Biden shirt and the hat.
That's a good ass picture. That was funny as fuck. I stand by it. Get all these busters mad. Get them angry. Make them froth. I love it.
Was that a fan? Did a fan mail that into you? Did you actually order that? Did you pay money for that, Bosch?
I paid
money. Was that
money.
a super chat converted into?
I paid. Oh yeah. Hey, which one of you chatters right now had your hard-earned money turned into a donation, turned into a Biden shirt? I want you to fucking postulate.
I would feel so betrayed. It's so betrayed. That would be an instant unsub.
That's the real question. It's like if a firing squad executes a man, which one of them is actually responsible for killing the guy? Like, whose bullet actually hit them? You'd say they're all equally culpable, even if only one of them did it. My entire chat is part of a funding scheme to give money to independent Biden shirt producers. It wasn't actually from his campaign. They're not selling. They've suspended their merch production because of COVID. So I had to buy like third party. So it went to artists.
So is that just like some third party? Is that like a knockoff Joe Biden swag? Is that what you picked up?
Yeah, I think I got off like Etsy or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I won't lie. I was laughing a lot when I saw that picture. And then I saw June's fucking picture of it with you with that thing. Hey, that might be the last thing we could end on. Sorry, because I know we've been talking for a long time.
Yeah, no. Please, hey, I miss talking to you. I hope you've been well.
Okay. I thought you might have like 30 other guests on the go. The reason I know a lot of people are mad at me right now for speaking to Shoe on Head. I know you've spoken to her before, right? But two reasons why, and I put this forward, and this is something that might resonate with you, is when our channel got shut down by what I can only consider as alt-righters or Nazis or whatever the fuck it is, she was one of the only people on what you could consider the right, because at the time people were like, oh, there's a right-winger who's supporting you, was Shoe on Ed. Shoe on Ed was one of the people who tweeted out about that. But she probably falls in that category with you, right? Where she uses even if you don't want to go as far as saying things like stupid or ableist, she uses like hard R's and stuff like that. That pisses a lot of people off, right? But when I brought her on, I was like, it's the same thing with Joe Rogan. There was a lot of people who were like, Joe Rogan endorsed Bernie Sanders, and because of that, like, Joe Rogan is canceled. And this is coming from a guy who made the most popular anti-Joe Rogan video, I think, on the internet right now. It's not a very big category, but whatever. The left is getting fucking destroyed, across the board, whether it be Corbyn in the UK, whether it be, Bernie Sanders just losing this recent election, whether it be the fact that Trump is running the show and the right wingers are still running the show here, Bolsonaro in fucking Brazil, Erdogan, like across the board, it is very frightening to me to see the rise of either proto-fascism or fascism itself. Fuck, I'm making a resident point. You put that picture on there. I can't have a serious conversation with you, Vosh. That's not fair. This is what you call bad faith.
Yeah, so I'm not a very serious guy. What can I say?
This is bad faith argumentation across the board.
I'm using those destiny debate tactics. You know how it is.
But yeah, to say the least is that, I'll put it succinctly, shit is fucked. All right, that's it. Shit is fucked, and that there needs to be more people concerned with winning over normies, because that's something that a lot of people don't do, right? And I'm trying to learn how to do it. You are very effective at it. I don't know if it comes from you just debating Nazis and that pulls people in because of that. I don't know what it is, right? But people need to be able to convert normies, because like you said, what is it, 2% you estimate maybe Americans are left? That might be generous. At the end of the day, the average working stiff who listens to Joe Biden is not sitting there thinking about theory. They're not thinking about, letters to the Gotha program. Yeah, they're fucking thinking about how do they feed their family? How do they get the fucking food on the table, right? That's it. How do you enter those spheres? How do you convert people? That is something that I think the left has to get infinitely better at.
Yeah, I think the broad rejection of Shoe on Head has been really frustrating. So I want to frame this discourse around her, I think, because I think very highly of Shoe on Head. Shoe on Head is a huge public figure, and even when I was tiny, she has been one of the most actively communicative people that I have spoken with, which is insane to me because I'm now like a tenth her size and I have no time for anything anymore. I'm always more emails and Discord messages off stream. Shu is, I think, a very upstanding person. And while I acknowledge that Shu probably isn't as politically grounded as like you or I would be, because we have different rhetorical focuses, there's something that Shu did recently that I appreciate the hell out of. I hope she doesn't mind. They probably wouldn't mind at all me saying this. During the Bernie or Bust drama on Twitter, Shuanhead was in there too, and Shuanhead was kind of criticizing me. Shuanhead is very populist leaning. So any arguments about like Biden the bullet, it doesn't really like resonate with her. So she criticized me a bit, and then later she DM'd me, and she asked me some questions like, hey, you know, I understand the validity of some of your arguments, but keep in mind, my audience, I've moved like literally tens of thousands of people away from being conservatives towards being like these edgy, like Bernie bro types, and these guys aren't going to vote for Biden. They wanted Bernie. What do I do here? And we talked for a bit, and I gave my thoughts, and she gave her thoughts. And the next day, she gave me an idea, the bullies for Bernie thing, where we rhetorically reframe it as, you know, hey, we loved bullying Buttigieg, didn't we? Hey, wouldn't it be fun to do that for 4 years and get some positive social change out of it rather than it just being for fun? She suggested that to me. I thanked her in DMs, and she was like, hey, yeah, no, anytime. I'll try to use this argument in the future. This seems like it would work on my audience. Holy shit. Shuanhead is more effective and more responsible for the outcomes of her rhetoric than almost any lefty I have ever talked to. And that is so important because Shuanhead has pull in communities that I don't have reach in. Joe Rogan obviously does. We need to be able to open up our tent and accept the fact that if we want to win, we need people who are not perfect representations of our ideology carrying some of the work. Look at what the conservatives have done. PewDiePie is one of the most effective pipeline entry points for conservatism. But none of these people, none of these conservatives or alt-righters sit around and talk about, oh, well, I don't think PewDiePie is politically educated enough to really represent our position. No, they don't do that shit. They just throw their hands up. Woo, PewDiePie. They love it because they recognize correctly that power is all that matters at the end of the day when it comes to reaching people. And PewDiePie is one of the most powerful media figures in the English-speaking world right now. They have him, and that's good for them. If we can see that and recognize it's to their benefit, but then fucking Joe Rogan endorses Bernie, and we're all like, I don't know if I'm comfortable with this, then we're dead. Then we lose. We need to recognize part of the pipeline is letting folks who aren't perfect cut and dyed leftists come into our community so we can help them be better. But we need to open ourselves up to that process. We can't just only admit people who are already like perfect lefties. It's really, really frustrating.
What's the bully strategy? Just to bully Biden?
It is to convince Bernie or Busters that a tremendous benefit to voting for Biden and having Biden in office will be because it will then allow us to bully a Democratic establishment, which could conceivably bear progressive fruit, as opposed to we can't bully Trump. What are you fucking kidding me? We're incapable. He's incapable of being bullied.
The people who are supposed to do that for their job, which would be Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, can't do it. What the fuck are the left?
So let's bully them for not bullying Trump.
Yeah. No, I get it. It makes perfect sense. What's the other thing about that though? Sorry, I completely lost my thought. Now I'm just too excited to bully Biden again. It's
exciting. God, I get bullying Trump. Trying to hold the Republican establishment accountable is depressing. Trump goes up there. He's like, injecting bleach, the epidermis, bleach in the skin. It'll kill the virus, folks. It'll kill the virus. All the best scientists are saying this. What do we say to that? There's nothing. We can't do anything. But Biden goes up there and he's like, Jack, I know I said I do student loan forgiveness, but well, my kid back in 1952. Like that, there's so much more to work with there. Our bullying is effective because there are progressives in the DNC that we can operate with. We have allies on our side. We can work with AOC. We can work with Bernie Sanders. We can work with people like that. It's so much more fun, and it leads to something. And I don't have to wake up every morning remembering, I'm really sorry, guys, that our president can say any dumb shit he wants, and his own cabinet is terrified to call him out on it. Because all the doctors next to him know that if they call him out live, if he says some dumb shit like that, he's just going to fire them and replace them with fucking Eric Trump or something. Yeah, at least the DNC, like, fuck me, dude, is a little less apocalyptic. I don't know. Like, that's what I mean, though. We need to focus on positive arguments. Get people excited.
I just totally remember what I was going to say. I wanted to ask her about the whole anti-feminism arc and that whole anti-SJW stuff, because I know like a lot of people talk about how they almost fell into more right-wing stuff because it's very profitable, it's very lucrative, you get all this new kind of audience, right? And I was like, well, are you, it's just weird for me. I'm not going to try and be like the dude who now argues feminism with a woman, but I was curious why you went down that road. And I didn't know this, but what she revealed to me was like, she's like, I don't think I was ever really mad at feminists. I was mad at neoliberalism, and I didn't have a word for it. And that to me, like, I've never heard that before. That was the first time that's come across to me. But I was like, that's so interesting. What do you mean? She's like, well, I'm really mad at woke advertisement. Like the fact that Dove will sell me a shampoo bottle based on the fact that, like, you know, body image, yay, go girl, yes queen, all that kind of stuff. She's like, and that's what fucking pissed me off. So I thought, that's what I thought feminism was. That's why I was angry at what I was calling third wave feminism. But ultimately, I'm really fucking pissed off at corporations who are trying to market to me this idea of what I should be buying based on my own, like, you know, ideologies, stuff like that.
Yeah, and fucking like Gwyneth Paltrow tier, like uber wealthy white women who are trying to sell feminism as some sort of spiritual awakening or something like that. Yeah, no, I hadn't heard it phrased that way before. I think that's incredibly.
That's the first time I've ever heard anyone say that. I was like, oh, interesting, neat. But I mean that doesn't change the fact, Vosh, that I think you and me, I mean, for all the things that we ally with each other, I don't know if I'll never be the person who drops like R slurs when debating those people, right?
Good.
But
it's shitty. It hurts people's feelings. Don't do it.
Okay.
I invested all my fucking starting stat points in certain areas, and in other areas like immediate self-control. It just, I didn't have much space in there. Please don't make the left better than me. I just want to be out here convincing conservatives and people on like the far walls. I want to throw them back to people who are a little bit more disciplined, you know, a little bit more reasonable. Maybe, you know, I don't think that my like ideological advocacy isn't like a good endpoint. I think that it's perfectly acceptable that many leftists would feel comfortable in my community and stay in my community. Like, they don't all have to leave, but if the people want to, I think they should be able to, and I encourage them to. Just yesterday, I got this massive email from somebody who said that they really enjoy my content, and that they really love everything that I've done for them, but they're just going to have to stop watching me if I can't stop using the R slur. And they don't want to like add me to the list of content creators that they've outgrown. And I said, like, I'm really sorry. You should find other content creators. I don't know if I can be what you want me to be, and I don't want your feelings to be hurt by being in my community. Really glad you enjoy my content. If I work on it, I work on it, but it won't be because of an email. And that would be the message I'd give, I guess. You know, we all have our flaws.
But doesn't the public policy aspect play into it as well? Because you yourself, I mean, as Zeus high on Mount, you should also have to have a certain degree of like what you do, what your messaging is matters, right? Isn't there that argument as well?
Yeah, of course. I do think my messaging matters, but I don't think using the R slur once or twice, like,
yeah, you're saying that's not like,
I don't think it meaningfully like hurts it that much. I don't think there's like a real problem of ableism in my community, especially since my mods are pretty anti R slur, and they're the ones who actually dictate like the calling of the community. And I don't like seeing people in my chat use that word because, again, like my level of edginess, no further. But yeah, like I do think there is value in the argument that kind of irreverent language, like also using the term femoid or whatever, can pull in groups of people that would otherwise be inclined to ignore what man bun lefties say. But it's utilitarian like calculus. At the end of the day, I think most people could reasonably agree that I do a fair amount of good, and that using the RSR like once a stream or like once every other stream is probably not a level of harm sufficient enough to warrant like serious denunciation. And if it is, they should probably go in other communities instead of bothering me in mine.
What do you want me to bring to the other side of the island? The one that you're not allowed on, the island of misfit toys.
You're not the island. You're one of the most respectable people on Twitch. I think you've done a really phenomenal job.
That's not true. I'm a human dumpster fire, sir.
I think you've done a pretty fantastic job. Positioning yourself as a reasonable voice in the broader online lefty streaming community. If you want to bring anything back, just like I'm growing really really quickly. It faster than I even expected when I set out. And I think like my prominence at this point is an inevitability, and it's going to grow from this point. So I would only ask that people either get used to it and try to internally rationalize how I'm doing good, even if they might be personally uncomfortable with kind of some of the stuff that I do, or they come to my stream, they check me out, and they see like, oh, holy shit, this guy literally spends 99.9% of his time arguing against reactionary rhetoric. So he's maybe not as bad as I might have heard in some Twitter call-out posts. But you're a good guy, and I know your audience is full of reasonable people, so I'm sure they already probably have a reasonable opinion of me.
That makes everything sound nice. That's a good wholesome end to it, eh? A good blanket for the mind.
Yeah, I really appreciated the conversation. I didn't expect it to be this exhaustively in-depth. I really like that.
Well, that's the only kind of conversations I have. That, and I talk about penises a lot. That's basically my.
Hey, me too, buddy. I actually,
yeah.
I've been trying to cut it down lately. Ever since the Coomer meme arose up, I don't want to be associated. I don't want that insult being used against me. I'm very, very, very quiet now about all my proclivities. So don't want them hitting me with that. I got enough fucking pejoratives thrown my way.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, Vosh, take care. Keep fighting.
Plug yourself. What are you doing?
Oh, yeah, well, I guess. Well, everyone already knows who I am. I am the Alpha Zeus. This is the true Omni-Leftist here to talk to you about From Cyanide. Hey, everyone, I'm Lance. I'm one half of the Serfs. You can come check our shit out at youtube.com/theserfstv or twitch.tv/theserfstv. I do Twitch streaming every Monday to Friday. And anywhere social media is sold, you can find me at the Serfs TV, whether that's Twitter, Instagram, or Pornhub, which is now the most lucrative aspect of my career. So check it out. It's all at the Serfs TV.
Are you actually on Pornhub?
I am not on Pornhub. No, I'm not.
Okay.
Hey, you know what? There's a genre for everything on Pornhub, I found. So I think if I just shut that section where you were reading Karl Marx and I was in silence and everyone who tuned in was probably like, what the fuck are these two people doing? If we called that leftist mutual masturbation, that would be its own genre. Like that would probably make money. I could just cut that one thing out and put it on there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Absolutely. Dude, didn't, like, after YouTube demonetized all videos that had guns in them following, I think it was the Christchurch shooting, didn't a bunch of gun YouTubers move to Pornhub? So
they did.
Yeah, they had their own thing. You'd get like the anal double penetration, and then you'd go to like, and here's me cleaning the inside of an AR-15. You can see I got this.
Here's one hole that needs a cleaning.
Yeah, like, they're both ends.
Yeah, great.
Pornhub's a funny site.
It is.
Thank you so much, Lance, for coming on. I really appreciate it. Best of luck in your future endeavors, and I hope to speak with you soon.
Sounds good, Vosh. Cheers.
Cheers. That was so much of a better conversation than I had expected. I didn't expect it to be bad or anything. I just, I didn't expect it to be that good. That was good. That was good shit. That was good shit. Good shit. Good shit. Man, this has been a pretty good day. Didn't expect it to be that based and epic. Are you playing RE7? No, not today. Oi, oi, oi. Just give me a second, okay? Just give me a second. It is so warm in this goddamn room. Get a fan? Fans are loud. Also, I have like 8 of them in my fucking build. All right. let's go over some donos, huh? And we're half an hour over stream time, so probably gonna cut it after that. Did you all enjoy those talks? I think I did really good with Warren Farrell, and I don't have to do really good with Lance because he's a friend, but I think that was a good conversation. Yeah, they're both pretty good. Yeah, Lumi, thank you so much for sticking around through the stream. I really appreciate that. Didn't mean to impugn you in a negative way with the woke skull thing. That wasn't my intention. I just meant, like, sensitive people, because you've got a comfy community, Like, I like your community, but I can't be in it. I couldn't be in your community for any length of time. I'd get banned in a fucking heartbeat. Just, we all got our behavioral, alignments. All right, let's get this out of my fucking face. That'd be nice, huh? Or Shovel with the tier 1 sub apparently made a video, epic and base, comrades.
My name is Or Shovel, and welcome.
American News Media is Propaganda, Manufacturing Consent Part 1. I'm giving this all to you, because it's got Minecraft and it's got manufacturing consent. What more could you possibly want? Or Shovel, I love you, buddy. I hope it goes well. YouTubing's hard work. Hard work. Get in there. Get that fucking Minecraft juice, okay? You piece of shit. K for a 9K with the $5. Yeah, TTS is pretty tough, but thank you. I think I did well with Warren Farrell as well. Winterborn with the $5. Sick of Gushian making bitchy comments about you on Twitter and then making videos and acting like she's above the fray and sighing about the conflict. I do worry that Gushian doesn't have the doesn't have like the hard character to do drama YouTubing stuff, Sake Tanuki with a very generous $20. Thank you. The concession Biden needs to make is the nomination for the Democratic Party to be Bernie. Hey, I wouldn't mind it. That's that's the bargaining table right there during Milwaukee. Fucking Bernie's like, and I will give you my delegates on the condition that I get to be president. And Joe Biden says, sure, Jack. And then, from that point forward, it's all good. Could happen. Never know. Spitfire with the incredibly generous $50. Holy shit, my dude. Thank you so fucking much. I really appreciate that. Hey, Vosh, I'm watching your YouTube shit from the beginning, and as a former reactionary, it's very eye-opening. Thank you, and trans rights. Hey! That's one thing I pride myself on. If somebody just gets into my community and starts watching my shit, I've given you all literally thousands of hours of content at this point. You all have so fucking much to go through. Always giving it all to you. Thank you so much, Spitfire. I really appreciate it. I'm really glad that you're enjoying the content. May we all be uplifted from reactionary tendencies one day. Sake Tanuki with the $20. If Twitch would unban you if you unironically supported Bernie or Bust, would you? No. No, I'm not going to position myself into a larger platform on the condition that I use that platform to do harm, I think. Maybe. Branchy Margot with the $5. Also, I don't view idpull as liberal. Fight me. No, there are forms of idpull that aren't liberal. But yeah, Democrats suck. Very true. Carl Carlington, thank you so much for the $10, comrade. Yeah, true. Joe Biden has bent the knee on a fuck ton of issues so far. Holy shit, thank you. On a fuck ton of issues so far. We might be able to get even more out of him. Sake with the $10, thank you. I want you to break Kyle like the grandpa we won't be able to break the kneecaps of because the full body cast he'll get from Trump in the debate. Yeah. Kyle pussed out of the debate with me. I mean, he wasn't, like, he never said he would do it, so he didn't puss out or anything, but it is frustrating. Maybe I'll be able to get it down the line. Beta mail. Beta. Skida86, the tier 2 sub. I want to suck on your earlobes. You're fucking disgusting. Jack, thanks for gifting Bastia a tier 1 sub. And yeah, Eriko Malatesta with the $5. I did see that Destiny had a conversation with Jana Ludwig, but I have not seen what that conversation actually was. I want to, give it a peep. I want to give it a peep myself. Ferlata with the $5. As a massive policy junkie, it fucking hurts that Joshua couldn't talk policy. Yeah. I'm not a policy junkie, and it hurt me too. Eriko Malatesta, please reach out to Brett and Allison from Revolutionary Left Radio. Give me a email. Give me an email, and maybe I'll take a peep at them. I won't remember otherwise. Thanks for the $10. Aussie Comrade with the tier 3 sub. Enjoy the orange name. Rep the Pan Squad Gang Gang. Ooh woo, stinky poo poo. Uh oh, stinky no chetty chetty. You happy? I didn't even stutter once and all that. Gave it all to you, comrade, for the tier 3 sub. Thank you. Bastiat, happy to have you here, man. Stinky. Pessimist with the $10. What's the best way to practice expressing nuanced positions? I tend to go off on tangents and pivot a lot. I go off on tangents sometimes too, which is a negative of my rhetoric. I'm trying to work on it. But when it comes to expressing nuanced positions, I find that the most important step is knowing where to start. That's what matters most. Often people will start in the wrong place and have to course correct 18 times on their way. Maybe you can start by clarifying something at the very beginning and working off that statement. You know, like nuanced issues are usually not as complicated as we believe. It is the ordering, the presentation of the disparate ideas that matters most. Crabe, or Crabe, possibly, with the incredibly generous $50. What the fuck is up with you people today? My God, thank you. I'd be slurping the Bernie or bust juice from Kyle K if it weren't for you. Thanks for converting me to socialism and anarcho-syndicalism. Love you. I love you too, comrade. That's Crabby. Gotcha. Crab E. Like Mr. Krabs. Thank you so fucking much, my dude. Hey, listen, it's okay. There's nothing to worry about, all right? We've all got bad takes. I've got bad takes. Just nobody can find out what they are because I'm too good at defending them. I'm really happy and thankful to have been put in a position where I can provide you arguments you found convincing. Thank you, comrade. And enjoy being a socialist. I hear it's a lot of fun. It's not. It's suffering. Aurora with the $3. What would you say to debunk the conspiracy theory that 5G is causing COVID-19 via treatments? The best debunk to conspiracy theories like that is a quiet one to the back of the neck when nobody else is looking. I don't know what else to say. Zachary Baker with the $13.50. My goodness, what an auspicious dollar amount. Why are you so damn convincing on every topic? Stop changing my mind on everything and turning me into a commie, please. Also, the number is just a prank, bro. Don't ban. You pranked me epically, my bro. Thank you very much, No, I said no memes, fucker. I don't know. How do you... convincing conspiracy theorists is fucking impossible. Don't worry about it, okay? Just don't get into it. Stop being so rhetorically efficacious, it's cringe. Oh yeah, there you go. 184 countries with COVID, 5 with 5G. I don't know. Ask them why their positions are in opposition to that of literally every medical expert on the planet. Maybe you could like do that, or you could ask like, hey, why are you so fucking dumb? Who dropped you in your head? I don't know. I can't talk with these people. I don't know. I love you, Zachary Baker. G-Revision with the $10. Liberals have massive educational institutions. Leftists don't. Therefore, I feel it would be harder for a member of the left to be as ideologically consistent. That's true. It's easy to be ideologically consistent as a liberal because you're living in a society that demonstrates the consistency of your positions. In order to be intellectually consistent as a leftist, you have to simultaneously recognize and reify that system while being able to present a superior alternative. It's much, much more difficult. Conservatives and neo-Nazis don't really do that. Nazis don't ever engage with the difficulties of building an entire new society. All they do is fucking LARP about how all their trad wives are going to be on their knees sucking cock 24/7 after they like eliminate the brown and black races and have a white ethno-state. Like they don't give a fuck about proposing like consistent alternative arguments. They just fantasize about a world where women don't have the power to say no. Fear is the mind killer. I don't know much about cultivation theory. I mean, I've heard the name before, but I'm not that familiar with it. But thank you for the $5, comrade. Loopy really wanted to debate you about pacifism, so I shoved that dweeb in a locker. Good title, Punk Roller Girl. Get that shit out of there. I want a world where pacifism is a viable ideology. That's what I want, okay? I'm a future pacifist. Literal Orange, thanks to the gifted tier 1 sub, and Rev Left or MLs, just so you know. No, you could be revolutionary and left and not be a Marxist-Leninist. Are you kidding me? I mean, there are plenty of Marxist-Leninists who are revolutionary leftists, but I don't think that begins and ends right there, you know? So Chacho with the two with the $5. Thank you so much, comrade. Look up Linus Tech Tips video on NVIDIA Voice. It's impressive and it eliminates background audio so you can keep your window open. Send me an email. All right? That's the rule, because I'm not going to remember otherwise. Thank you for the $5. I love you. True, David767. This is the real hot take. Everyone who's Bernie or bust is just an angry soakdem who has no grounding in political theory besides watching Bernie Sanders rally videos. Whereas the real lefties know the true path forward is riding with Biden. Solar Swordsman with the incredibly generous $35. Thank you, comrade. This donation is entirely to fund prior and future merch for Riding with Biden. Nice! Now I've got a guilty conscience-free $35 spending limit on future Biden merchandise. Now that is some good shit. That is some good-ass shit, comrade. I like to hear that. Thank you so much, Solar Swordsman. I really appreciate it. Your money will be put to good use. Marcus Seren with the 59 kroner. Thoughts on Essence of Thoughts video response to ContraPoint's video canceling? I haven't seen it. I've heard that it's really fucking dumb, though, and Xander Hall didn't like it, and I trust Zan, so maybe I can give it a look sometime. Marcus Seren with the 59 kroner. Did you see Gwen Snyder saying on Twitter that Chapo has created a fan base who thinks anti-Semitism is acceptable as long as it advances leftism? I did not see that. I don't know how true that is. Do the Chapo boys, enable anti-Semitism? If that's the case, I'm not familiar with it, but it's possible? I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't really know. I'd have to engage with more research, I think. West with the gifted tier 1 sub. Do you have an opinion on people with mental disabilities using symbolically that implies physical ones? It honestly hurts me. Using symbolically that implies physical ones? You mean people with mental disabilities who speak in such a way as to suggest they have a physical disability? I do think there's a meaningful difference between being physically and mentally disabled. I guess if people conflate that, I would think it's weird, you know? That would be my only point on it. Oh, Rev Left Radio is ML's. Oh, I thought you were saying Rev Left like the revolutionary left in general, not just... Gotcha. Thank you, comrade. Very much appreciated. Mega with the $2. Thank you. Very happy to have another liberal down. Glad you enjoy the content. And David with the $2. I made a list of the most progressive candidates for federal, state, and local elections for every state. Do you want me to email it to you? Are you kidding me? Yes. Are you fucking kidding me? I'll do a stream on that. Yeah, absolutely. David, please email that to me. As long as it's some good shit, yeah. And the arms dealer with $10. Thank you. When do we get to fulfill chat's fetish? Vosh reading the Communist Manifesto, sporting a pipe, a smoking robe, and a Chesterfield chair by the fire. What, so I can look like fucking Crowder? Jesus Christ. Sure, I'll fucking LARP as a 18th century oil baron. I don't know. Was there even oil in the 18th? No, there wasn't. I mean, there was, but we didn't use it. All right, I'm so hungry and tired. I didn't expect stream to go an hour late. Oh yeah, West, I agree. That's pretty cringe. I love you guys, all right? I love you guys. You're all super cool, all right? Super cool, all right? I gotta go. I'm not gonna look at the Karl Marx anime. It's CCP propaganda, comrade. I love you all so much, and I'll be seeing you tomorrow.